Chapter 1/3 Brother, You Know Me. North Daxia, Jinmen. 529. A young man with a lazy look stood in front of the face-punching machine of Nadu Express Company. 530. Beep. Get off work card. Ding. The host is detected to be in a happy mood, happiness value plus 35. Wish host a happy life. Come on, you are happy too. The moment the system prompt sounded, Zhang Bailan, who was wearing a white t-shirt and black trousers, also responded from the bottom of his heart. Swinging the keys of the small electric donkey in his fingers, he left the warehouse. Unknowingly, it has been 2.5 years since Zhang Bailan traveled to this world. He has watched the anime under one person and knows that this is a world where ordinary people and aliens coexist, and the so-called aliens are beings who can detect and use chi. What is chi? This is a long story. All in all, chi is a special energy that you are born with but will continue to lose as you grow older. Birth, old age, sickness, death. Everything about human beings has a great relationship with it. Moreover, according to the different methods of mastering chi, aliens are divided into congenital aliens and acquired aliens. Congenital aliens can sense and use their own chi from birth, and will awaken their innate abilities, while acquired aliens need to go through specific methods or training methods before they can sense and use chi. Between the two, each has its advantages and disadvantages. If we insist on dividing them, Zhang Bailan can be regarded as an innate and different person. At least this was the explanation of Su Si, who had just awakened the system and was squatting on the street using the shining fruit half a year ago, and brought him back to know where he could go. Speaking of the reason for the time travel, it seems that it was because he worked overtime for 30 consecutive days and finally died suddenly at his workstation. Fortunately, he was lucky and became one of the protagonists of the time travel novel. As soon as I thought about it, the system panel appeared in front of me. Name, Zhang Bailan. Template Kizaru, Porisalino. Current fusion degree, 13%, 336/1300 Pleasure value. Pleasure value, anything that can make the body and mind happy can obtain pleasure value. The happier the body and mind are, the more pleasure value it has. Each time the fusion degree is increased, the body can be slightly strengthened. Devil fruit, sparkling fruit. Domineering, seeing and hearing domineering. Devil fruit strengthening, 2. Enhancement of the color of knowledge, 3. Armed color enhancement, 0. The higher the points, the stronger the effects of devil fruit and haki. 6 marine styles, shave, moonwalk, and foot. Skills, light laser, Tian Kong Yun sword, partial elementalization, light speed kick. Marine General Kizaru. This is Zhang Bailan's cheat. Compared with the worldview of weird martial arts novels under one person, the power of the strong men in the pirate world to destroy islands at every turn is simply a dimensionality reduction blow here. The only pity is that now he can only be partially elementalized, cannot be passively elementalized, otherwise he would turn into light and fly around every day, which would mean he would have to walk less. Moreover, probably because of the Kizaru template, Zhang Bailan's method of improving the system level is not to fight and kill, but to simply enjoy life. Anything that can make him happy physically and mentally can obtain pleasure points. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Bailan has summed up a lot of things that can make him happy physically and mentally. For example, getting off work on time, washing feet, massaging, taking care of yourself, extra income, hunting for novelties, having S*X for free, etc. These things can bring pleasure value. Although the amounts vary, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. For example, you can only get a few 30 pleasure points each time you get off work on time, but you only need to check in every day. On the contrary, a certain footpath's comprehensive health care, although the pleasure value obtained each time is more than 10 times that of getting off work on time, is a huge test for Zhang Bailan's wallet. If you don't work overtime and earn 4,000 yuan a month, you won't be able to go there a few times. Putting away the system panel, Zhang Bailan had just walked out of the warehouse door. Before she left the Natutong Express Company campus, she saw Su Si walking towards him, wearing a black suit and looking ruffian. Fourth brother. Zhang Bailan said hello and continued to walk out. He didn't go far when someone grabbed his arm. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Xiao Zhang, you didn't work overtime today. Su Si lit a cigarette and said with a smile. It's over. Seeing this posture, Zhang Bailan knew that this was a job for himself, and he would just forget about it and just treat it as making some extra money. But definitely not today. Today is a good day that I have decided to spend a good night with the girl from number 8 Shenzhen Zutao once a week. I must not miss the appointment. Fourth brother, there's soup at home, I have to go back and take a look. Zhang Bailan said and was about to break free from the other party's arm. Hey! Xiao Zhang, you haven't even returned home. What kind of soup are you making? You can't go to Shenzhen Foot Road. Su Si bit his cigarette holder and smiled. Fourth brother, how can I afford my salary? I really make chicken soup at home. If you don't go back, the whole building will go to heaven. It doesn't matter. Then just fly it. If something goes wrong, brother 4 will take care of it for you. Fourth brother, Zhang Bailan planned to continue to defend, but was interrupted by Su Si, who put his arm around his shoulders and took him back to the company. Third brother, fourth brother, what are you doing? Sitting on the sofa, looking at Su San and Su Si sadly, Zhang Bailan thought that he might have to go on a business trip again and could not personally take care of Miss number 8 for many days. He asked desperately. Su Si, what's wrong with Xiao Zhang? It's okay, Su San, go on, Su Si said with a chuckle as he licked the cigarette butt in his hand. This kid is probably sad because he can't save the lost girl. His face darkened, Su San glared at the other party fiercely, and immediately changed into a preaching tone. Xiao Zhang, don't go there, it's not a good place. Zhang Bailan. Can you tell me whether that place is good or not? No, can I go every week? What do you know? I love love. Third brother, do you understand love? Ahem. Su San pretended to cough a few times and quickly changed the subject. Xiao Zhang, I'm looking for you this time because I hope you can go out with the baby. Going out with Sister Baoer? Is this the beginning of the main plot? But it's none of my business, I just want to find my number 8 girl. Third brother, you know me. If I were a hard-working person, I wouldn't have been taken back from the street by my fourth brother. I can go anywhere. Let's forget about business trips. Zhang Bailan argued with reason and wanted to push it away. Drop this mission. Xiao Zhang, I know, but this matter is very important to me. We don't worry about handing the baby over to others. Zhang Bailan still couldn't let go of her fair-skinned and beautiful girl number 8, and continued to struggle and asked, where is the fourth brother? Su Si and I have other things to do, and we won't be able to leave for a while. Third brother, Xiao Zhang. Okay Su San, you are such a waste. Seeing that the other party couldn't figure out the target for a long time, Su Si snuffed out Jinmin Evergrande in his mouth, walked to the window with his arms around Zhang Bailan's neck, and whispered, 3,000 yuan bonus, come back and take you to heaven and earth. Heaven. Heaven. Man. World. Zhang Bailan thought of the golden signboard he saw on the way home, waving to him all the time, turned his head stiffly, and asked with longing eyes, fourth brother, is this the heaven and earth that claims to have first-class service? Su Si nodded. He slapped his chest suddenly, startling Su San behind him. Zhang Bailan held Su Si's palm and said sincerely, don't worry, fourth brother. Sister Baoer will leave it to me. If anyone doesn't open his eyes, I will open his eyes. Chapter 2 Help. Police Uncle. North Daxia, a certain township. Local bus station. A green bus stopped at the platform, and a man and a woman carrying luggage got off. It was Zhang Bailan and Feng Baobao who had left Jinmen. The purpose of their outing this time was to investigate Zhang Xilan's tomb to see if they could find any clues about the tomb robbers. Zhang Bailan, where are we going now? Feng Baobao, who was dressed in a standard ID photo on the platform, asked the man beside him. Where to go? Zhang Bailan felt that thinking for a second longer was an insult to her character, so she stopped a passing taxi and asked the master to go to the largest hotel in the area. Work can be put aside for now, and the opportunity to eat and drink with public funds cannot be wasted. Eat, wash feet, massage. No one should be missing. Ding. Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 58. Ding. Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 126. Ding. Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 167. 5 hours later. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Bailan and Sister Baoer walked out of a regular massage parlor. They bought a shovel on the roadside and walked towards the cemetery they had heard about. By the time they arrived, it was completely dark. The mountain wind blew through the woods, rustling the leaves, and a sense of eeriness arose among the dozens of tombs. The two of them stood in front of a grave. Zhang Bailan scratched his head, yawned and said, "Sister Baoer, come and dig, I'll go and take a look." After speaking, his feet quickly stepped on the ground, and in an instant he appeared on a tree trunk 8 meters away in the distance, leaving only Feng Baobao with a shovel in his eyes and a blank look. Looking at Sister Baoer, who was already digging, Zhang Bailan said that it was great to have such hard-working teammates, since she couldn't bear any hardship anyway. He stepped on the branches and continued to move outward, but he remembered that there would be living corpses here later. In order to avoid being affected by the fish, it was better to leave early. Although he is not afraid of these little living corpses due to his strength, why not dispose them to pieces if he can? Wouldn't it be nice to wait until Sister Baoer handles everything before going out? I'm such a little genius. Ding. Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 54. Feeling complacent about his wit, Zhang Bailan sat down next to a big tree and dozed off. At the other end, Feng Baobao, who was halfway through digging the grave, stopped and touched her front waist. She remembered Su Si said that things on the lower back and in the butt pockets were things that person did not want. That's it, I forgot my weapon at the massage parlor. Ugh. It's really cold in the woods at night. On a deserted mountain road in the dead of night, with only the sound of the night owl constantly ringing, Zhang Hulan, a delicate-looking man with a 4-leaf clover hairstyle, rubbed his arms and walked towards the cemetery. It's so spooky. This place where birds don't shit is not for visiting Grandpa's grave, so ghosts come back. Ha! How do you still sleep so soundly? Zhang Hulan looked at Zhang Bailan sleeping on the roadside and mistakenly thought that the other party was on duty at the police station arranged by Uncle Song. Oh! We are all poor people. It is not easy for the police these days. Not only do they have to help the people when they have something to do, but they also have to guard the cemetery at night. It is quite hard. Thinking of his father who died somewhere, Zhang Hulan became so angry that he folded his arms and continued to move forward. I really don't know who my Zhang family has offended. The ancestral graves have been sand. 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 There were bursts of digging sounds in the distance, which made Zhang Hulan realize that the damn tomb robbers were coming again, and he immediately quickened his pace and ran towards the cemetery. The grave robbers are here again. In the woods under the moonlight, Zhang Hulan hid behind a big tree and stuck his head out to look at the tomb robbers who were digging the grave. Holy shit! It's actually a woman. Film it and call the police. Let's see if you can escape. She quietly raised her phone and pointed the camera at the target. The moment Zhang Hulan pressed the shutter, Feng Baobao seemed to feel something and turned around suddenly. Click. The phone beeped softly. I happened to take a picture of Feng Baobao's flawless face under the moonlight. Eyes facing each other. Knowing that he was exposed, Zhang Hulan ran away. Behind him, Feng Baobao picked up a shovel and chased him all the way. You chase. I run away. He has no wings to fly. Damn it. This BCH ran a little fast. Zhang Hulan roared in her heart when she heard the approaching sounds from behind. No. If this continues, it will be over. By the way, if you have trouble, go to the police. I don't believe you, a grave robber, dare to attack the police. Thinking of the policeman on duty sleeping on the mountain road, Zhang Hulan shouted loudly, Uncle Policeman, help me. Bang! After a loud noise, Feng Baobao dragged Zhang Hulan, who had a bang on his head, towards the cemetery. AQ. Zhang Balan, who was woken up, rubbed her nose, tightened her body and closed her eyes before falling asleep again. In his sleep, he didn't know how much time had passed, but he seemed to hear the screams of Sister Baoer and Zhang Hulan. Help! The living corpse is eating people. Uncle Policeman, please stop sleeping. Go away and let me come. Feng Baobao, who was followed by a large number of living corpses, rushed forward, grabbed Zhang Balan's collar, and made two big mouths. Sister, you Liubi, how dare you attack the police? Zhang Hulan, who saw this scene from behind, immediately transformed into a mini-figure and gave a thumbs up to Feng Baobao. If two big guys fight, no matter how hard you are, Uranus Laozi will wake up. Zhang Balan woke up from his sleep, looked around with confused eyes, and looked at Sister Baoer in front of him, thinking that the work was done, and asked in a daze, Are you going back to the company? No, I don't have any weapons, so I can't deal with these living corpses. Roar! Almost at the same time, groups of zombies from behind rushed forward in droves. This thing came out of nowhere. Looking at the green glowing face close at hand and smelling the unpleasant smell of corpses, Zhang Balan retched and subconsciously mobilized the power of the sparkling fruit. The golden light shone on his fingertips, and in an instant, a ray of light shot out, straight in front of him. The head of the living corpse kept flying backward. Boom! A moment later, a fireball with a radius of 2 meters exploded in the center of the corpse group in the distance, and the shock wave blew the surrounding living corpses around. Awesome, Uncle Policeman, are the weapons of the Public Security Bureau so powerful now? Zhang Hulan's eyes were as white as copper bells, and his mouth could swallow an egg. He looked at the other party with a horrified expression. Set the mountain on fire and sit in jail. Feng Baobao tugged on Zhang Balan's clothes and pointed to the burned trees next to him. Okay, stop making sarcastic comments, Sister Baoer, why are there so many living corpses? Zhang Balan stared at the dozens of living corpses in front of her, feeling her back molars aching, and her face showing helplessness visible to the naked eye. I just want to show off, is this the case? I forgot my weapon at the massage parlor. Ah! Is that so? Zhang Balan scratched her head in embarrassment. If that's the case, I really can't blame Sister Baoer. After all, he was the one going for the massage. Stop lying here. However, Zhang Balan soon came to his senses, stared into Sister Baoer's eyes and said, even without weapons, these living corpses cannot be your opponent. Then, Zhang Balan saw Feng Baobao transform into a villain, repeatedly touching his hands in front of him, like a breaststroke movement, with a look of longing in his eyes. I knew you were still thinking about a big sword. Zhang Balan, just play with me once. Seeing the other party's well-behaved appearance, Zhang Balan was helpless to the extreme. Sister Baoer, it's not that I don't give it to you, you really can't play with it. Feng Baobao has been thinking about it since she saw herself taking out the Tiankanjiun sword before. But the problem is that this thing is made of light elements, and she can't pick it up at all. Well, it's too difficult to show off, you have to do it yourself. Then under Feng Baobao's expectant eyes, Zhang Bailan touched his hands, and a golden long sword came into being. Tian Kong Yun Sword. Chapter 3 Third Brother, listen to my quibbles. Have you ever been kicked by a light? With a flicker of his body, Zhang Bailan, who was holding the Tian Kong Yun sword, disappeared from the spot and turned into a flowing golden light, facing the head of a green-faced living corpse. Whoosh! Almost in an electric light, the golden light flashed away, and the living corpse turned into a human cannonball, smashing away countless similar people along the way like a bowling ball. Well, I don't know when all elements will be available. Zhang Bailan, who kicked away the living corpse in front of him and restored his right leg to its original state, thought to himself as he looked at the hedonic value of 741/1300 on the system panel. If you have elementalization, you can save a lot of things whether in daily life or in combat. Although partial elementalization is also very useful, it still has shortcomings after all. Damn it! Is this guy so fierce? What was that just now? Why did it disappear so quickly? And that big golden sword, is that guy's superpower? Standing next to Feng Baobao, Zhang Hulan was holding the big tree with his arms akimbo and panting. His eyes were squinting here, with an expression of fear like that of an ordinary person on his face, but in fact, the fear in his heart was even greater. As a foreigner who also mastered qi, in his eyes at this moment, Zhang Bailan's whole body was filled with golden qi, and the amount was terrifying. Laugh! Tian Kong Yunjian turned around and cut off the head of a living corpse. With the blessing of the domineering power of seeing and hearing, everything within a radius of 60 meters appeared in his mind like an ultra-high-definition map. Moreover, it seems that the more points the weapon color is strengthened, the wider the perception range of the sight color becomes. Baihu! With his free left hand, a beam of light flew out again, piercing through the bodies of several living corpses, and finally a huge fireball exploded in their center. Just like the enhancement of sight and color, it seems that the more points the devil fruit is enhanced, the more destructive the moves inspired by the shining fruit will be. I remember that when Zhang Bailan first awakened the system, the destructive power of this laser attack was less than 30% of what it is now. Too slow. These living corpses look terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people, but in Zhang Bailan's eyes they are no different from living targets. Holding the Tian Kong Yun sword in one hand and slashing, the other hand kept firing the laser light. The group of living corpses that were still menacing before were cleared away in 3 strokes. Behind a big tree not far away, there was a girl with orange hair hiding. It was Lu Yunyan who was secretly controlling the living corpses. She was originally looking forward to a good show, but when she witnessed Zhang Bailan crushing her own corpses like a torrent, was so frightened that he covered his mouth and nose and squatted in place, not daring to make a sound. How terrible! Who is this guy? Where did he and that woman come from? Baihu! After firing the last laser light, there was no longer a living corpse standing on the flaming and bumpy mountain road. Zhang Bailan expressed no interest in Lu Yunyan who was hiding in the dark. He would catch whoever he wanted. Has nothing to do with myself. So handsome. It's simply more handsome than my golden light spell. Zhang Hulan on the side was in a trance, still immersed in the opponent's smooth and silky battle, and did not come back to his senses for a long time. It's solved, Sister Baoer. The Tiankanjiun sword in his hand decomposed and disappeared, and Zhang Bailan said to Sister Baoer in the distance. Deep down in my heart, I was secretly happy to have received the 3,000 yuan bonus, and I also imagined the ultimate service in heaven and earth. However, Feng Baobao pointed at Zhang Hulan who was in a daze next to him and said, there is one more. That's right. Zhang Bailan's right forearm turned into golden light, preparing to knock the opponent unconscious. Thump. Thinking that the other party was going to kill someone and silence him, Zhang Hulan's legs softened and he knelt on the ground. "Brother, please forgive me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. I beg you two good men to spare my life. The little one knows the rules of the world. He didn't see anything today, and he will never tell anyone what happened today. Don't bother me, brother, I'll do it myself." Then he stood up, hugged the big tree next to him, and slammed into it, knocking himself unconscious. "No billion." Zhang Bailan's mouth twitched crazily. He didn't expect this guy to have such no bottom line. "Let's go. Sister Baoer, it's time to leave here." After glancing at the unconscious Zhang Hulan and sensing that Lu Yunyan had left and there was no one else nearby, the two walked towards the massage parlor in the town. It's not a trivial matter to lose a weapon. It must be retrieved. Of course, it's also nice to have a little massage on the way. 2 hours later. After receiving Su San's call, Zhang Bailan walked out of the massage parlor refreshed and took Sister Baoer to a barbecue stall that was still open. The two of them were eating barbecue while waiting for Su San to pick them up. While waiting for the boss to grill skewers, Zhang Bailan suddenly thought that this time when she went back, Sister Baoer was going to the university to contact Zhang Hulan, and threatened him with the palace San to become his slave. "So, why don't you let Baoer take a video for him?" He remembered that that thing is worth a lot of money in Lushan Dejiao. Late at night, the streets of the small town were deserted, with scattered customers enjoying the tranquility of the night. Zhang Bailan picked up a bunch of roasted kidneys, took a bite, and said, "Sister Baoer, for the sake of me taking you to wash your feet and have a massage, remember to say a nice word to me in front of third brother later." "What do you mean by good words?" "Just say a few nice words and tell me about my good performance in this mission." "I understand, let me praise you in front of Su San." "That's right." Zhang Bailan picked up another oyster and ate it, adding, "It's best to exaggerate a little to let third brother know about my outstanding performance in this mission." "No problem. Thank you, Sister Baoer." Zhang Bailan picked up a bunch of leeks himself and handed a roasted lotus root to the other party diligently. He had even begun to imagine a happy life where he would get a promotion and a salary increase, and stay in heaven and earth every day. The two were chatting while eating, and soon a black Hyundai with double flashers stopped in front of them. The slowly lowered window revealed Su San's gentle face wearing glasses. "Get in the car. Xiaozhang, take the co-pilot seat and tell me about your experience on this mission." Tweet. Zhang Bailan pursed her lips and stared at Sister Baoer in the back row. The latter immediately understood and made an okay gesture. "Su San, Zhang Bailan performed very well on this mission." "Oh." Su San knew that given Bao's character, he would not say this. It must have been taught by Zhang Bailan, but he also wanted to hear how this guy performed, so he smiled and said, "Baby, tell me." Zhang Bailan did very well this time. "As soon as I got here, he took me to the largest restaurant in the area to eat, and then took me to have my feet washed and massaged." After listening to Sister Baoer's words, Zhang Bailan's face that had been so proud just now turned pale instantly, and Su San's expectant expression immediately stiffened. "Wash your feet. Massage." Su San can already picture the scene in his mind. Thinking of Zhang Bailan's exaggeration, Feng Bao added, "I ordered many dishes for one meal, and the total cost was 1,888. Seeing Su San's expression as black as the bottom of a pot, Zhang Bailan realized that there was no way to stop him, so he quietly grabbed the handle of the car and prepared to drive away. Also, the women who washed and massaged the feet were wearing very little clothes, but their skills were very good. They took off their clothes and massaged them very comfortably. Zhang Bailan asked two people to massage his feet. "What is that high-end service called?" "A meal of 1,888. Strip naked and massage. Premium service." Zhang Bailan. "Where the hell did you take the baby? This is how you performed your mission." The angry Su-san was like a roaring lion. He released his hands from the steering wheel and grabbed Zhang Beilan's collar, roaring loudly. "Third brother! Listen to my quibbles, oh no, listen to my explanation, none of this is true. It's just a misunderstanding." Chapter 4, Informed and Dolly's sister Baoer. North Daxia, Jinmen. Express delivery companies are available everywhere. After returning, Zhang Beilan once again lived a leisurely life of clocking in and clocking out. During this period, Su-san also asked him if he wanted to go to college with sister Baoer. However, Zhang Beilan declined. What better place to get into college than his number 8 girl? Beep. Get off work card. Ding. It is detected that the host is in an unhappy mood and cannot obtain happiness points. After walking out of the company's campus, Zhang Beilan did not choose to go home. Instead, she squatted at the door of the company in the strong wind, smoking a melancholy cigarette. Well. He kicked off the cigarette butts on the floor, took out his far-ahead mobile phone, opened the memo and wrote, "Waiting for Susie's third day. Put on the helmet, ride on the electric donkey and leave the company." Beep 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 beep. When passing by a commercial street, Zhang Beilan stopped in front of a shop, looked at the glittering 4-character sign above his head, and his body drooled unsatisfactorily. Heaven and earth. Looking at the expensive decoration and the splendid hall, it seemed that it was a good place for people like him who knew how to maintain health and enjoy life. Those who ride electric bikes, don't stop at the door, go away quickly. Snort. If a dog looks down upon a person, it is not a good place at first glance. Damn Su-si. Okay, security guy, I'll leave right away. After complaining for a while, Zhang Beilan was afraid that the other party would knock off his helmet, so he turned the accelerator and headed home. Before his salary and bonuses were paid, Zhang Beilan couldn't even spend money on Jinzun Foot Road, not to mention heaven and earth. 300 yuan for 2 weeks, how can I have the spare money to go to foot bath, massage, spa? Who will wait for your call, crazy? When I go to meet people with you, I can meet anyone who is not a lunatic like you. Feng Bao Bao, whether it's you or the man that day, I don't want to see anyone. In front of a shop in the Hyuxia Food Street, Zhang Hulan, who was wearing a white t-shirt and a blue shirt jacket, was on a date with someone, and turned off her mobile phone with disdain. Calm. Zhang Hulan must calm down. Take it easy. It's just a meal tonight, not a date yet. Hey! Senior brother Zhang Hulan, you're here so early. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. The moment Zhang Hulan turned his head, a sweet girl with orange twin ponytails, a white t-shirt on her upper body, and a pink miniskirt on her lower body stood shyly in front of him with a smile. Lu Yunyan's shy and cute appearance directly dumbfounded Zhang Hulan, who has been single for 20 years. At this time, Zhang Beilan, who was riding a small electric donkey home in the distance, happened to spot the two of them. Zhang Hulan? Lu Yunyan? Recalling the plot of Zhang Hulan's kidnapping in the original work, Zhang Beilan pinched his chin, then started the electric donkey and walked away. Kidnap whoever you want to kidnap, as long as you don't kidnap me. But before he had ridden very far, the exclusive BGM sounded from far ahead in his arms. After looking at the caller ID, Zhang Beilan thought for a while and answered the call. Hey! Third brother! Xiao Zhang, where are you now? Have you seen Zhang Hulan? I saw it. He left with a girl just now. Does that girl have orange hair? Third brother, how do you know? Xiao Zhang, stop them quickly. That girl is a descendant of the Lu family in Xiangxi and is colluding with Chuan Xing. Their target is Zhang Hulan. Hello? Hello? Third brother, what are you talking about? The signal here is not very good. I can't hear. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Beilan put the phone in his pocket and continued home on a small electric donkey. He earned a salary of 4,000 yuan a month and wanted to treat me like an ox and a horse. Not to mention the descendants of the Liu family in western Hunan, even the zombie Liu family is useless. Beep 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 beep. The little emule continued to move forward, but before it got very far, the far ahead ding in its pocket dinged softly, and then the phone rang again. Hey! Third brother! But this time it was not Su-san who spoke. Sister Baoer's plain voice came from the phone. Zhang Bailin, catch Zhang Hulan, I want to train him myself. After exiting the call interface, Zhang Bailin looked at the 1,000 yuan transferred by Sister Baoer on WeChat, and nodded secretly, knowing that the other party was informed and reasonable. Su-san, you are not on the right track. Then he stamped his feet on the ground, lifted the little electric donkey up and turned around, turned the accelerator to the maximum while the passers-by looked at him in shock, and headed towards the food court in the opposite direction. So beautiful. So cute. After living for 20 years, this is the first time I go out on a date with a living girl. Just when Zhang Hulan was in a daze, Lu Yanyan on the side bent down and said with a sweet smile, Senior brother Zhang Hulan. Ah. Nothing. Even Zhang Hulan had already thought about the name of their child, scratching his face with a sly expression. Poof. Lu Yanyan chuckled lightly, and then said, Senior brother, you are familiar with this place. Do you know where there is delicious food? Take me there. As he said that, he was going to hold Zhang Hulan's arm. Seeing the other party's graceful body approaching her, Zhang Hulan felt extremely excited. At this time, a trumpet sound suddenly sounded next to him. Did he? Who? Didn't you see anyone here? The beautiful atmosphere was instantly broken. Zhang Hulan was furious and wanted to argue with the owner of the voice. Zhang Hulan, we meet again. Hearing the voice coming from his ears, Zhang Hulan only felt a little familiar. Looking at the source of the voice, he felt like a muggle. Sweat broke out on his face and he said in an unnatural tone, Brother, what are you doing? Will it be here? He has not forgotten the terrifying strength of the other party. This is an old man who can rub lasers with his hands, and is not inferior to Sister Baoer in the slightest. Without answering Zhang Hulan's question, Zhang Bailin cast her gaze on Lu Yanyan, who had an equally ugly face, and said, Lu Yanyan, come with me. How does he know my name? Did he discover me that night? Or does he know that I am going to attack Zhang Hulan? Feeling the terrifying aura from Zhang Bailin, Lu Yanyan ran away without hesitation. Without a living corpse, she was just an ordinary girl. Schoolgirl. Schoolgirl. Looking at the schoolgirl disappearing into the crowd, Zhang Hulan shouted heartbreakingly. Did you run away? Then just run away. Sister Baoer didn't let him keep Lu Yanyan anyway. Seeing the other party disappear, Zhang Bailin kicked Zhang Hulan beside him and said slowly, Stop howling, she's not dead. Can't we just contact her again then? Looking at the sad look on Brother Zhu's face, Zhang Bailin understood that even if Zhang Hulan knew that Lu Yanyan wanted to harm him, he would not believe it until he experienced it himself. Okay, the girl's matter has been resolved. Zhang Hulan, have you figured out how to explain it to Sister Baoer? As soon as the words fell, the other party's wailing stopped suddenly, and his body began to tremble visibly. Poor child, wish yourself well. Chapter 5 The Unspeakable Secret of Armed Domineering. Jinmen, suburb of the city. Where is Zhang Hulan? In the dark abandoned factory, a man and a woman walked out of the darkness. Liu Liang, who was wearing a pot lid on his head, raised his glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked around and asked. I didn't catch it. I met the guy from last time again. Lu Yanyan recalled Zhang Bailin's strength and swallowed in fear. However, Liu Liang just spread his hands and said with a little pity, Is that so? The agreement has to be cancelled, and you can't join Xuanxing. But that guy is really strong, I am no match for him. Lu Yanyan immediately became anxious when she heard that the other party said that the agreement was void. No, an agreement is an agreement. I am in charge of personnel affairs. If I say no, it cannot be done. Wait, Sister Xiaohe, what are you going to do? Before Liu Liang finished speaking, a white and tender arm was already wrapped around his neck, a soft touch came from his back, and a charming face said lazily, "Oh, that guy is really that strong. I've said it several times, that guy is really strong. Really? I really want to meet that guy and see who is more powerful." Xiaohe pointed his finger at his lips and chuckled. "Since my sister has spoken, I will give you another chance. Bring Zhang Hulan over and you can join Xuan Xing." Liu Liang stared at Lu Yanyan in front of him and said with a chuckle, "Okay. I will bring Zhang Hulan over." Idiot! Looking at Lu Yanyan leaving, Liu Liang cursed secretly. He had never seen such a stupid guy before. With such little brains, he actually wanted to join the whole group of villains. "Liu Liang, you little rascal, you actually lied to others again, my sister will punish you." "Sister Xiaohe, sister, please spare my life. Express delivery companies are available everywhere." Zhang Bailan parked the electric donkey and led the frightened Zhang Hulan inside. Since it was only an hour before getting off work, there were quite a lot of people working overtime in the company, but when Zhang Bailan walked in, everyone said hello in surprise. To see each other at this time was no less than the 8th in the world. Big miracle. Black-hearted company. Looking at the busy Madto employees and thinking about his future fate, Zhang Hulan decided in his mind that Madto is an unscrupulous company. It's not that he hasn't thought about escaping, but with Zhang Bailan here, he can't escape at all. At this time, deep in the warehouse, Sister Feng Baobao was selecting weapons. Iron rods, machetes, fire axes, various weapons passed through her hands one by one, and finally she chose a soft whip under Su San's persuasion. He waved his hand casually in the air, and there was a soft popping sound. "That's it. Sister Baoer, someone brought it to you." It was at this time that Zhang Bailan led Zhang Hulan in, but before he could finish his words, he saw an afterimage flashing in front of his eyes. Someone knelt down at the speed of light, rubbing the ground all the way to Feng Baobao. "Master! I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Damn it! I don't want Billions guy. The speed of kneeling down is too fast." Zhang Hulan's reaction shocked Zhang Bailan and Su San. He had never seen such a shameless person. "Sister Baoer, I'm leaving first." "Good." Reaching out to say hello, Zhang Bailan put his hands in his pockets and walked out with a step that he didn't recognize. He just got 1,000 yuan, and his plan for tonight must be changed. With money, who would go home and lie on the cold quilt, hugging the warm feet? Doesn't sister sleep well? Wait, Xiaozhang, where are Lu Yanyan? Gone. Listening to Su San's inquiry, Zhang Bailan answered truthfully. "You didn't bring her back with you. Didn't Sister Baoer say that she only wants Zhang Hulan?" "You." Su San sighed, speechless at Zhang Bailan's rotten mentality. He wanted to say something, but he heard the other party say, "It's time to get off work, third brother, I should go home." After saying that, he took care of himself and rode on the small electric donkey, heading towards Jinzun's footpath, leaving Su San messy in the wind. The next day, early morning. In the corner room of Jinzun Foot Road, under the comfortable quilt, Zhang Bailan, who had been crazy all night, slowly opened his eyes and checked the system prompts. Ding! It is detected that the host is extremely happy physically and mentally, and the happiness value is plus 348. Fusion level improvement. Armed color domineering unlock. Name, Zhang Bailan. Template Kizaru, Porisalino. Current fusion degree, 14%, 16/1400 pleasure value. Devil fruit, sparkling fruit. Domineering, domineering with knowledge and domineering, domineering with weapons. Devil fruit strengthening, 2. Enhancement of the color of knowledge, 3. Armed color enhancement, 0. 6 marine styles, shave, moonwalk, and foot. Skills, light laser, Tian Kong Yun sword, partial elementalization, light speed kick. I finally awakened my armed haki. Looking at the description on the system panel, Zhang Bailan thought, and her entire palm instantly turned black. Boom! The corner of the table next to it was knocked twice. Even without the enhanced armament and domineering force, the hardness was still impressive. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he used his strength to gather the armed domineering force in a certain place, and then he found that it was really possible. Try it. Try it. Turn over number 8 next to you, and it's another hour. Ding! It is detected that the host is extremely happy physically and mentally, and the happiness value is plus 349. Boss, give me a pancake with 2 eggs instead of 3 eggs. In the morning at the gate of Jinzun footpath, Zhang Bailan riding a small electric donkey was buying breakfast. People are like iron, and food is like steel. If you don't eat even one meal, you will feel hungry, not to mention a warrior like him who has just experienced a hearty, singing, and tearful and arduous battle. He must take good supplements. Okay, 8 yuan, young man. 8 yuan? Hearing the boss's voice, Zhang Bailan looked at the balance of less than 400 yuan in his WeChat change, and suddenly thought that his salary was 4,000 yuan. Calculated as 30 days per month, that is 133.3 yuan per day, which is equivalent to 0.28 yuan per minute. This means that the boss earned him 8 yuan in less than 5 minutes. What is this? This is a huge profit. After paying the money, Zhang Bailan rode on the small electric donkey and drove towards Nadutong Express Company. He was thinking, how about I get one in the company? Then he immediately shook his head in denial. No, how could someone like him, who couldn't stand any hardship, do this? Beep. Work card. Ding. The host is detected to be in physical and mental pain and cannot obtain pleasure points. Hey! Xiaozhang, what's wrong with you? You're so weak so early in the morning. Su Si, UBD is finally back. Do you know how I got here these days? Zhang Bailan, who heard the familiar voice with pancakes in his mouth, immediately rushed over and grabbed the other person's collar. Xiaozhang, don't get excited. I just came back from the headquarters. I will take you there tonight. After hearing the other party's assurance, Zhang Bailan let go of his hands, returned to his workstation, and continued sorting express delivery. Xiaozhang, are you interested in taking another job? The head office attaches great importance to Chuan Xing's action of stealing Zhang Xilan's body and is ready to catch these guys. Thinking that he might face Chuan Xing, a powerful guy, Su Si wanted to be safe, planned to let Zhang Bailan come along. No interest. Just pay off what you owe me. Zhang Bailan gave the other party a roll of his eyes. As if he had expected it, Su Si held out 5 fingers confidently and said calmly, don't refuse in a hurry. As always, fourth brother will not let you work for nothing. I will give you a basic salary of 500 yuan, and I will give you the services of heaven and earth tonight. How about the upgraded set meal, the best kind? Basic salary of 500 yuan. Service upgrades in heaven and earth. After a moment of silence, Zhang Bailan slowly spoke, fourth brother, let me tell you first, I didn't agree because of the upgraded package, I just have a sworn relationship with Sin. Chapter 6 Xiahi. Hiss ha. Crazy woman, you really didn't do it lightly or lightly. In the male dormitory of Nankai University, Zhang Holan moved his aching body. Even with the golden light spell to protect his body, he still couldn't avoid the pain of Feng Bao's attack. I didn't expect to find someone of the same kind. I'm still an anomaly. Recalling what Su-san said to him, as well as the popular science about the aliens and the alien world, Zhang Hulan, who didn't understand why Chuanxing caught him, felt irritable. He hated this feeling of being treated specially. Ding dong! The phone interface suddenly lit up, and a familiar text message appeared in front of me. Senior brother Zhang Hulan, let's have dinner together tonight. Smiley face. Lu Yanyan, what on earth do you want to do? Sliding to unlock the phone, Zhang Hulan was about to reply to Zhang Hulan, who was unavailable. Suddenly, he remembered the plan he had discussed with Su-san to capture Chuanxing, and quickly typed a sentence on the keyboard, "Okay, schoolgirl, see you at the same place. Love." Picking up his coat, Zhang Hulan hurriedly walked out. Beep. Get off work card. Ding. It is detected that the host is extremely unhappy physically and mentally, and cannot obtain happiness points. Zhang Bailan took off his employee uniform and was very angry when he received the news that Su Si was working overtime before leaving get off work. Not only was everything in heaven and earth ruined tonight, but he also had an extra task, asking him to persuade Lu Yanyan, saying that this was the request of the old man of the Lu family in Xiangzi, so forget about the multiple tasks, and the most important thing was that he had prst'd herself for nothing. I am a young man who is ast for free, won't you, the dignified old man of the Lu family, feel heartbroken? So Zhang Bailan decided that when he meets Lu Yanyan later, he must leave an unforgettable memory for her. Thinking of this mission, Zhang Bailan began to complain about this BD Zhang Hulan. He had chosen a bad day and had to be kidnapped by Lu Yanyan today. He had every reason to doubt that this kid could defeat him. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is really the case. Basically, every time I work overtime, it has something to do with this BD. Forget it, Zhang Bailan took out a 3 yuan Chenbei and started smoking alone. Xiaozhang. Before finishing smoking a cigarette, Su-san and Feng Baobao came over. Looking at Zhang Bailan who was still waiting for him here after get off work, Su-san was very surprised. He didn't know what method Su Si used to make the other party willing to work overtime, and it seemed that even the baby knew this method. This feels like a dormitory with 4 people. 3 people have set up a group chat, but they don't include him. It's very unpleasant. Looking at Su-san's confused expression, Zhang Bailan knew what the other person was thinking, but she could only shake her head helplessly. This kind of thing can only be understood and cannot be explained in words. The 3 of them got into the black Hyundai and drove out of the city according to the locator installed on Zhang Hulan. Half an hour later. The suburbs of Jinmen. Just when Zhang Bailan and the others were about to reach their destination. In an abandoned factory in the suburbs. The tied-up Zhang Hulan was unceremoniously thrown to the ground by Lu Yanyan's living corpse, who looked at the man and woman in front of him with his hands on his hips slightly. At this time, Zhang Hulan was praying crazily in her heart for Su-san and Feng Baobao to come quickly, for fear that he would be doomed if they arrived a little later. As for Zhang Bailan, Zhang Hulan has no hope at all. After understanding the eldest brother's code of conduct, he came to the conclusion that there are only 4 words, a role model for our generation. He thought he didn't have that much face to ask such an expert to save him. Here. I brought Zhang Hulan back. It's really Zhang Hulan. I really don't know whether I should say you are awesome or this guy is too stupid to get the same trick twice. Liu Liang moved his glasses, squatted down and poked Zhang Hulan's cheek, looking surprised. Appearance. What do you mean? Forget it, I can always join Chuanxing this time. Although this guy's words were unpleasant, Lu Yanyan didn't care at this time. Wholeness. This is an evil sect that has existed in the alien world for thousands of years. Most of the members in the organization are lawless villains who do not know what the rules are. The founder of the sect is Yang Shu, one of the hundreds of schools of thought during the Warring States period. When it was founded, Chuanxing was not the cult it is today. They believed in the philosophy of do not take a single cent from the world, and do not give a single cent to the world, and the world will be governed. But as time goes by, the greed of the disciples gradually forgets the original philosophy, only remembering the rule of not giving a cent to the world, and gradually becomes a full-blooded monster that harms the alien world. Of course, for such a cult, there is no so-called joining ceremony, not even an audit. You only need to declare that you are omnisexual, so what Lu Yanyan has done these few times is just Liu Yang just using her. Of course. From today on, you are one of us. It's so simple, I just joined. No need to hold any ceremony, or any special signs or tattoos. After hearing Liu Yang's words, Lu Yanyan was stunned for a while and asked tentatively. No. No. That's too much trouble. Really no need. Facing Lu Yanyan's inquiry, Liu Yang replied helplessly, no need to confirm anymore. You keep saying you want to join Xuanxing. How much do you know about it? When asked, Lu Yanyan expressed her opinion, I heard that people with all genders can use their abilities without restrictions. While Liu Yang and Lu Yanyan were talking, Xiaohe, who had long pink hair, slowly walked towards Zhang Hulan. Finding someone approaching him, Zhang Hulan struggled even more vigorously, and the cloth around his mouth fell off due to the violent shaking. Looking at the woman leaning down in front of him, Zhang Hulan asked in a slightly panic, You tied me here, what do you want to do? What are you doing? Xiaohe pinched Zhang Hulan's chin and kept getting closer to him and said, That's great. You are indeed a descendant of that old man. Even if you are restrained, you can still feel the power in your body. As he spoke, his palm passed across Zhang Hulan's chest, stroking all the way down. The itching in his chest was unbearable, and he suppressed the strange movements in his heart. Zhang Hulan thought of the effect of the palace sand, and said in a panic to the woman in front of him, Don't come over, this will kill someone. After a while, Zhang Hulan found that there was no tingling pain between his legs. Xiao Gongsha actually didn't respond. Could it be that this woman? Whoosh! Just when Xiaohe was still trying to tease Zhang Hulan, a stone flew straight from a distance, interrupting her movement. Bang! The stones were like small cannonballs that would not explode, smashing a dent in the van behind the opponent with a diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters, causing the vehicle body to shake violently. Xiaohe, take your hands off him. Su Lao-san, Feng Bao, and a guy I don't know. Liu Yang said as he looked at Su San walking towards the factory door. Guangxing's newcomer Liu Yang, I didn't expect that Xiaohe, one of the 4 madmen, is also here. Bao and Xiaozhang will be in trouble this time. Su San stared at Xiaohe and said. It's okay, I'll kill them. Feng Bao slipped the blade from his sleeve and was eager to try. Third brother, are these guys going to die or live? Zhang Bailin picked his ears and said a little casually. He also thought about finishing the fight early and going to heaven and earth with Su Si. Compared to Liu Yang, when Lu Yanyan saw Zhang Bailin, she involuntarily stepped back, letting the living corpse block her body, and said in fear, That's the guy, I'm talking about him. That's him, he doesn't look that good. With Lu Yanyan's reminder, Liu Yang remembered who Zhang Bailin was. Similarly, after Xiaohe heard this, his eyes fell on Zhang Bailin. He glanced at Zhang Bailin with a pair of almond-shaped eyes and said with a smile, I'm so full of energy. I really want to play with you. Of course, it's better in bed. Come and save me. Are you 3 the only ones who belong to Zhang Hulan? Seeing the appearance of Zhang Bailin and the others, Zhang Hulan was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, even this eldest brother was here, and then he shouted loudly, Brother Lan, come and save me. No need to look for it, it's just the 3 of us. Ignoring Zhang Hulan's call for help, Zhang Bailin, who had been RD, stepped forward, and his sharp eyes fell on Lu Yanyan, ready to listen to the words of the old man of the Liu family and persuade the other party. Asked in a deep voice, Liu Yanyan, so, you are fully sexual now, right? Chapter 7 The Naughty Kid Must Be Beaten. Well. Facing Zhang Bailan's question, Liu Yanyan, who was hiding behind the living corpse and looking frightened, didn't know how to answer for a while. What's wrong with you? Haven't you always wanted to join Chuanxing? Why don't you dare to admit it now? If you don't even have this courage, it would be better for you to quit us as soon as possible. Besides, Sister Xiaohe is one of the 4 mad men. There is nothing to be afraid of with her. Liu Liang, who was standing aside, looked at Liu Yanyan's cowering appearance, bent down and covered her stomach, laughing. As if remembering some unpleasant past events, Liu Yanyan seemed to be inspired, and she said to Zhang Bailan, yes, I am full S*X now. Liu Yanyan, don't talk nonsense, you don't know what complete S*X is. Su San immediately scolded after hearing what the other party said. I want you to take care of it. I said I am Chuanxing, and I am Chuanxing. Liu Yanyan ignored Su San's kindness at all. Liu Yanyan. Shut up. You are just like the old guy at home, always pretending to be sanctimonious for my own good. I know what I want. Liu Yanyan directly answered first, blocking what Su San wanted to say. The resentment and dissatisfaction on her face were visible to the naked eye. Liu Yanyan, you. Okay, third brother, leave this matter to me. Zhang Bailan has never been married, and has never experienced the troubles of being a parent, but he can't help but spend a lot of time surfing the internet. He knows that the most direct way to deal with such a pampered naughty child is to give him a beating. Just finish it. Once you beat someone, you will be honest. Everything is right after the fight, and it tastes delicious. Very good. If you can say something like this, it proves that you have your own ideas and can be responsible for your actions. Now that you have joined Chuanxing, you should know what kind of people Chuanxing is, and you should also understand how Chuanxing is dealt with in the alien circle. As he spoke, Zhang Bailan slowly raised his left hand. How to deal with Chuanxing? The brainless Liu Yanyan never thought about this problem and looked at Liu Liang standing aside. How to deal with it? Liu Liang adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a sinister smile, because Chuanxing doesn't follow the rules, other aliens don't follow the rules towards Chuanxing either. Generally, the companions who are caught are all dead. It's disabled. Baiu. Basically, the moment Liu Liang finished speaking, a laser shot out from Zhang Bailan's fingers. The hot light flew past Liu Yanyan's cheek, leaving a scar and shooting into the abandoned factory behind her. Boom! A sky-high explosion sounded, and a fireball rose from it. He's right. Chuanxing doesn't follow rules for other aliens, so other aliens naturally don't follow rules for Chuanxing. How to deal with Chuanxing's disciples who are caught depends on their own preferences. Oh! I forgot to ask you, have you ever been slapped by a light? At some point, Zhang Bailan disappeared from everyone and appeared next to Liu Yanyan. Liu Yanyan, who had never experienced much of the world as a fledgling, was still immersed in the death crisis just now. Her whole body was shaking and she stood numbly. Snap! A palm shining with golden light appeared at an extremely fast speed and hit the opponent's delicate face hard. The opponent was like an out-of-control car, flying upside down and crashing into the factory in the distance. What a quick move! What was that just now? Was it light? Liu Liang's eyes shrank into a ball. He didn't even see clearly how the man in front of him moved, and Liu Yanyan flew out from his side. And the dangerous golden beam just now looks so much like a laser in a science fiction movie. What a powerful attack! I wonder if you are as powerful in bed. After giving Liu Liang a wink and indicating that he was ready to run away, Xiaohe slapped Zhang Bailan. After just a short attack, Xiaohe knew that he would not be his opponent compared to the destructive force. However, the Chuanxing Four Madnesses did not rely on outsiders' kung fu. Their unique abilities were their proudest abilities. 4 cardinal vices. Each of the 4 madnesses corresponds to an ability, and Xiaohe is one of them. Once she is touched by her ability, her lust will be magnified at best, or she will fall into the boundless sea of desire. What kind of special power is this, Xiaozhang? The destructive power is so great. Even though he knew that Zhang Bailan was very powerful, Su San couldn't help but be shocked when all this was presented to him. Su San, I'll deal with the one who wants to run away. Sister Baoer clenched the Akamoto 1.1 in her hand before she rushed out a few meters when she was pulled back by Su San's telekinesis. There's no need for you to take action, baby. Brothers who shouldn't be ambushing don't take action. Just leave this place to Xiaozhang alone. Xiaohe, the bone scraper. Looking at the woman rushing towards him, Zhang Bailan saw that the woman's palm was wrapped in a ball of pink energy. Is this Xiaohe's ability? Zhang Bailan knew very well how terrifying this ability was. The earth monkey in the original book who knew everything was just slapped, just like an animal in heat, thinking about mating all the time. As the saying goes, there are 2 kinds of death in a person's life, one is physical death, and the other is social death. Zhang Bailan does not want to experience either of these. Armed and domineering. The invisible armed color climbed up, wrapped around his upper body, and forcefully received the opponent's palm. What a pity! I didn't expect you to not hide. Do you really want your sister to love you so much? Looking at the man who was hit by him, Xiaohe had a charming smile on his face and moved his palm up Zhang Bailan's chest. But when he touched Zhang Bailan's face, he was held tightly by a big hand. Xiaohe, the bone scraper, is nothing more than that. My chi, how come it has no effect? Looking at the man holding her wrist, Xiaohe's expression was stiff. Not only her, but Su San in the distance also widened his eyes and said with an unbelievable look, Xiaohe's ability has failed. There is a very strange chi in Zhang Bailan's body that I can't understand. Also looking, Feng Baobao saw it much more clearly than the other 2. After being surprised, Xiaohe once again regained his breathtaking appearance and said enchantingly, there is only one kind of person who can resist my powers, and that is the guy who has reached a certain level of life cultivation. Little brother, you are really surprising. Although Xiaohe didn't guess correctly, he was very close to the correct answer. Just like the dual cultivation of life and life that practitioners in this world pay attention to, Zhang Bailan's armed domineering energy is also a special physical ability, so it can block Xiaohe's bone scraper. As for his will, his steely heart that wants to show off and enjoy life cannot be changed by any power. Xiaohe is indeed beautiful, and the lazy temperament exuding from her body is also very charming, but this thorny rose does not meet Zhang Bailan's needs. He who only wants to show off can't have anything to do with such a beautiful woman. Chapter 8. A dead Taoist friend is not tired of a poor Taoist. Zhang Bailan grabbed Xiaohe's wrist and wanted to end the fight quickly, arching her right leg and kneeling in front of her. Little brother, you really don't know how to show mercy to others. Upon noticing the other party's movements, Xiaohe glanced at Zhang Bailan with a charming look, then wrapped his palm with pink chi and aimed downwards to hit. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the moment his knees and palms came into contact, a circle of dust arose around him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohe also took advantage of the opportunity to break free from his grabbed wrist. Sensing the force coming from his knees, Zhang Bailan did not choose to continue to attack. The brief confrontation had already made him understand that the opponent's strength was not bad. If the two continued to fight with regular skills, he didn't know how long it would take to determine the winner. Let's not talk about whether Zhang Bailan can win Xiaohe for sure. Even if he can win, it will take a lot of effort. This is not in line with his behavior of playing tricks and taking advantage of others. Although Su Si was promised to seize all the integrity, it did not mean that he would go to war for it. After all, he could easily make money on his own, so there was nothing wrong with it. In addition, the half-dead Xuanxing was also captured, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan glanced at Xiaohe in front of him. Based on the idea that a dead Taoist friend would not be a burden to a poor Taoist, he decided to use some untested, unsafe, and unconventional methods. Scratching the short black hair on top of his head, Zhang Bailan changed his previous lazy look, turned around and asked Su San solemnly, "Third brother, as long as I can catch this guy, I can do anything." The moment the words fell, an invisible strong wind slowly emerged, blowing the floating dust particles on the ground. At this time, Zhang Bailan's whole temperament suddenly changed drastically. Compared with his usual laziness, he was completely different, and actually gave Su San an extremely dangerous feeling. If Zhang Bailan was a young man who was just hanging out and waiting to die, now he is like a top master hiding in the bustling city. Is this still the Xiao Zhang I know? After being stunned for a moment, Su San nodded in agreement. There are no rules to deal with Xuanxing, not to mention that Zhang Bailan's opponent is Xiaohe, one of the 4 crazy people. I understand. After getting Su San's approval, Zhang Bailan nodded, then looked to the side and said, "Sister Baoer, please bring Lu Yanyan out, otherwise she may be accidentally injured later. As for Zhang Hulan, let him go to the west." In line with the mentality of never doing more than the agreed amount, the agreement between him and Su Si did not include the provision of protecting Zhang Hulan. Good. After agreeing, it didn't take long for Feng Bao to drag out Lu Yanyan, whose face was swollen and unconscious. At this time, Zhang Bailan directly elementalized his left hand, and countless light particles floated in mid-air, as if controlled by some kind of force, slowly gathered together, and gradually formed a ball of light. This trick was his own creation. The inspiration comes from the red romantic ballroom light ball that Feng Bao went to once. The principle is to continuously compress the light elements and use the burst of energy to solve the enemy after reaching the critical point. Of course, he himself couldn't guarantee what the actual effect would be, and it wouldn't be surprising even if it suddenly exploded in his hand. In order to show off his laziness, Zhang Bailan can be said to have gone all out this time. Is this Xiao Jiang's innate power? He can actually turn his body into energy. After Su San saw Zhang Bailan's actions, he stood there in shock, looking at the opponent's elemental palm in disbelief. You must know that the human body is composed of actual materials, and if you want to turn these actual materials into the form of qi, the difficulty is no less than climbing to the sky. In his knowledge, even the Heavenly Master Zhang's highway of Longhe Mountain Heavenly Master Mansion, who is recognized as the strongest in the alien world, cannot do it. A lot of qi, Zhang Bailan has become that glowing state again. Feng Bao looked at the other party curiously. With so much qi, what do you want to do? Xiaohe asked curiously, looking at the growing ball of light in the opponent's hand. Only Zhang Hulan, who was tied up with 5 flowers, kept squirming crazily on the ground while shouting loudly, "Sister Baoer, save me! Third brother, save me! Brother Lan, be merciful!" In fact, Zhang Hulan didn't know what Zhang Bailan wanted to do, but he could guess that this ball of light must be very dangerous. When the fight actually started, he would definitely not be able to escape like this. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, the ball of light in Zhang Bailan's hand stopped growing when it expanded to a diameter of 30 centimeters. Compared with Su San, Feng Bao, Xiaohe, these melon-eating people, only as the creator, he understood the danger of this ball of light. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhang Bailan pushed the ball of light forward in his hand, and immediately ran away without looking back, while shouting loudly, "Run! Why run?" That's naturally because Zhang Bailan can't control it and created this thing by himself. Translated, this sentence means that it will attack indiscriminately until the energy is exhausted. As for why this situation occurs, it is because this is Zhang Bailan's own skill, not given by the system. If we want to analyze the problems in detail, it is like the skills given by the system have a fixed template. Every time he uses it, he will be activated and release the corresponding moves. The self-created skill means that this move needs to be maintained by himself from the moment it is activated until it is successfully launched. But if you think about it, you know that using an invisible element like light to construct moves is extremely difficult for Zhang Bailan, who has only awakened the shining fruit for half a year. Run, it's just such a small ball, does it still need to run? Su San looked at the ball of light flying out quietly, a little confused, and then asked Feng Baobao next to him, "Baby, what do you think?" Su San, "I'll run first." Before Su San could finish asking, Feng Baobao had already appeared at the factory gate dragging Lu Yanyan. Su San. Xiaohe. Zhang Hulan, danger. Brother Lan, save me. Just when the three of them were confused, the originally calm sphere changed. More than a dozen golden lights burst out and exploded. Like the spherical spotlights at the top of the dance hall in a nightclub, they violently shot golden lasers towards the ground below, attacking indiscriminately everyone within the location. Sister Xiaohe, get in the car quickly. Boom. Liu Liang, who had just rushed out on a motorcycle, didn't even finish his words. A flying laser directly blasted him and the motorcycle into the sky. FK. Zhang Bailan, UBD. A laser beam flew past Zhang Hulan's butt and shot into the ground in the distance. Regardless of the burning sensation coming from his buttocks, Zhang Hulan squirmed like a caterpillar in the passing golden light, and then was blown up as expected. S flew up. Zhang Bailan, what on earth did you do? Please stop it quickly. Su San, who was hit by a laser on his back, turned into bolt and ran for his life. He only wished that his mother had lost 2 legs. While running, he asked Zhang Bailan to stop the ball of light. Third brother, this is with your permission, I can't control it. Before he could run far away, the elemental form on his chest dodged a laser beam, and Zhang Bailan shouted with sweating profusely. It's fun, Zhang Bailan, I want to learn this trick. Compared to Su San and Zhang Bailan, Feng Baobao was able to avoid the incoming laser with ease, saying that he also wanted to learn it. Can't. Almost in unison, Su San and Zhang Bailan refused sharply. Chapter 9 Red Romance. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions could be heard continuously. In a small ditch 10 meters away from the abandoned factory, Zhang Bailan and the other 2 people stuck out their heads and glanced into the distance. Looking at the fire caused by the explosion, Su Si swallowed his saliva and classified Zhang Bailan as a high-risk person in his heart, vowing not to casually allow the other party to take action next time. Zhang Bailan, what is this move called? It's actually more powerful than my continuous CE. Feng Baobao asked, looking at the golden sphere eagerly. Continuous CE. Hearing the innocent-looking Feng Baobao say this word, Su San on the side clenched his fists, veins popped up on his forehead, and he wished he could go back and kill Su Si now. You don't have to think about it, you know it was him who taught the baby. Seeing Su San's furious look, Zhang Bailan felt a little sweat in his heart. If he let the other party know that he was the one who taught Feng Baobao, he would definitely lose the 600 perfect attendance points this month. That's 600 yuan. 1/7 of Zhang Bailan's salary is enough for him to go to Jinzun footpath to wash his bare feet twice. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong with you? Seeing Zhang Bailan constantly touching his forehead, Su San thought that using such a move cost too much and had some side effects, so he expressed concern. A man's mouth, a woman's legs. Don't listen to Su San complaining about Zhang Bailan, but in his heart he regards the other party as more precious than gold. It's nothing, third brother, I'm fine. Zhang Bailan, who felt guilty after hearing the other party's concern, decisively changed the subject and said, Sister Baoer, the name of this trick is Red Romance. Red Romantic Ballroom, I just remembered, it was the place where you taught me about CE and continuous CE on my last business trip. Feng Baobao, who was one of the smarter ones, said as he smashed his fist into his palm. It was not taught by Su Si. Su San, who just now was thinking about how to deal with Su Si when he went back, immediately froze on the spot and wanted to teach Zhang Bailin a lesson, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. He suddenly felt that maybe deducting wages would be more effective than giving him a beating. So cold. There is murderous intent. Zhang Bailin felt a chill on her back and broke out in cold sweat. She quickly argued, "Third brother, listen to me." Zhang Bailin, who was about to pour dirty water on Su Si, suddenly realized that the other party did not take action. Wrong. 10 points can make 12 points wrong. Is this still the jealous Su San? The more the other party behaves like this, the more panicked Zhang Bailin feels. It is likely that she will not be able to keep her full attendance this month. Never mind. Thinking of the 3,000 bonus promised by Su Si, plus his own salary and the reimbursement for a one-day trip to Zhang Hulin's grandfather's grave, Zhang Bailin, who could receive more than 10,000 yuan this month, said that this is only 600 yuan, I don't want it anymore. Time is like sand, passing by bit by bit. Fortunately, when Zhang Bailin was rubbing the red romance dance ball, she didn't input too much power, and the rapid explosion sound finally subsided. My dear. Where is this? Are you coming to Syria? Zhang Bailin and the other three walked into the abandoned factory. They saw that the ground under their feet was as pitted and black as scorched earth, and the pungent smell of gunpowder smoke was everywhere. Half of the factory building not far away had collapsed, and the remaining half was also crumbling. At this situation, Su San could only take a breath of cold air, and he had a deeper understanding of the destructive power of Zhang Bailin's supernatural powers. In other words, Zhang Bailin can no longer be viewed from the perspective of an ordinary stranger. This is already the power of light artillery. Limit. Must be restricted. There will be no special circumstances in the future, and he will never be allowed to act recklessly like this again. Zhang Bailin, this is strong. I still have something more powerful that I haven't used yet. The three of them searched separately. After a search, Zhang Bailin finally found the unconscious Xiaohe behind the ruins of the collapsed factory. Apparently the other party used the ruins as a bunker and escaped. What a big ball! This must have AD. Staring at Xiaohe's tattered white t-shirt that had been blown up, Zhang Bailin looked at the two faintly hanging white stars and remained silent for a long time. Where did you buy these pants? The quality is so good. Taking off his shirt and covering it on the other party, Zhang Bailin turned and left, continuing to look for Zhang Hulin and Liu Liang. As for why you should do this? Zhang Bailin said that although he is greedy for money, lustful, and arrogant, but he is a gentleman. 5 minutes later, Liu Liang was pulled out from the other corner of the collapsed ruins. It was obvious that he was of mediocre strength and was much more seriously injured than Xiaohe. At least the leg in Zhang Bailin's hand could not be saved. As for Zhang Hulin, Zhang Bailin discovered through seeing and hearing that he was hanging on a tree outside the factory with his butt exposed. It's so white and so inconspicuous. After telling Su San the location of Xiaohe and the others, Zhang Bailin stretched and said, "Third brother, there's nothing wrong. I'm going home to rest." After getting the consent, before leaving, Zhang Bailin glanced at Liu Yanyan, whose leg was pulled by Feng Baobao, and the back of her head was almost flattened, and the corners of her mouth twitched crazily. After Zhang Bailin left, Su San took out the company's internal mobile phone and asked the Nadutong employees who were lying in the periphery to come out and clean the battlefield. At the same time, on the highway leading from the suburbs to the city, a black bid parked on the side of the road. Su Si, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, was talking on the phone. "Yeah. Okay, I understand, now you know how powerful Xiaozhang is." After hanging up the phone, Su Si did not rush to start the vehicle. Grabbing the steering wheel with one hand, he leaned into the back seat and said with a chuckle, "Okay, Xiaozhang. You can't even match the arrogant Xia He. He's hiding quite well. Fourth brother, it's just a fluke. If the four crazy people are here, it's a question whether they can escape unscathed today." Zhang Bailan leaned back on the cushion and closed his eyes to rest. "Four crazy, you really dare to say that?" Su Si didn't know what to say for a moment. You could say Zhang Bailan was proud, but he also knew that he was no match for Si Kuang. You could say he was humble, because he dared to compare Si Kuang. After starting the car, Su Si said, "Xiaozhang, if you face four crazy people at the same time in the future, remember to run if you can." It's not that Su Si was worried about Zhang Bailan's safety, it was just that he knew the destructive power of this guy's powers better than Su San. "Yeah. Got it, fourth brother." Zhang Bailan replied casually. How is it possible for a young man like him who is living in a rented house, running a golden footpath, and working in a company to meet all four crazy people at the same time? Well, go to heaven and earth. Su Si suddenly said after hearing the other party's answer and looking at Zhang Bailan through the rear-view mirror. After hearing about heaven and earth, Zhang Bailan thought for a while, then waved his hands and said, "Let's have another day, fourth brother, today's consumption is a bit small." Although rubbing the red romantic light balls with your hands consumes a lot of yourself, it is far from reaching the point where you can't even have fun. It's just that Zhang Bailan hopes that she can attack with a perfect posture and enjoy it all with a perfect body and mind. "Okay. I'll change it some other time, but I heard there is an event in the heaven and earth tonight, it seems like it's click one, get one free. Let's go, fourth brother." At some point, Zhang Bailan, who was leaning against his seat, straightened up and said with a righteous look, "I think I can fight for another 800 rounds. Chapter 10 Don't Come Here. The next day. North Daxia, Jinmen. The largest bathing center in the area is Heaven and Earth. In the VIP room with a built-in bath on the 5th floor, there were 3 naked bodies lying on a large round bed with a width of 3 meters. Hiss. Rubbing his head, Zhang Bailan sat up from the bed, recalling the madness last night, and picked up 3 pieces of clothes worth 100 yuan among the red, white, purple, nurse uniforms and sailor uniforms scattered on the floor. Who would have thought that, wearing this shabby outfit, he could actually enjoy a special service worth 10,000 yuan per night, and I heard that this is not the best package, but there is a more extreme experience on top of it. But it's really cool. Walking to the bathroom with weak legs, she washed her face with cold water. Looking at the man with dark circles under his eyes in the mirror, Zhang Bailan said that she would never indulge herself like this next time and should pay attention to protecting her body. That's it. Next time, be more restrained and come less often. Just as he was thinking this, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host is detected to be so happy physically and mentally, the happiness value is plus 621. Well, it actually has 621 points of happiness. Wasn't it always over 300 points before? Turning back and looking at the 2 figures lying on the bed, Zhang Bailan suddenly understood that it was because there was one more person. Thinking of this, a crazy idea came to his mind. One more person would be worth more than 300 points, then what if? Shaking his head vigorously, he opened the door and walked towards the hall on the 1st floor. Zhang Bailan felt that if he really did that, he would definitely kill himself. 2 is the limit. No more. The lobby on the 1st floor. When Zhang Bailan came downstairs, Su Si was already waiting there. "Oh. We're finally down. I thought you were reluctant to get up." Su Si, who was about to make a call, put down far ahead and joked. Listening to the other party's words, Zhang Bailan just smiled shyly, like an innocent novice. The 2 left the heaven and earth, and within a few steps, Zhang Bailan saw a familiar stall, pancake fruit. "Boss, let's have a pancake with fruit and 2 eggs. Okay, thank you for 10 yuan. Zhang Bailan was silent. The same boss, the same stall, the same recipe, but he couldn't figure out why the price of 8 yuan pancake fruit suddenly increased to 10 yuan. Boss, isn't it 8 yuan? You are bullying an honest person. Zhang Bailan asked in a low voice. The boss was silent for a moment and said, the pancakes and fruits at the door of heaven and earth are a little more expensive. Zhang Bailan, how much does the boss earn per month? Boss, more than 10,000. Zhang Bailan. Boss, you can't afford it, right? However, Zhang Bailan was in no mood to pay attention to the other party, and only had the words more than 10,000 in his mind. The atmosphere is just right and quiet. Zhang Bailan's heart dropped. He works from 8 to 5 every day, travels and works overtime to deal with various dangerous incidents, and braves dangers and fires. After a month, including reimbursements and bonuses, he only earns a little over 10,000. People are more infuriating than people. Zhang Bailan was thinking about whether to resign from Tutong and start a street stall. Fourth brother. Do you think delivering express delivery has a better future, or selling pancakes and fruits? Zhang Bailan suddenly asked after paying 10 yuan and walking towards the parking lot. He only has to go to work in the morning every day and can earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Zhang Bailan said that his wallet needs this job very much. However, Su Si raised his eyebrows and took out his black mobile phone from his pocket. Hey! City management? I'm reporting that there are people setting up stalls at the gate of heaven and earth, and the food is not safe. After doing all this smoothly, Su Si looked at Zhang Bailan, who was dumbfounded, and smiled in his heart. You are just a pancake, but you still want to compete with me. Half an hour later, the owner of the pancake and fruit seller stood in the wind, disheveled, and his tricycle had been taken away by the urban management. Express delivery companies are available everywhere. As soon as Su Si walked in, he was told that Su San was looking for him, while Zhang Bailan could only go to the assembly line to sort the express delivery. The class nature is clear at a glance. This also strengthened Zhang Bailan's dream of starting his own business and becoming his own boss. This poor express delivery service could not last a day. At this time, in the company's basement, Su San, who was wearing glasses, was talking to Zhang Hulan about Chuanxing's philosophy while leading Zhang Hulan towards the room where Xiaohe and other Chuanxing were detained. Zhang Hulan, if you want to know why Chuanxing arrested you, let's listen to what they have to say. Su San said. Immediately, he opened the heavy iron door with one hand and looked inside, where Lu Yunyan was crossing her legs and rubbing the back of her head. The other party was still humming a tune, obviously in a good mood. When they saw Su San and others coming in, there was no trace of fear on their faces, as if they were sure that the other party would not do anything to them. Lu Yunyan, right? The only descendant of the Lu family in western Hunan. Su San gate of opening revealed the other party's identity straight away. But facing Su San knowing her identity, Lu Yunyan was not surprised at all, and even sneered, you know it quite clearly. However, I know Na Tutong better. Under the guise of delivering express, in fact, it's the trouble of looking for strangers, even my old man has to be obedient when he sees him, he looks so arrogant. Everywhere is connected, right? There is a higher authority behind it, or in other words, you are basically established by the higher authority. Seeing Su San's silence, Zhang Hulan on the side suddenly knew in his heart that Tong Tong was indeed established by the higher UPS. Just when Zhang Hulan was thinking about it, Su San had already talked to Lu Yunyan about the truth, and Lu Yunyan also began to complain about her family's decision, which resulted in a tragic childhood. After a hearty exchange, neither party convinced the other. Facing Su San's inquiry, Lu Yunyan had the same attitude. Su San did not dare to do anything to her, and was too lazy to even respond with a basic reply. Tisk 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 tisk. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of clicking at the door. Su-si leaned on the door frame and said scornfully, "Su-san, you are such a waste, can't you even handle such a little girl?" With that said, Su-si, who was holding a cigarette, pushed Su-san away, came to Lu Yanyan, and said fiercely, "Little girl, tell me your purpose this time. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you." "Humph. Very good, I don't like nonsense either." Faced with Lu Yanyan who refused to speak, Su-si did not take any action. He sneered and shouted to Feng Bao, "Baby, let Xiao Zhang come here." Hearing Zhang Bailan's name, Lu Yanyan instinctively recalled the previous slap, and her body trembled subconsciously, but she still resisted speaking. She didn't believe that that guy in the company dared to do anything to her. "Fourth brother, isn't this bad?" After Zhang Hulan heard this, he couldn't help but recall the scene where he showed his fart under the moon and died in society. "I know." Feng Bao agreed and walked outside. Not long after, Zhang Bailan, who complained in his heart about the evil intentions of the capitalists and their arbitrary use of workers, walked in full of resentment. Glancing at the people in the room, Zhang Bailan knew in her heart that she wanted him to persuade Lu Yanyan. Then he said in a gloomy voice, "Fourth brother, you are looking for me." Chapter 11 The Gentle Big Brother Next Door. "Fourth brother, you are looking for me." The moment Zhang Bailan walked in, the temperature in the room dropped with a clear feeling, especially Lu Yanyan, whose whole heart was in her throat. She was really scared, afraid that the other party would give her another flash of PSY. However, finding that there were so many people present, Lu Yanyan finally regained some confidence and tried her best to look directly at Zhang Bailan. At the same time, I kept cheering myself up from the bottom of my heart. "Come on, Lu Yanyan. You can do it. Yes. Just look at him directly. You must not be afraid of this BD. Nadu Tong is a legitimate company, this guy doesn't dare to do anything to me." Zhang Bailan didn't feel much about Lu Yanyan's performance. He was still immersed in the feeling of being exploited by capitalists. "Here comes Xiao Zhang. Hey, there is such a big resentment, but the fourth brother has found a good job for you today. Let this guy explain the purpose of Chuan Xing, and I will give you an additional 1,000 yuan in basic salary." Hearing Zhang Bailan's fake resignation in the morning made Su-si realize that if he didn't spend some money, the other party might really resign in the future. Of course, even if his father Su Xiang is the person in charge of North Daxia, Su-si cannot give an unknown employee a salary increase at will, otherwise there will be chaos. Just imagine, if he really did this, it would cause an uproar within the North Daxian Adaotong branch and cause disunity. Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. This is the inherent bad nature of human beings. Naturally, you can't give Zhang Bailan too much at once, otherwise it will be a bit difficult for you to get this guy to work overtime after you have enough money. Su-san in the room heard this and did not object. Talents like Zhang Bailan who are strong and get along well with Bao are exactly what they urgently need. So cold. Zhang Hulan crossed his arms and wondered whether his salary was salary or not. For a student who had not graduated from university, it seemed that he could not feel it personally. However, as Su-si finished speaking, the temperature in the room returned to its original state. Ah, this! Before Zhang Bailan could react, he was stunned by this overwhelming wealth. What happened today? Just by cleaning up Lu Yanyan, he could get a basic salary increase of 1,000 yuan. If you add the previous 500, he will have 5,500 yuan a month. Although you can only enjoy the lowest level of services in heaven and earth, if you stay at Jinzun Foot Road, you can change the nightlife once a week to 3 times every 2 weeks. Zhang Bailan said, "Although I have seen the prosperity of heaven and earth, I will never forget Miss Number 8 who shared weal and woe. This is like domestic flowers and wild flowers. Although wild flowers can bring him the experience of blooming and closing, they are always more delicate than domestic flowers. I am indeed a dedicated man. After coming back to his senses, Zhang Bailan had a smile on his face. The smile was like a spring breeze, and when Su Si had the courage to wash his feet, he was pushed to get a card by the chatty foot bath technician. Fourth brother, tell me what the matter is. My younger brother will definitely handle it for you. No billion. No bottom line. Seeing Zhang Bailan's smile, Su San and Zhang Hulan said in unison with disdain. I leave this girl to you. Su Si pointed at Lu Yanyan behind him. I want to know Chuan Xing's purpose of this opportunity. Don't worry, I promise to ask you. Zhang Bailan made an okay gesture, turned around and walked towards Lu Yanyan. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Zhang Bailan's every step was like a drum, stepping heavily on Lu Yanyan's heart. The arrogance he had when facing Su San was gone. Because of his tense body, he stood up unconsciously and raised his eyes. There was uncontrollable fear in him. Just put the fear on your face. No matter how she found reasons and excuses to convince herself, Lu Yanyan still couldn't forget the fact that she almost died at the hands of the other party not long ago. But her self-esteem would never allow herself to bow her head at this moment. Gilu. Brother Lan is still Brother Lan, his momentum is simply terrifying. Zhang Hulan's throat squirmed, and the depressing atmosphere caused thin beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Lu Yanyan. Stopping in front of the girl, Zhang Bailan's brain ached for a moment as he looked at this rebellious, mentally retarded girl. After all, he is not a vicious person, he is just a good young man who likes to show off, wants to enjoy life, and occasionally kindly solves the troubles of lonely young ladies. All in all, hitting is not advisable, especially for rebellious children. Lu Yanyan, tell yourself, why did Chuan Xing arrest Zhang Hulan? Zhang Bailan said slowly. Seeing that the other party did not take action, Lu Yanyan gritted her teeth and said, just give up on this idea, I won't tell you. Zhang Bailan, don't be like this. Let's discuss it. This is not good for everyone. Lu Yanyan, hey. If you want to get information from me, there is no way. Zhang Bailan, really no chance. Lu Yanyan, even if I die, I won't tell you. Finding that Zhang Bailan had not taken action, Lu Yanyan thought that the other party was concerned about her identity as a heir of the Lu family and an employee of Nando Tong Company, so she became more and more unscrupulous. He sat back on the chair, lifted his legs and said provocatively, it's okay if you want me to tell you, just kneel down and beg me. Zhang Hulan's eyes widened, and she even exclaimed in her heart, FK. Grass. It's a plant. However, its symbolic nature well represents Zhang Hulan's mood at this moment. He looked at Lu Yanyan as if he was looking at an idiot. This woman has no idea how much this kind of behavior is an insult to a man. Not to mention the super powerful Zhang Bailan, Zhang Hulan even wants to go up and give him a slap in the face. Snap! Almost as soon as Lu Yanyan's words came out of her mouth, Zhang Bailan instinctively slapped her, and what followed was the other person's delicate face deforming, leaving the stool and flying to the side. What a stupid thing! Sure enough, the ancients never deceived me. It is not unreasonable for a filial son to emerge from under a stick. No wonder there were not as many naughty children in ancient times as there are now. Slapping Yanyan away, Zhang Bailan stepped forward and kicked her hard. How could it be? How dare he? This works everywhere. Are there still royal laws? Are there still laws? Before Lu Yanyan could think too much, she felt a huge force coming from her abdomen. She bowed into a C shape and hit a solid wall. Before she could react to the severe pain, Zhang Bailan's big foot came again. Xiaozhang, stop! Brother Lan, she is still a child, how could you do this? All this happened so fast that Su San and Zhang Hulan had no time to stop it. Ignoring the shouts of the two people at all, Zhang Bailan kicked a few more times, and then squatted down with golden light on his fingertips. Heshen asked with a smile, Now, can you tell me? The golden cross light amplified little by little, and Lu Yanyan, whose consciousness was completely occupied by fear, cried bitterly, and shouted out of fear, I said. As caring as a big brother next door, Zhang Bailan helped Lu Yanyan straighten her messy bangs, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said softly, this is right. Don't underestimate the power of rules. Although it restrains you, it also binds you. I'm also protecting you. After doing all this, Zhang Bailan walked to Su Si's side and did not leave in a hurry. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Hulan seemed to need the education of love later. Maybe you can make another fortune. You can not only go to work to fish, but also use your time to make extra money. What is this wave called? This is Qin Shuang touching wires, it's a win. Chapter 12. If you don't join, you can get anywhere, so you shouldn't get beaten. The naughty kid still needs to be beaten. After educating Lu Yanyan about love, she had no interest in listening to the other party's nagging. Zhang Bailan, who was in a daze, felt that since he worked so hard and his salary was raised today, he should reward himself well tonight. Where can I reward myself? Wash your feet? Massage? Soothe the lonely soul of the empty lady? In the end, Zhang Bailan decided to go back to the rental house to play games. He was really tired these days and it was time to let his good brother rest for a few days. By the way, you can take revenge on that guy Zhuang, and while increasing your happiness points, you can let him know who is the best player in the league. It was at this time that Lu Yanyan, whose face was full of pear blossoms and made people feel distressed, spoke. As she told, an old incident about Chuanxing and Grandpa Zhang Hulan was revealed. The rough outline of the matter is that Chuanxing wanted to obtain the source of Qi Ti, one of the 8 miracles, from Zhang Hulan's death. The source of Qi body. You mean Chuanxing arrested me for this thing? That's not necessary, because Grandpa didn't teach me this at all. Faced with the answer given by Lu Yanyan, Zhang Hulan shrugged and said that he did not have such a thing at all. However, there was dead silence in the room, and everyone looked at Zhang Hulan in silence. Hey! You don't think that I really have some source of Qi body? Zhang Hulan said with a smile in front of everyone's eyes. It's just that the 5 people in the room had different expressions. Only Zhang Bailan, who had read the original work, knew in her heart that Zhang Hulan's grandson did not learn anything about Qi Ti origin. He learned the golden light curse from the Tianxi mansion in Longhu Mountain, and the thunder method that only the heirs of the Tianxi could learn. But the world is like this. It doesn't matter what you say. People only want to believe what they want to believe. Even if Zhang Hulan really didn't learn the source of Qi Ti, in the eyes of outsiders, he had learned it at this moment. And it's the kind that must be learned. As for where the real source of Qi Ti is, Zhang Bailan turned his attention to Feng Baobao, who was expressionless on the side. According to the information in the original work, it is very likely to be in the other person's body. Of course, this is none of Zhang Bailan's business. Is the source of Qi body very strong? Are the 8 miracles awesome? Except for Deluo Cave, which is said to be able to step on the fate of others, the other 7 are nothing compared to the shining fruit. As the saying goes, there is nothing in the world that cannot be solved by firepower. If there is, then firepower can't solve it. Not enough. As long as Zhang Bailan keeps playing and enjoying life, as the integration of Kizaru template continues to improve, and the devil fruit strengthening points are accumulated, he wants to ask the owners of these 8 miracles, how many masters do you have? Zhang Hulan, you are still too young. Su Si shook his head and walked outside after saying this. Immediately afterwards, Feng Baobao and Su San also left. Brother Lan, 4th brother, what does this mean? Brother Lan? Speaking of which, Zhang Hulan is really familiar with this kid. I have no interaction with him. He calls me Brother Lan so kindly. Have you ever paid protection money? However, Thinking about the other party's role in the future, Zhang Bailan still exposed Zhang Hulin's self-deception. As the male protagonist of Youth Conspiracy series, he did not believe that the other party did not know the meaning of this sentence, but more importantly, he did not want to believe it. What fourth brother means is that it doesn't matter whether you have chi body origin or not. What matters is that others think you do. Seeing Zhang Hulin's gloomy and uneasy face, Zhang Bailan walked out nonchalantly. When passing by a cell, he accidentally saw the imprisoned Xiaoyi, who was still wearing his white t-shirt. As if feeling something in his heart, Xiaoyi also looked over, and after realizing it was Zhang Bailan, a slight smile appeared on his face. Ill. Seeing that Xiaoyi was actually smiling, Zhang Bailan said mercilessly that he felt that this girl must have been in jail to make her brain go crazy. Hearing this, Xiaoyi, who originally wanted to thank the other party for leaving clothes to cover himself, suddenly froze the smile on his face. On the second floor, there are offices accessible from everywhere. Zhang Bailan, who received Su Si's promise of 500 soft girl coins, stood on Zhang Hulin's left-hand side, while Feng Baobao and Su Si stood on each other's right sides. As for why you have to stand on the left-hand side, of course it is to wait and make a move easily if necessary. Of course, you can also make a move on the right side, but it is not as smooth and labor-saving as the left side. At this time, Zhang Hulin, who was aware of the two guardians on the left and right, was sitting on the chair honestly, much like Zhang Bailan who had interviewed before. Zhang Hulin, I want you to understand that the purpose of the company is not to govern or restrain aliens, but to better serve aliens, maintain the balance of alien society, and help more aliens. Think about it. What a meaningful job this is for the world. Now, I formally invite you to join Nadu Tong Express Company. Behind the desk, Su San, with his back to the window, stood up, placed his hands on the surface of the desk, and spoke impassionedly about the company's philosophy, trying to use his passion and justice to influence Zhang Hulin and get him to invest in Utopia Express. A great cause for the company. Why do these words sound so familiar? Zhang Bailan on the side muttered in his heart. Soon he remembered that Su San persuaded him in the same way 6 months ago. It was the same recipe and the same taste. It's crazy that you can recruit people like this. Salary, benefits, benefits. If you don't mention any of them, you just rely on trying to spread the pie. Who can join you? If Zhang Bailan hadn't had a better place to go, he wouldn't have joined the Dutong Express Company. I saw Zhang Hulin's eyes looking around, as if he hadn't heard Su San's passionate confession, and kept glancing at Feng Baobao and Zhang Bailan on both sides, thinking in his heart, I just don't want to join the Nadu Express Company, these two guys will never hit me bar. Seemingly aware of Zhang Hulin's concerns, Su San waved his hand to signal the two guardians to move away, and then said, Don't worry Zhang Hulin, as I just said, the company is an organization that serves strangers and will never appear beating and forcing the other party to join. Finding that the two of them had really moved away, and hearing Su San's assurance, Zhang Hulin felt that it made sense, but he didn't know that for Zhang Bailan and Feng Baobao, this distance made no difference at all. Dream. To ensure that he would not end up like Lu Yanyan, Zhang Hulin pouted. Su San, who originally thought that Zhang Hulin would burst into tears and join anywhere, was shocked and said, Hey! You refused without even thinking about it. Don't you have the ideal to do something for this world? No. Work less and get more, get something for nothing. This is my ideal. Zhang Hulin said proudly. Hearing this ideal, Zhang Bailan raised his eyebrows, and suddenly felt like he had finally found his soulmate. Isn't this the life he has always wanted? Thinking of this, he decided to be gentle when he took action later. After all, 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to come by, but a confidant is hard to find. It was at this time that Zhang Hulin realized that Feng Baobao and Zhang Bailan had really not taken any action, and was convinced that he would not be beaten if he did not join. Zhang Hulin completely let himself go. Chapter 13 Zhang Hulan, I'm still too young. The most important thing is, even if you say it is ridiculous, but, you are actually lying to me, because you will definitely let me do some life-threatening and dangerous work, right? Zhang Hulan, wearing a black shirt jacket and a four-leaf clover ponytail, rested his elbows on his desk, his eyes shining with wisdom. At this moment he was proud of his wit. Looking at Susan's unnatural expression, he knew that he had guessed correctly and could never join this broken company. Even if I, Zhang Hulan, jumped off the building today, I would never join anywhere. Tisk tisk tisk. Hearing Zhang Hulan's series of speeches, Zhang Bailan behind him had a deep understanding. If he hadn't been a bit strong, he might have burped long ago. You are right, and I don't want to hide it from you. The company's work is a bit dangerous, but we will provide corresponding generous rewards. Seeing this, Susan immediately added, wanting to restore the company's image in Zhang Hulan's mind. It's a pity that Zhang Hulan didn't accept this trick at all, and said disdainfully, it's useless to be generous. No matter how much money you live, it's all in vain. Or do you really think I'm stupid? Not to mention how dangerous the mission is, I'm afraid the generous reward you mentioned is also fake. You want to use money to trick me into it first, and then kill me. I, Zhang Hulan, understand sunk costs. Also, if your rewards are really generous, why is it that Brother Lan, who is so powerful, doesn't look as good as mine? So, from the beginning to the end, you regarded me as a stupid college student who has not graduated yet and wanted to fool me. Pointing at Zhang Bailan's 100 pieces of street stall goods, Zhang Hulan became more and more convinced that Susan was lying to him. Good guy, I feel offended. What's wrong with 100 yuan for 2 pieces? Are you eating your rice? Listening to Zhang Hulan belittling herself, Zhang Bailan thought for a while and felt that when he took action later, it would be better to focus on the key points. But, Zhang Hulan, I never said that I wanted to lie to you. I sincerely want to invite you to join the company. Susan had a sincere expression on his face, hoping to influence the other person through his true feelings. However, facing Susan's kindness, Zhang Hulan said that she did not want to accept it, stood up from the chair and said, I understand, but this can't be changed. As long as I join the company, I will face various dangerous facts, and this person hates danger the most. Third brother, thank you for your kindness, but I just want to be an ordinary college student. As for the source of chi ti, it should stop after a while. Putting one hand in his pocket, Zhang Hulan raised his hand and waved it back, walking towards the door coolly. Oh! I can't stand it anymore. Su Si, who was lying on the sofa playing with his tablet, sighed and was about to let Feng Baobao and Zhang Bailan get up to speed, but at this time, Susan's tone suddenly changed. Chu Lan, is there really no need to discuss it? Looking at Zhang Hulan who was walking away, Susan adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked in a low voice. As an executive of the North Daxia Express Company, Susan could not let such a dangerous person wander around, not to mention that Zhang Hulan was related to Feng Baobao. In love with reason. There was no way he could just let the other person leave so easily. The most important thing is that a series of things that happened these days made him understand that sometimes special means are needed to do something. Completely unaware of the change in Susan's tone, Zhang Hulan was sure that the other party was a gentleman and would not go back on his word and let Zhang Bailan slap him, and said calmly, Third brother, I told you, I just want to be an ordinary college student. Okay. Since you don't want to join, you can go anywhere. After hearing Susan's words, Zhang Hulan walked out without looking back. Unfortunately, he heard Susan's voice before he took 2 steps. Xiaozhang, how much did Su Si give you? Raising her eyebrows, Zhang Bailan felt that something was wrong with the other party, but she still said truthfully, 500 yuan. Make money, don't be shabby. Okay. I'll give you 1,000, you should understand. Nanny. Zhang Bailan picked his ears, thinking that he had heard wrongly. A pair of big Kazilan eyes stared at Su San, who turned around in disbelief. This was the first time he had earned extra money from the other party. FK. Su San, you. Su Si, who was lying on the sofa, cursed directly. He didn't expect that the other party would actually say such things. Is this still the Su San he knew? As for Feng Bao on the side, he looked at a few people straightly. Run! Zhang Holan was the only one who felt the ominous aura and ran towards the door. He didn't believe that these guys dared to commit murder in public. At the moment Zhang Holan ran out of the office door, Zhang Bailan nodded and said, "Okay, third brother. 1 job, 2 wages, where can you find such a good thing?" The figure disappeared in a flash, and Zhang Bailan chased towards the door at an extremely fast speed. Haha, it's really interesting. Baby, please go and persuade Chu Lan. Su Si laughed. Good. Picking up a baseball bat, Feng Bao ran out nimbly. A person can be besieged by 2 masters at the same time in his life. Even if he dies, he will have no regrets. Zhang Bailan and Feng Bao each dragged Zhang Holan towards the office with 1 leg. As for someone's screams, they were ignored by Chi Kuo. Bang! As soon as the door was closed, there was a sound of pinging bells coming from inside, and Zhang Bailan's big mouth and Feng Bao's baseball bat greeted each other vigorously. Ah! Stop fighting! If you fight again, you will die. Sister Baoer, there's no place where I can't kick you. Brother Lan, I made a mistake, don't slap me in the face. Have you 2 not eaten? Not knowing what was wrong, Zhang Holan suddenly said something that silenced Zhang Bailan and Feng Bao. Zhang Bailan, Sister Baoer, you seem to be despising us. Feng Bao, Zhang Bailan, he said we didn't eat. Zhang Holan, danger. Ah! No, it's linen. Sister Baoer, Brother Lan, I was wrong. Stop fighting. Third brother, I'll join. If I'm willing to join, I can go anywhere. For a time, the sound of sticks, slaps, stampedes, and screams echoed in the office, and everyone who listened heard the sound shed tears. Oh! Chu Lan, what are you talking about? I didn't force you to join the company. Looking at Su San's reflective lenses, Zhang Holan, who was lying on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, felt that he was still too young to actually believe him. Nonsense! No! No! Third brother, this is all of my own free will. I want to contribute my small amount to building a beautiful alien society. Zhang Holan, whose face was as swollen as a pig's head and only had a few rags left in his pants, experienced the dangers of society for the first time. That's it, that's great. Zhang Holan, welcome to join Nadutong Express Company. From today on, this will be your home. Su San opened his hands, bathed in the sunshine, and welcomed with a smile. He looks like a great villain. Shamefully signing a contract of sale, no, it was a 5-year labor contract. Lying on the floor, Zhang Holan only felt that life was gloomy. As for Zhang Bailan, he wanted to go back to the rental house to play games as soon as possible after get off work. But what he didn't know was that his computer had been turned on at this time, and the unmanned mouse was flipping through the website browsing history. Chapter 14: The Wonderful Use of Seeing and Hearing. 1,000 yuan received via WeChat. 500 yuan received via Duct WeChat. 2 pleasant voices echoed in the office. Zhang Bailan nodded with satisfaction, put away his far ahead, and was about to return to the workstation to pick up the express, but was called to stop by Su Si. Xiaozhang, wait. Fourth brother, is there anything else? With 1,500 yuan in hand, the living expenses before the next salary payment were settled. Zhang Bailan didn't want to take on the job anymore. She just wanted to go back to her workstation to fish and wait to go home from get off work. He has not forgotten his purpose of making money, and he always reminds himself of the bottom line as a bad young man. Don't make money for the sake of making money. Seeing the other party's appearance, Su Si estimated that Zhang Bailan had enough money to spend, and made a mental calculation to take this kid to play 2 more times. He would only work overtime if he ran out of money. But this time, calling Zhang Bailan to stop did not mean there was anything else he could do. I saw Su Si looking at Su-san in the distance and saying, "Su-san, I forgot to tell you just now. From today on, Xiao Zhang, Bao Bao Bao, and Zhang Hulan are all under my responsibility. You can verify it yourself with the superiors. As for you, the superiors, there are other work arrangements." When Zhang Bailan heard that he was assigned to Su Si's responsibility, Zhang Bailan frowned at first, but he quickly came to his senses. Is there a ball for it? It's divided here and there, but it's not just a trash fish at the bottom. But what Su Si said next made Zhang Bailan happy, and his attitude turned 180 degrees. He suddenly felt that he was assigned to the opponent and still had a use for the ball. According to Su Si's explanation, it means that from today on, Zhang Bailan no longer has to go to the assembly line to pick up express delivery, and has been successfully promoted to a senior worker like Feng Bao Bao. Based on the concept of fishing wherever you go, you are also fishing. After hearing the news, Zhang Bailan sat on the sofa as expected, took out his mobile phone and played Honor of Kings. Time. As the game started, Zhang Bailan began his journey to become the legendary king. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 18. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 17. Basically, every time Zhang Bailan wins, he can get more than 10 pleasure points. If he meets a stronger opponent, he can get more pleasure points. A day passed while playing. Victory. Listening to the destruction of the enemy crystal and the sound of victory coming from the mobile phone, Zhang Bailan stood up with satisfaction and prepared to go home from get off work. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 18. Fusion level improvement. Information color plus 1. Name, Zhang Bailan. Template Kizaru, Porosalino. Current fusion degree, 15%, 10/1500 pleasure value. Devil fruit, sparkling fruit. Domineering, domineering with knowledge and domineering, domineering with weapons. Devil fruit strengthening, 2. Visual color enhancement, 4. Armed color enhancement, 0. 6 marine styles, shave, moonwalk, and foot. Skills, light laser, Tian Kong Yun sword, partial elementalization. Light speed kick. Hearing the system's beep, Zhang Bailan found that the range of his perception of sight and color had expanded again, to about 90 meters. Well, can't it be bigger? The sight and color covering an area of less than 100 meters made Zhang Bailan, who loves beauty, very melancholy. Fourth brother, I'm leaving first. After getting off work, Zhang Bailan rode on his electric donkey and drove towards the rental house. An hour later, we arrived at the gate of Nankai University. After dinner, Zhang Bailan rode by on a small electric donkey, and finally stopped at the downstairs of a nearby private house, pulled out the car key and walked upstairs. Open the door with the key, and you will see a 20 square meter room with wooden floors, a balcony, and an independent bathroom. In the corner of the room is a double bed, and opposite the bed is a top-of-the-line water-cooled desktop computer, as well as a gaming chair that looks very comfortable. Putting on her slippers, Zhang Bailan couldn't wait to come to the balcony where there were several pots of green potted plants. Do you think Zhang Bailan cares about green plants? Then you are totally wrong. Zhang Bailan didn't even look at the green plants, and directly unfolded his vision, heading towards Nankai University not far away. Hateful. The distance is indeed not enough, Realizing that she was still some distance away from the girls' dormitory, Zhang Bailan patted the balcony hard, and then walked back to the room indifferently. As we all know, looking at beautiful women is an activity that is good for relaxing your mood, especially looking at young and beautiful female college students, which is more conducive to cultivating people's sentiments. In order to appreciate this beautiful scenery, Zhang Bailan spent a huge sum of money, 1/3 of his salary, to rent this room. Some people say that it is human nature to love beauty. Zhang Bailan deeply agrees with this. He is even a loyal supporter of this view. It's just that he still can't figure out why all the guys who come to his room are called voyeurs. Is it wrong to love beauty? Is there anything wrong with aesthetics? Is it wrong to pursue beauty? In this regard, Zhang Bailan can only say that they do not understand art and do not understand what beauty is. As for peeping, this is simply nonsense. If you really want to peep, why bother? After a simple shower in the bathroom, Zhang Bailan sat on the esports chair, turned on a high-end esports computer with more than 10,000 specs, and skillfully logged into the League of Legends zone area. Pull up the friend list and find the friend named Zhuang in it. Rookie. Come to fight. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Zon people's demeanor was clearly displayed. Who was beaten 0 to -8 by me last time? The other party's reply came immediately on the computer. At the same time, in a basement full of instruments and petri dishes in the northeast region, there was a figure with only the upper body left, eyes flashing with blue light. Gao Yushan. Zhuang, whose nickname is Zhuang, is the second daughter of the person in charge of the northeast region. She is also a temporary worker in the northeast region. She has an innate ability to control electromagnetic waves, but she doesn't know why it became like this. When Zhang Bailan came online, she had already noticed it. Or she was waiting for the other party to come online. Zhang Bailan gave her a wonderful feeling. It's that strange feeling that's different from everyone else. The first time the two came into contact was in the League of Legends. She found Zhang Bailan interesting because of his unusual hand speed and reflexes. As a being who can turn souls into brain waves and enter the virtual world, Zhuang has never met an opponent, but Zhang Bailan did it. The opponent's powerful skills and unforgiving words were like a clear spring pouring into her heart, bringing a bit of fun to her boring, and numb life. To this end, she even used her ability to observe the other person's life. Very pornographic, very violent. It made her blush. It's so obscene for 3 people to sleep together. When she saw Zhang Bailan's enjoyment, luxury, and unrestrained life, she admitted that she was envious. Therefore, she decided to observe Zhang Bailan and see what kind of comfortable life this man who didn't care about worldly things would have. Facing the other party's provocation, Zhang Bailan clenched his fingers and quickly typed a sentence on the keyboard. Today I bet on the genealogy of the 9 clans and let you see what it means to be no longer Wuxia Amen. 3 hours later, Zhang Bailan, who had 5 wins and 15 losses, successfully obtained the genealogy of the 9 clans. After exchanging WeChat messages with the other party, she turned off the computer. Looking at the more than 500 pleasure points she had obtained, she prepared to go to Nankai University for a late-night snack. At this time, a pleasant goat doll knocked on the door of Zhang Hulan's dormitory with a sack. Chapter 15 Tiangzia Feng Xian. As we all know, the food in college is not necessarily the best, but to some extent it is definitely the most affordable. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for Zhang Bailan to choose to live near Nankai University. The night is like ink, and the roads on campus are silent at night. The orange street lights fall dimly, and the branches and leaves of the tall trees on both sides sway with the summer breeze, making a rustling sound. The ensemble of trees and wind is like a quiet and gentle nocturne, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value +24. Creak! Creak! The sound of harsh footsteps interrupted Zhang Bailan's artistic conception of a beautiful man. Looking closely, a rag doll with blue skin and long horns that looked like a fat version of Pleasant Goat staggered past him. It was unclear what was inside the sack that was constantly struggling and deforming on its shoulders. Seeing the obese version of Pleasant Goat walking in front of him, Zhang Bailin tilted his head and looked for a long time before finally remembering that this seemed to be Feng Yi's special ability. It's so fast. Lamenting that the world would arrest Zhang Hulan so quickly, Zhang Bailin shook his head and continued walking towards the cafeteria. Who is Zhang Hulan? Does it have anything to do with him? Not to mention Zhang Hulan was in the sack, but Su Si was in it, and Zhang Bailin, who was off work, wouldn't care. Love so-and-so. When passing by the girls' dormitory, Zhang Bailin deliberately restrained his domineering attitude in order to avoid seeing things he shouldn't have seen. However, he soon regretted it. There is no other reason. Before he had gone far, Zhang Bailin heard a burst of curses in the distance, and then saw two figures fighting. One of them suddenly shouted, "Zhang Bailin, why are you here? Sister Baoer. An employee who knows everything? Punch me." Looking at Zhang Bailin's somewhat handsome face, Feng Xian thought that the other party was here to help Feng Bao, so she waved her fist in that direction. The fist wind breaks through the air. It's like it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to say hello to Feng Bao, Zhang Bailin was hit directly in the face by the blow before he could react. The blow made Zhang Bailin spin 2.5 kilograms in the air and fell straight to the ground. Aren't the company's employees also very capable? After getting rid of Zhang Bailin, Feng Xian prepared to continue fighting Feng Bao, but found that the opponent had put away his weapon, and said with a cute mouth, "If you beat Zhang Bailin, you are finished." Hearing what the other party said, Feng Xian said indifferently, "Zhang Bailin? What an interesting name. Although he looks a bit handsome, his strength cannot pose a threat to me." Hiss ha. It really hurts. I, a big idiot, saw Zhang Hulan being taken away, so why did I forget about this incident? Sure enough, the local elementalization that needs to be actively used is still not very effective. Covering the bridge of her sore nose, Zhang Bailin gasped in pain and slowly got up from the ground. Not bad. You can still stand up after being punched by me. It seems that you are no longer an ordinary employee of the company. Feng Xian said with interest as she looked at the man who got up, not having enough fun. Holy shit! What an attitude is this? Shouldn't you apologize for hitting someone? How dare you be so arrogant? Listening to Feng Xian's words, Zhang Bailin rubbed her nose and said, "Little girl, why did you hit me? As the saying goes, be polite first and then attack. If the other party can get tens of thousands of dollars to apologize, he doesn't mind pretending that the incident never happened." Although Zhang Bailin doesn't rely on his face to make a living, it's impossible not to fight back when someone hits him. It's all ruined. Naturally, I can't stand it at all. I can't tolerate my boss, but I can still tolerate you, a little girl. Little girl? Are you talking about me? Without saying a word, Feng Xian pushed her gloved arm, causing invisible space fluctuations, and a fist appeared in front of the opponent again. This time, she used 10% of her strength. Fall down. Feng Xian thought in her heart. How is this possible? You guy actually dodged it. Looking at the man who tilted his head to avoid her punch, Feng Xian showed an incredible expression on her face. In her impression, no one could avoid her so easily. Fist. Phew. It's so dangerous. Miss Feng's fists are really fast, but you haven't answered my question yet. Why did you hit me? Space Shuttle. This is Feng Xian's innate ability. The opponent also uses this ability to make his fist appear in front of the enemy at an extremely fast speed, thus achieving an unexpected effect. The ability is very good, and Feng Xian is also very skilled in using it, but facing Zhang Bailin, who has the domineering power of seeing and hearing, it is still a bit difficult. Unless Feng Xian's speed is faster, for example, it's as fast as the master in the anime. Why did I hit you? How can a man complain? If he is beaten, he is beaten. There is no reason. Raising both arms at the same time, Feng Xian kept waving his fists, and fist shadows suddenly appeared around Zhang Bailan, surrounding him. Good guy. Is this the eldest daughter of a wealthy family? How arrogant. A beating is a beating. Don't I want to lose face? No one will let you bleed today, so don't even think about walking out of the door that can lead to anywhere. In Feng Xian's shocked eyes, Zhang Bailan avoided the incoming fists one by one, then bent his body slightly, made a forceful posture like a cheetah, and said coldly, Miss Feng, since you can't give me a reason, then he just attacked company employees for no reason, don't blame me for being rude. Hey! Come on, I'm still afraid of you. As the saying goes, if you lose, you don't lose. Even if Feng Xian doesn't know what to do in her heart, she still refuses to give in. 1 second. Just 1 second. In line with the concept of quick victory after taking action, Zhang Bailan's figure turned into afterimages and appeared in front of Feng Xian without any warning. Have you ever been kicked by a light? As Feng Xian's pupils shrank little by little to the size of a needle tip, a shimmering golden calf struck her. Before she could realize what was going on, she felt as if her abdomen had been hit by a heavy truck with full power. Bang! White air waves came out of the body, and Feng Xian was like a detached cannonball, galloping away into the distance. Fortunately, when he was about to hit the dormitory building, he was caught by Zhang Bailan, who was chasing him. However, this explosion also woke up many students, looking at the dormitory lights that were on. Knowing that there was no way to eat the midnight snack, Zhang Bailan called to Feng Baobao, picked up the sand swallow, and flew towards the distant wall. It was just a coincidence that when the two of them passed through a small forest, a golden light suddenly rose not far ahead. What happened tonight? It was such a coincidence for everyone. Looking at the crazy Zhang Hulan, Zhang Bailan's head was full of black lines, and he felt in his heart that there must be some unscrupulous people who wanted to harm him, otherwise how could everything happen to him? In fact, the most important point is that Zhang Bailan doesn't want Zhang Lingyu to see him. After all, there was a small conflict between the two a year ago. Moreover, the opponent's strength is not weak, and he does not want to cause meaningless trouble. Chapter 16 The world is really small. Near Nankai University, Zhang Hulan, who was kidnapped late at night, had already started a fight with Zhang Lingyu from the Tianqi mansion. Compared to the senior disciple of the old Tianqi, Zhang Hulan, who had not practiced for 10 years, was naturally beaten to a pulp. One blow. It only took one strike to break my golden light spell. Unable to accept this fact, coupled with the fact that he had been holding his breath for the past few days, Zhang Hulan was like a madman, attacking the enemy regardless. But under the absolute strength, even if Zhang Hulan explodes, it will be of no use. His attack is neither painful nor itchy in Zhang Lingyu's eyes. Zhang Lingyu even stands still and allows the opponent to attack at will, and Zhang Hulan cannot break it. Turn on his protective golden light. At this time, the Tianqi mansion personnel who were following Zhang Lingyu looked at Zhang Hulan looking like he was possessed by an evil spirit. Their faces were full of fear and confusion, and they shouted, Zhang Hulan, what are you trying to do with your life? You are a stranger. It's normal to have a sparring session, do you have the right to be so angry? However, Zhang Hulan, whose consciousness was dominated by dissatisfaction and resentment, did not care about them. At this moment, he just wanted to make a big fuss. Let everyone know. He, Zhang Hulan, is not someone to be trifled with either. Bang! Finally, Zhang Lingyu's patience reached the limit, and the golden light on his body suddenly changed. A ball of golden qi grabbed Zhang Hulan, and said lightly, you can only fight for this kind of weight, although I don't know how your ancestors are. You learned the golden light curse secretly, but as long as I am here, I will never allow people like you with unknown origins and no power to defile the gate of the Tianqi mansion. Slightly rotate your fingers and pinch slowly. As Zhang Lingyu's palms closed, the golden light surrounding Zhang Hulan continued to shrink, kneading his body bit by bit. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded, and Zhang Lingyu took a step back with feeling, and a blade with a cold glow was deeply embedded into the trunk of a nearby tree. Who? Uncle Junior, are you okay? The two Tianqi mansion personnel standing behind Zhang Lingyu looked around for the attacker and asked with concern. I'm fine. Looking into the dark woods, Zhang Lingyu waited for the other party to appear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Hulan also got rid of his restraints, but the anger in his heart did not diminish at all. He kept expressing his feelings in his mouth, and a momentum brewed in his body, like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time. But at this time, no one paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes fell on a man and a woman who suddenly walked out of the woods. They all saw the flying knife just now. To be able to force the disciples of Tianqi Mansion back, the strength of the person coming here must not be weak, at least more powerful than some fool who is monologuing to himself there. Is this a mental breakdown? As soon as he walked out of the woods, Zhang Bailin heard Zhang Hulan's passionate speech, and his blood was boiling. Those who didn't know it thought he was going to challenge the Heavenly Master. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailin decided to help Zhang Hulan. After all, he didn't want Zhang Lingyu to fight, and the opponent's strength was still a bit troublesome. As for the reason, naturally, it was the minor conflict between the two a year ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailin said directly, Zhang Hulan, don't forget, you are an employee of the company now, and not just any cat or dog can be bullied. According to regulations, anyone who attacks company employees for no reason can be classified as malicious provocation. Wow! This guy is so handsome. His name is Zhang Lingyu, cat and dog. Feng Yaya on the side immediately exclaimed after seeing Zhang Bailin. Idiot, is this what you are talking about now? Didn't you see who is on his shoulder? The woman next to Feng Yaya narrowed her eyes, and then shouted to Zhang Bailin, what did you do to Sheyan? Glancing at the other party, he found that he was an unnamed sidekick. Zhang Bailin patted Feng Xian on the shoulder and said, you have to be reasonable when you speak. You are so cool, and I am the victim, okay? Zhang Bailin spoke in Wanwan dialect and pointed to his injured nose. No one noticed that Zhang Lingyu's expression changed subtly the moment Zhang Bailin appeared. Hey! Zhang Bailin, Feng Bao, you are here too. Zhang Hulan, who seemed to be betting against everything, shouted their names in an extremely calm tone. This kid seems to be floating. The index finger of his right hand was raised, the fingertips flashed with a golden cross, and the dangerous aura was locked on Zhang Hulan's body, as if he would escape in the next second. Zhang Bailin looked at the other person with a scrutinizing gaze and motioned for him to say it again. Damn it! Seeing the familiar movements, Zhang Hulan's hair stood on end as she quickly knelt down, and Bai Lian shouted repeatedly, Brother Lan, Brother Bulletin, if you have anything to say, please speak up. I know I'm wrong. That's right. It's okay for you to show off, but don't do it to your face. Seeing that the other party admitted his mistake, Zhang Bailin extinguished the light on his fingertips. However, taking this opportunity, Zhang Bailin glanced around and then at Feng Xian on his shoulder, and couldn't help but think that Zhang Hulan is really a hot cake. One of the 10 men, the daughter of Feng Zhengao, the president of Tianxia Y. Yi Juding is a disciple of the old Heavenly Master of the Heavenly Master's mansion. It was when he looked at Zhang Lingyu that Zhang Bailin realized that the other party was also looking at him. Come on! Looks like you can't escape this time. The world is really small. Little uncle. Just when Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Bailin looked at each other, the Tianqi mansion personnel who followed found that someone from the company was involved. In order to prevent the situation from expanding, they immediately reminded the other party not to forget the business. They came here to invite Zhang Hulan to the Lushan festival this time, not to clean up the Tianqi mansion. Zhang Bailan, what should I do next? Or, bury them all? After giving Zhang Hulan some words to talk about and educating him about the inferiority of master and servant, Feng Baobao turned around and asked Zhang Bailan. However, the atmosphere fell into a strange situation. Facing the inquiries from both sides, Zhang Bailan and Zhang Lingyu did not answer, but stared at each other. That's right. This is the guy. Finally I found you. Looking at Zhang Bailan's white leather t-shirt with love printed on it, Zhang Lingyu said that he would recognize the other person even if he turned into ashes. And what about Zhang Bailan? Looking at the golden light in Zhang Lingyu's hand, it seemed as if he was recalling some extremely painful past events, and he unconsciously made a sound of gnashing his teeth. What happened? Sensing the murderous aura that suddenly spread on the field, everyone present was a little confused, but they all realized that there seemed to be something to be gained from this situation. It's been a year, I finally found you. Zhang Lingyu looked at Zhang Bailan and said word by word. Such a tone. Who is it and what did he do to Master Lingyu? Why does it feel like a strong man locks up men? Everyone looked at Feng Baobao who was wearing pajamas, thinking that she had done something excessive to Zhang Lingyu, and covered their mouths in excitement. Chapter 17 The feud between Zhang Bailan and Zhang Lingyu. Hey? Me? Feng Baobao, who had buried countless people in her life, more than she could count with both hands and feet, pointed to herself. She did not remember burying anyone before. It's not you. Zhang Lingyu shook his head and stared directly at Zhang Bailan next to him, the meaning of which was self-evident. So exciting. Is it true that a man is a man upon a man? This guy is a bit handsome. I didn't expect you to be such a real Lingyu. After locking the target, even Feng Baobao and Zhang Hulan hid aside, looking at the two of them curiously like everyone else, with burning desire in their eyes. In their impression, Zhang Bailan was a typical messy young man who only had fun except going to work. How could such a person be related to the handsome guy in front of him? Beautiful features. Damn it. Could it be that brother Lan? Hiss. Just thinking about it, Zhang Hulan felt excited. Taking advantage of others and letting others die was more satisfying than defeating the opponent with hard power. Thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone and recorded it. Forward. Being stared at by Zhang Lingyu like this, Zhang Bailan instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Feeling the fiery gazes, Zhang Bailan twisted the corner of his mouth, took out the Chinbaishan that had not been smoked for a long time from his pocket, lit one, and said in a puff of smoke, Zhang Lingyu, don't act like you are the victim. Expression. Real. It's actually true. The two of them really have something to do with each other. Among the crowd of onlookers, Feng Yaya and the squinty-eyed woman beside her were the most curious, completely forgetting about the Feng Xian still being carried on Zhang Bailan's shoulders. What sand swallow? Don't stop me from eating melon. This is Master Lingyu's melon. Otherwise. Zhang Lingyu thought about the scene when she woke up that day, and she was shaking with anger. She clenched her fists involuntarily and said, why did you do that in the first place? It's a shame that I still trust you so much. Say it. That's what you said. Stop playing charades, I beg you. The Riddler gets out of here. Listening to the two men playing charades like crazy, the crowd was so anxious that they wanted to open their heads and get in to see for themselves. So looking forward to it. Why do you do that? Hearing Zhang Lingyu's angry question, Zhang Bailan did not answer immediately. He just took a hard sip of the cigarette in his mouth, and his thoughts returned to the morning a year ago. Here we go. This is the legendary memory kill. I heard people say that if something like this happens, it's a big deal. As Zhang Bailan's memories opened, an old incident in the south of the city slowly unfolded. 1 year ago. Jinmen, south of the city. After traveling across this world, Zhang Bailan, who had been unemployed for a year and a half, finally found a good job. It's not the kind that says it's a good job in name but actually digs all kinds of pits for you to jump into, but a good job in the true sense. The monthly salary is 8,000 yuan, which not only includes food and accommodation, but also allows you to work freely. You only need to open the gate of opening at the security booth. I go to work with the air conditioner blowing on and fish, and after get off work I get a foot massage. Originally, this fairy-like life should have continued until one day Zhang Bailan met Zhang Lingyu, who was going down the mountain to practice. Overnight. The boss is gone, the company has collapsed, and my job has been lost. After learning all this, Zhang Bailan felt as if the sky had fallen, so he spent all his savings looking for Zhang Lingyu. Finally, Huang Tian paid off and he found her. In order to retaliate against Zhang Lingyu for ruining his job, Zhang Bailan deliberately got closer to him. During this period, he also learned the truth of the matter. Because the other party was pursuing Chuanxing, companies with Chuanxing background had to close their doors early to avoid trouble. Finally, he found an opportunity one day. On that day, Zhang Bailan took Zhang Lingyu, who had drank 5 bottles of Irwatu, to a regular place to play at the other's strong request. The result is that Zhang Lingyu came down the mountain to track down Xiaohe. His first time was not handed over to Xiaohe, but was taken away by a girl in an irregular place by accident. After learning the news, Zhang Bailan ran away with a bucket overnight, from the south of the city to the north of the city. Zhang Lingyu found that the boy's body was broken, but returned to Longhe Mountain with a gloomy expression. The two of them are reciprocating retaliation, and it can only be said that the cause and effect are not good. His thoughts returned to the present, and facing Zhang Lingyu's question, Zhang Bailan just said lightly, "Ayu, don't blame me, you planted this yourself, and weren't you very happy that day? I heard it in the next room." "Shut up. Don't call me Ayu. Also, even if it's my request, won't you stop me?" Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but interrupt Zhang Bailan when he heard him calling him Ayu. The golden light on his body became more intense. The thing he regretted most in his life was that time he went down the mountain to hunt down the all-sexual monster Xiaohe. Not only was the boy's body broken, but he also met Zhang Bailan, a shameless BD. I thought that as a direct disciple of the Heavenly Master, he had extraordinary talents, extraordinary strength, and was respected by others, but I didn't expect that a small training trip down the mountain would lead to 2 big mistakes. Chuanxing Yaoren was not caught, but was severely manipulated by Zhang Bailan and Xiaohe. From that day on, these 2 things became his inner demons. It is true that because he was young and aggressive, Chuanxing closed the company early in order to wipe out traces, causing Zhang Bailan to lose his job. However, just for this trivial matter, you would cause my virginity to be broken. Don't you think it's too much? Of course, if Zhang Bailan knew Zhang Lingyu's thoughts, he would definitely blow the opponent's head without hesitation. What does it mean to lose a job? 8,000 per month includes food and accommodation, is that a job? That was Zhang Bailan's dream that passed away in the sunset, and it was his bright and infinite future. Stop? What can I do to stop you? Hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, Zhang Bailan sighed and said, "Accept the facts. Ayu, this is our fate. Besides, I heard that many boys spend their first step in becoming men in that kind of place. There is nothing to be ashamed of. I still have your recording here." "Shut up." Seeing Zhang Bailan talking more and more, the eyes of the people around him became brighter and brighter. Zhang Lingyu, who couldn't bear it, threw out a golden light and went straight to the other party's face. At the same time, he said, "Since you join now you can go anywhere and become a stranger, so let me try your power." "Little uncle." The staff of the Tianxi mansion wanted to stop him, but found that it was too late. The golden light had already flown in front of Zhang Bailan. Zhang Hulan, who had experienced it personally, shouted, Be careful, brother Lan, that guy's golden light is very strong. It's a fight. It's a fight. It's so exciting. Feng Yaya on the side clenched her fists and shouted excitedly. Tisk tisk tisk. Ayu, you really haven't changed at all, you are just as anxious as before. Just when everyone thought Zhang Bailan was about to suffer a serious blow, his fingertips lit up with rich golden light, and a laser beam flew straight out. Chapter 18 Zhang Bailan, Ayu, I love you. Boom. The speed of the laser was extremely fast, and it collided with Zhang Lingyu's golden light almost the moment it was released. The flames of the explosion slowly dissipated. Whether it was Feng Yaya from Tianxiawai, Zhang Hulan who had personally experienced Zhang Lingyu's golden light, or the entourage from Tianqi Mansion, everyone showed incredible expressions. Block, block. It's so easy to block it. Seeing Zhang Bailan break Zhang Lingyu's golden light with a flick of his finger, everyone onlookers were a little surprised. When Zhang Lingyu saw this scene, he frowned and squeezed out lines. He could feel that Zhang Bailan had changed a lot. It's completely different from when we were together. A year ago, the other party was just an ordinary person without awakened powers, but now he could easily block his golden light spell. This change is really amazing. Although the blow just now was just a test, he could feel it and the other party didn't take it seriously. If he wasn't as lazy as before, Zhang Lingyu would even doubt whether this guy was Zhang Bailan. While the other party was deep in thought, Zhang Bailan felt Zhang Lingyu's strength, and her heart sank suddenly. Sure enough, what did you say? As thought before, Zhang Lingyu's strength is as strong as expected, which means that Zhang Bailan needs to put in more effort if he wants to deal with the opponent. Forget it if it's working time now. After playing, you can find an excuse to rest and fish. But the problem is, it's time to get off work now. Not only was it voluntary labor without overtime pay, but he also had to go to work tomorrow, which made him feel like he had lost 100 million. After thinking about it, Zhang Bailan was ready to resolve this meaningless battle. Then he said in an old-fashioned manner, Ayu. Things have already happened. Even if you kill me today, nothing will change. How about I take you there again and have an 1888 set meal? Once 1888, this can be said to be full of sincerity for Zhang Bailan, who is currently short of money. You still said that? Zhang Bailan didn't say it was okay, but the more he talked about Zhang Lingyu, the angrier he became, like a ignited flame barrel. I saw Zhang Lingyu's body was full of momentum, and he swung towards the opponent Zhang Bailan, but this time what flew out was not a golden light spell, but black thunder like turbid currents. When will you change your bad temper? I'm having a serious discussion with you. He stepped on the ground with both feet, and Zhang Bailan swerved to avoid the attack and looked at the ground that was split open on the spot. Said helplessly. Don't bother me, just let me beat you up. Footsteps swept across the ground, the sleeves of his white training clothes bulging. Zhang Lingyu rushed directly towards this side. Beat me. Zhang Bailan looked at the yin wule on the opponent's hand, and her cheeks twitched unconsciously. If the opponent gave her a beating, she would probably have to go to the sky to see Tai Nai. Shave. Land feet. The figure disappeared in a flash. Zhang Bailan kicked one leg, and a lake blue air blade plowed open the ground, flying towards Zhang Lingyu who was attacking. You even learned Kung Fu from a foreigner. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyu smacked his palm forward, crushing the incoming Lan Jiao with Yin Wulei, and approached the opponent at an extremely fast speed. A palm was slapped on Zhang Bailan's chest. The latter turned sideways to avoid the blow, and the two of them started fighting in the open space. Wow! It's so exciting! This guy who suddenly appeared out of curiosity is actually carrying Sister Sheyan, and he can fight Zhang Lingyu back and forth. Feng Yaya, who is as big as a brat, doesn't care about her sister's safety at all. Watching the battle in front of me excitedly. Gilu. Zhang Hulan glanced at the fierce battle in the field, swallowed, then moved closer to Feng Baoer and said, "Sister Baoer, are we just going to watch like this? Go help Zhang Bailan, didn't you just say you won't pretend?" Feng Bao said, looking at Zhang Hulan, who was approaching. "Haha. Pretending to be stupid," Chu Lan smiled blankly. He knew how much he weighed and how much he weighed. With this posture, even if he used thunder, he would still be the one who got beaten when he went in. But he was also curious, why was the opponent's thunder method black? So strong. He can actually compete with Junior Master Uncle. Who is this guy? When did the company produce such a talent? There is no news from the Tianqi mansion. Compared with others, the two members of the Tianqi mansion who followed Zhang Lingyu were the most surprised. As disciples of the Tianqi mansion, they knew the strength of this young uncle very well. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest among his peers. While everyone was talking outside the court, Zhang Bailan had not given up negotiating with Zhang Lingyu. She was dodging and fighting back while trying to persuade the other party to give up. "You. Calm down, there's no way we can keep fighting like this. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk?" Zhang Bailan said, avoiding a strike from the thunder palm. "Shut up. Don't call me Au. Okay, Au. I told you not to call me Au. I know, Au. Zhang Bailan, UBD. Au, don't get excited. I'm going to kill you. Au, I was wrong." Just as Zhang Bailan was about to admit her mistake and try to ease the other person's emotions, her mouth suddenly became bald, and her words became Au, I love you. Silence. Silence, silence. Zhang Lingyu blushed. Zhang Bailan is numb. Feng Yaya and others outside the court said it was wonderful, especially when they saw the change in Zhang Lingyu's face. They screamed that it was great. Awesome. Brother Lan. This is a drama you can watch without buying a ticket. I'm just telling you, two such good-looking men, how could there not be a storyline where the man is on top of the man? Listening to the buzz around him, Zhang Bailan didn't realize why he suddenly said this. Also, Zhang Lingyu, your face is as red as a bubble teapot. You can't really do it. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan immediately explained, Au, listen to me, I just made a slip of the tongue. But before Zhang Bailan could finish speaking, the rosy-faced Zhang Lingyu waved her sleeves, and two extremely thick black thunderbolts, as thick as a man's waist, came out and flew towards the opponent. Along. I'll go, Au, are you serious? Looking at the two thick thunderbolts flying out of the opponent's sleeves, without any room to hold back, Zhang Bailan crossed his hands to indicate that he wanted to cease the war. However, Zhang Lingyu didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. His fair and tender face was like intoxicating rouge. How could he, who was pure and flawless, stand Zhang Bailan's crazy words? This fight must be fought if not fought. It's over. Seeing the other person's flushed face, as if he was having an OM, Zhang Bailan knew that his mistake had caused irreversible effects. There is only one way to stop now, and that is to bring Zhang Lingyu down. In this case, Au, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 19 Zhang Lingyu, what is this? Au, have you seen Ultraman? Zhang Bailan's words stunned Zhang Lingyu. Not only him, but everyone present was also confused by these words. Just fight, why did Ultraman suddenly get involved? But no one said anything. They knew in their hearts that this little company employee who suddenly appeared, was unknown, and had a strength that was not inferior to that of the senior disciples of Tianqi Mansion in Longhe Mountain, would definitely not be targeted unintentionally. There is only one truth. I've only watched Ultraman Gaia, and don't call me Au. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lingyu has actually seen Ultraman, and is the Gaia with the highest appearance rate in the real world. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Zhang Lingyu actually watches Ultraman. Zhang Hulan looked at Zhang Lingyu, who looked like a fairy, and a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhang Lingyu, wearing a white training uniform, stood in front of the TV and imitated Ultraman's signature moves. Just thinking about it made people feel a little cute. Feng Yaya on the side turned her head happily and muttered, "Zhang Bailan thinks Ultraman is very strong, and Zhang Lingyu thinks Ultraman is also very strong. Does that mean that all the strong people look at Ultraman?" The two Tianqi mansion personnel who were following Zhang Lingyu were a little surprised. They didn't expect that the always serious junior uncle could actually watch cartoons. A lot of chi, Zhang Bailan has entered that state again. As Feng Baobao's voice fell, Zhang Bailan in the distance dropped Feng Xian at his feet, then raised his hands and crossed them into an X shape under the eyes of everyone. Then, the elementalization was activated, and the two arms melted into pure light particles. "Zhang Hulan, run away." Although Feng Baobao didn't know how powerful Zhang Bailan's move was, she could feel the danger of it. "No way. Sister Baoer. Brother Lan is here again." Recalling the chaotic scene when Xuanxing was arrested before, Zhang Hulan touched his butt, opened his legs and ran away after Feng Baobao. "What a joke. I almost went to the west the previous time, but if I try again, I won't have such good luck." "Hey! Zhang Hulan, why are you running away?" Feng Yaya put her hands to her mouth and shouted towards Zhang Hulan. The same goes for the two disciples of Tianqi Mansion. While calling Zhang Hulan, they told each other that they still had something to say. "What are you running for?" Zhang Hulan, who was running, turned around after hearing this, raised a middle finger with a crooked mouth, and said with contempt on his face, "You can continue to stay here. I'm going to run away." Just when everyone turned their attention to Feng Baobao and Zhang Hulan who were escaping, Zhang Bailan's two arms were connected at right angles, aiming at the two turbid dragons in the distance. "This is... How is it possible?" Staring at Zhang Bailan's transformed arms, his eyes were full of shock. Compared to the shallow knowledge of others, Zhang Lingyu, who came from the Tianqi Mansion, the leader of the Zhenji sect, thought of a unique skill. Triple rebirth. The unique skill of Trinity School. It is said that if you reach the highest level of cultivation, you can transform yourself into an immortal and ascend by training yourself back to your innate energy. Zhang Bailan's current state is very similar. It's just that the chi refined by the third level of Nishan is white, while the opponent's chi is golden. Of course, he definitely didn't believe that Zhang Bailan had trained himself back to the state of innate energy. Even Liu Jin, a 10-year-old who had been practicing the third level of reverse rebirth since childhood, couldn't do it, let alone Zhang Bailan, who had been practicing for at least a year. However, no matter what method Zhang Bailan used to achieve it, the fact that the other party was able to transform himself was enough to prove that his strength was not weak. "Ayu, pick it up. Zai Peliao Ray." As Zhang Bailan took the correct posture, countless light particles flowed to his arms, converging into a torrent of golden particles, and shot towards Zhang Lingyu's Qinglong. Seeing this, Zhang Lingyu also increased the output of Yin Wulei, and the two blue dragons grew stronger again, roaring to meet the high-speed light. Sizzle! Thunder and light collided, continuously emitting violent neighing, and they were stagnant in place for a while. If only it were like this. But this is Zhang Bailan's own skill. It is impossible to inherit the fine tradition of self-created skills without problems. It was at this time that the light that was originally going straight looked like an unruly young man or a powerless middle-aged uncle. It split. In Zhang Lingyu's black pupils, only the outside of the light in front of him could be seen, and many small rays of light were scattering like a showerhead, resembling some powerless scene. A large number of golden streams of light shot out in all directions, like a goddess scattering flowers. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The sound of lasing continued. At this moment, everyone onlookers knew why Feng Baobao and Zhang Hulan had to run away in advance. "That shameless guy Zhang Hulan didn't even inform us. Yaya, hurry up." The narrow-eyed woman from Tiangziawai picked up Feng Yaya's collar, and the two of them ran away in a hurry. It's just that no matter how fast they can't be faster than Zhang Beilin's shining fruit. More than a dozen golden streams of light hit their backs, and the impact of the explosion directly pushed them out. Fortunately, these are just branches on the main trunk and are not very powerful. Similarly, the Tianqi mansion personnel behind Zhang Lingyu also used the golden light spell to dodge, regretting not running away with Zhang Hulan just now. It was at this time that Zhang Beilin's Zapeliao light defeated Zhang Lingyu's Qinglong and went straight to the opponent. However, Zhang Beilin did not continue the attack. Instead, while Zhang Lingyu was resisting the attack, he picked up the Feng Xian on the side and disappeared in a few jumps. After all, this battle means nothing to Zhang Beilin. Facing the golden light that had lost its source of power, the golden light on Zhang Lingyu's body transformed into two big hands to block it. Boom! The flames of the explosion rang out and were then forcibly dispersed. I was almost hit by Ultraman's ultimate move. Zhang Lingyu, whose body was covered with a golden light spell, looked at the direction where Zhang Beilin disappeared with a complicated expression. If the other party didn't escape in the end, he would never be able to easily defeat that golden light. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu suddenly discovered that Zhang Beilin, an ordinary person who was eager to help him experience the world, was so able to hide that even he couldn't see the depth. Uncle Master, we haven't sent the news about the Lushan Daijiao to Zhang Hulan yet. The accompanying staff from the Tianqi mansion touched the back of their heads and suddenly felt lonely going down the mountain. Nothing to do. Damn it, I got fried for no reason. Although the power of the explosion was not very strong, it looked like some kind of liquid was sprinkled on the body. The main color was gold, which was strange. It doesn't matter. I have already tested Zhang Hulan's strength. He is qualified to participate in the Lushan Daijiao. When the time comes, let the company inform us. After speaking, Zhang Lingyu took the lead and walked out. On the other side, Zhang Beilin, who had left the grove, was relieved when he found that Zhang Lingyu was not chasing him. If the other party caught up with him, he would have a hard time dealing with it. It's not that they can't deal with each other, but it's just too troublesome to fight. After looking at the time, he found that it was already early in the morning. Thinking that he didn't have much time to sleep, Zhang Beilin glanced at the Feng Xian in his hand and rushed towards the rental house not far away with him. As for why the Feng Xian was not released, Zhang Beilin said that today's troubles were all caused by this guy. How could he let him go so easily? If Feng Zhenghao didn't take the money, he wouldn't let Feng Xian go. Chapter 20 Zhang Beilin's Value. It's night. Zhang Beilin, who was carrying the sand swallows like a train, returned to the rental house humming Dinosaurs Fight Wolves. After simply taking a shower and turning on his Sulai air conditioner, Zhang Beilin was in trouble. The Feng Xian has been brought back, but what should we do with it? It's definitely not okay to put it on the floor. This is my own ticket. If I catch a cold, I will be embarrassed to charge Feng Zhenghao the so-called mental damage fee. After thinking about it, there seemed to be no other place to put people in the room except for his own comfortable double bed, so Zhang Beilin decided to humiliate himself and only sleep on half the bed tonight. You must know that for the sake of comfort, Zhang Beilin usually sleeps in the big way. Throwing Feng Xian on the bed, Zhang Beilin's palms lit up with golden light, and he shined on his neck to ensure that the other party could sleep quietly until tomorrow morning. He didn't want to be attacked by this violent girl in the middle of the night. Lying on the bed, Zhang Beilin thought for a while and put the quilt between himself and Feng Xian to avoid unnecessary accidents at night. He was satisfied after doing all this. Zhang Beilin, you are truly a gentleman. Taking a blanket to cover her belly, Zhang Beilin said that Hyuxia people don't cover their belly when sleeping, and they would be embarrassed to say that they are Hyuxia if they don't cover their belly. Jinmen, Tianxia Group. Tianxia Group was founded by Feng Zhenghao, one of the 10 men, and is also the headquarters of Tianxia Y. Although it was already early in the morning, the lights in the conference room of the Tianxia Group were still on. As the youngest among the 10 members, Feng Zhenghao was still working hard on the affairs of the Tianxia group in order to continue to consolidate and expand his power. Feng Zhenghao, I really want to make progress. At this moment, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and the underage Feng Yaya twisted her body and limped in. Yaya, what's wrong with you? Why didn't Xie Yan come back with you? Feng Zhenghao said after seeing the person clearly. Poof! The white-haired boy next to Feng Zhenghao couldn't help laughing. Feng Xintong, what are you laughing at? Being hit on the butt and legs by Zhang Bailan's ability was already very painful. Now when she heard the other party's laughter, Feng Yaya was even more angry and shouted out. But answering Feng Zhenghao's words is obviously more important. Father's mission failed this time, and the third sister was kidnapped by people from the company. Have you met Su San or Su Si? Feng Zhenghao was a little curious. He asked Feng Xian to contact Zhang Hulan, just to see if he could win over the other party for his own use, in the spirit of mutual support and unity. Even though Tianxia Huijia has great achievements, compared with the real alien forces, its foundation is still insufficient. We didn't meet Su San or Su Si. After hearing his youngest daughter's words, Feng Zhenghao was a little curious. Is there any master like Su San and Su Si in the company? Then he asked, Yaya, tell your father, what happened? Thinking of Zhang Bailan's last move, Feng Yaya's butt and legs were still hurting. She scolded the other party 10,000 times in her heart and said fiercely, Father! He is an employee who has never seen anything before. Not only did he fight evenly with Zhang Lingyu, and even kidnapped the third sister. Alas! We are evenly matched with Zhang Lingyu. When did the company have such a master? Feng Xintong on the side exclaimed in surprise. Defeating his third sister is acceptable, after all, there are people outside the world, but there is a sky outside the world, but defeating Zhang Lingyu, the nature is different. Feng Xintong had seen Zhang Lingyu take action. He was a disciple of the old Tianxi mansion, a leader of the younger generation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his peers are invincible. Such a powerful person actually fought to a close with an ordinary employee of a company. Thinking about it, it was a little bit incredible. Oh! Yaya, tell your father. Feng Zhenghao attaches great importance to talents, and he can afford them even if he is thirsty for talents. Again, he wants to make progress too much. So Feng Yaya recounted everything that happened tonight. I understand, Yaya, please go back and rest first. Now is the time when your body is growing. Feng Zhenghao touched his daughter's head and said with a smile. Father, where is the third sister? Go to sleep. Father will communicate with the company. By the way, Xintong, you should also go back and rest. After sending his two children away, Feng Zhenghao leaned back on the sofa and murmured Zhang Bailan's name. Obviously, a company employee who can fight Zhang Lingyu back and forth, and even gain the upper hand, is obviously more valuable than Zhang Hulan, an uncertain Chi Ti originator. After thinking for a while, Feng Zhenghao continued to deal with the matters at hand and decided to invite the other party to the Tianxia in a while. As for his daughter, since the other party kidnapped her, let them get along well. It's best to be a family. If Zhang Bailan knew what Feng Zhenghao was thinking, he would definitely give a thumbs up and say, as expected of you, sending the crazy girl Feng Zhenghao to you. Hello. What? Let me go, Xiao Zhang is so powerful that he actually beat Zhang Lingyu. If not, I have to celebrate him tomorrow. You can reach the office from anywhere late at night. Su Si, who was discussing Zhang Xilan's true identity with Su San, suddenly received a call from Feng Bao. After listening to the other party's retelling of what happened tonight, Su Si called Xiao Zhang awesome. Su San on the side also heard it. He moved his glasses and said in shock, No, is Xiao Zhang so awesome? He even beat up the disciples of the old Tianxi. Su San knew that Zhang Bailan was very strong, but he never thought that he was so strong. After hanging up the phone, Su Si immediately took out his mobile phone, and while booking the Heaven and Earth service for tomorrow night, he said to Su-san, "Xiaozhang is so awesome, I must give him a salary increase and a bonus." "This is not good, Xiaozhang has received a salary increase several times this month," Su-san said, feeling something was wrong. The movement in his hand gradually stopped. Su Si took a breath of the cigarette in his mouth, exhaled a breath of white air, and looked at his brother, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. Su-san, you are too young, your structure is too small. Why do you think I gave Xiaozhang a salary increase? Think carefully about why Xiaozhang must stay in the company with his strength and character. Is it your charm, Su-san, or is this job so meaningful? I heard from Bao Bao that Xiaozhang kidnapped the daughter of Shilao Feng Zhengao. Don't you and I still know what kind of person Feng Zhengao is? Don't wait until Xiaozhang leaves the company. It will be too late to regret it. Moreover, as we just said, Zhang Hulan's grandfather may be a disciple of Zhang Jingqing, the previous Heavenly Master in the Heavenly Master's mansion. There is a high probability that this Lushan Dejiao is prepared for him. If this is true, I still expect Xiaozhang to train Zhang Hulan, but I can't let him leave the company." While Feng Zhengao and Su Si were talking about Zhang Bailan, in a rental house near Nankai University, someone turned over in his sleep. He didn't know that a big wave of pies was falling from the sky and hitting him. Chapter 21 Fourth Brother, We Need to Pay More. The next day, early morning. Inside the rental house of Nankai University. "Damn capitalists, you work on Saturdays, I'm so tired of it." Zhang Bailan rubbed his sleepy eyes and cursed the ugly face of the capitalists. He wished he could shoot 100 lasers and blow them up directly to the company. If it weren't for the poor salary every month, he wouldn't want to take this poor class at all. Looking at the side of the double bed, looking at the intact quilt boundary in the middle, Zhang Bailan touched his chin. Am I the legendary worse than a beast? Without thinking about this anymore, Zhang Bailan stood up and walked into the bathroom. Half an hour later. After washing, Zhang Bailan stood beside the bed, looking at Feng Xian, who was sleeping soundly, and raised his palm to wake him up with his mouth. Love the fragrance and cherish the jade? Doesn't exist. When this guy beat him last night, he was merciless, and Cuckoo just beat him hard. It was at this time that the other party opened his eyes. Okay. Seeing that the big-mouthed man had no chance, Zhang Bailan smacked his lips and said with some pity, "Are you awake? Then come to the company with me." Rubbing her sore neck, Feng Xian heard a voice in confusion, and subconsciously looked at the surrounding environment. Finally, her eyes fell on Zhang Bailan beside the bed, and asked without waking up, "Is this your home? It's quite clean." "Yes." Zhang Bailan. "No, girl, is this your first reaction? You shouldn't have screamed and yelled at me for being shameless first, and then slapped me, right? Are all the novels I read before fake?" But Zhang Bailan didn't know that for a strange woman like Feng Xian, who paid 500 yuan apiece, this little thing was nothing, and nothing happened between the two of them. "What? Do you want me to hit you?" Facing Zhang Bailan's surprise, Feng Xian said that if you are willing, I can punch you twice. Recalling everything that happened last night, she knew that she was no match for the man in front of her. She was also curious about when the company actually had such a number one person, and the whole world didn't know about it. With this idea in mind, he decided to get to know the man in front of him well. "Okay. No problem is better." Zhang Bailan said that it would save trouble and simply explained the current situation to the other party. The general meaning was to pay the money with one hand and let the person go with the other. "No problem." Sitting on the bed with her knees bent, Feng Xian held her chin and said, as if she didn't feel any fear at all, her mood was too stable. Seeing that the other party had no resistance, Zhang Bailan was also happy. Downstairs of the rental house. Riding on the small electric donkey, Zhang Bailan motioned to Feng Xian to get on the bus. The other party just hesitated for a while and then sat on. What a good girl! It's a pity that I didn't have a chance with him. Looking at Feng Xian, who was sitting in the back seat of the small electric donkey, not feeling embarrassed, Zhang Bailan sighed in her heart, there are not many girls like her in this world. Express delivery companies are available everywhere. Is this a company? Why does it look like a black-hearted factory? Feng Xian asked curiously while standing at the door of the warehouse. Zhang Bailan felt that the hero saw the same thing, and walked towards the clock card machine at the door. Beep. Work card. It was detected that the host was extremely unhappy physically and mentally, and no happiness value was obtained. Zhang Bailan, who was already a senior worker, passed by the assembly line for sorting express delivery and walked straight to the office on the second floor. As soon as the office door is opened, it turns out that everyone in the company must be neat and orderly. Seeing Zhang Bailan coming, Su Si immediately greeted him enthusiastically, put his arms around Zhang Bailan's neck and said with a smile, "Not bad, Xiao Zhang, even Zhang Lingyu is not your opponent, how can you hide it?" Faced with this problem, Zhang Bailan cleverly led him over, waved his hand and said, "Fourth brother, stop joking. I am a senior disciple of the Tianqi mansion, so I am not serious." At this time, Su San on the side also spoke, and he said, "Xiao Zhang, don't be humble. Even if the other party is not serious, you can resist Zhang Lingyu's thunder without falling behind. It's not an exaggeration to say that you hide everything." "Yes, Brother Lan, you are too humble." Zhang Hulan also agreed. "Third brother, you're welcome, it's really just a fluke." No matter how much people praise it, Zhang Bailan always adheres to the concept that if I don't admit it, it means I don't have it, and keeps making excuses. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous, but pigs are afraid of being strong. Zhang Bailan understands this truth very well. If he wants to live an ordinary, carefree, comfortable, and enjoyable life, he must not be famous. Who knows that after becoming famous, what kind of idiots will come looking for fame? Of course, as long as you dare to give Zhang Bailan 1 billion, he can resign and exit the alien world now, and live a corrupt life of managing friends every day. So he has nothing to gain from such things as fame. While the two sides were arguing, Feng Xian, who was following Zhang Bailan, had eyes flashing. She didn't expect that this handsome guy in front of her not only defeated her, but he didn't even defeat Zhang Lingyu. Thinking of this, Feng Xian became more interested in the guy in front of her. Hearing Zhang Bailan's various tactful refusals, Su Si put out the cigarette in his mouth, sighed and said, "Okay. The company originally planned to reward you for your performance this time, but since you feel you don't deserve it, then forget it, come on." Award. Hearing this, Zhang Bailan immediately said that he would not be sleepy anymore. After all, who would have trouble with money, right? Foot washing, massage, big sword, heaven and earth, enjoying life, which one does not require money? He has never been served by one-stop service yet. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan immediately said that Zhang Lingyu's level is only average, and it is our duty to show the company's dignity. Good guy. This is almost as good as the Sichuan opera face changing. It's really a little trick, I gave my brother a knife. Regarding the power of money, Zhang Bailan gave the best proof. Although Zhang Bailan behaves very realistically, the world is more realistic. Only if you have money can the world be worthwhile. If you don't have money, you'd better not come to the world. Really? This is the Xiao Zhang I know, the one who can bend over backwards for money. Su Si nodded and continued, "Xiao Zhang, Su San and I discussed it and prepared to increase your basic salary by 500 yuan, and at the same time give you an additional bonus of 10,000 yuan this month." How many? Zhang Bailan's head was dizzy, and he felt like a poor boy suddenly became rich overnight. The last time he saw so much money was when he was working as a security guard in the company that was destroyed by Zhang Lingyu. Seeing Zhang Bailan's dull look, Su Si smiled and said, "Why, is that too much?" "No, no, no." Zhang Bailan grabbed Su Si's hands, looked at him sincerely, and said sincerely, "Fourth brother, from today on, you are my half-brother, and my affairs are your affairs. Your business is still your business. You kid." Looking at Zhang Bailan's actions, Su Si laughed dumbly. "I gave you a salary increase, but you took advantage of me." He immediately continued, "Xiao Zhang, the salary has increased, but I still have something to do. Tell you to do it." "Good guy. So you were waiting for me here? Playing with Matryoshka dolls, right? It's okay not to have such a brother. Fourth brother, you know me. I still have some money on hand, and I've been working too much overtime recently. I want to take some rest." After listening to Su Si's words, Zhang Bailan was silent for a while and said. Listening to the tone of rejection, Su Si also knew that although the other party loved money, he was not a guy who could be driven by money. However, Zhang Hulan was about to participate in the Lushan Daijiao, and Su Si could only bid again. Heaven and earth at once. However, Zhang Bailan still shook his head. "Damn it! It's useless even in heaven and on earth. This kid really doesn't want to take over the job this time." Su Si secretly thought in his heart. Su San and Feng Bao on the side were equally shocked when they saw this scene. Is this still the Zhang Bailan they knew? Looking at Zhang Bailan, who seemed to have entered sage mode, Su Si said helplessly, "Okay. Since Xiao Zhang you." However, before Su Si finished speaking, he saw Zhang Bailan rubbing his fingers. "Fourth brother, what I mean is, this requires extra money." Chapter 22 Training? I know how to train with a hammer. Fourth brother, what I mean is, this requires extra money. There was silence in the office. Both those who were familiar with Zhang Bailan and those who were not familiar with Zhang Bailan were all silenced by the other party. Okay. Come and play with us, right? Do you think you are good at pulling? With the way we swore so solemnly just now, we thought we had admitted the wrong person, but it turned out that we were holding it back here." When faced with Zhang Bailan, the lay Buddhist with extra money, everyone said that this is the guy I recognize. Of course, Zhang Bailan agreed not without reason. It is true that, as he said, he still has $1,000 in spare money, which is enough to support him until his salary is paid next month. But what about wages? Doesn't he still have to go to work? All this led to the appearance of the lay monks who add money. "Okay, Xiao Zhang. You are already playing tricks on your fourth brother. Let's talk about your conditions first." When he heard the other party's refusal, Su Si was ready to give up and find another way, but he didn't expect Zhang Bailan to give him a hard-to-get approach. Zhang Bailan was not polite, they were all old acquaintances, and directly made his request. "Have a holiday. And it's 5 days off." Nothing can make Zhang Bailan's heart beat more than a vacation. He is not short of money for the time being. He will have it when his salary and bonuses are paid. What he is short of now is time to spend money and enjoy life, so there is no better choice than taking a vacation at this moment. Have a holiday? In this river? In this Ganges? And it fits Zhang Bailan's character very well. When Su Si heard this answer, he didn't feel surprised at all. He was surprised not long ago why Zhang Bailan didn't pretend to be sick and ask for leave this month. It turned out that he had this plan. He could reasonably suspect that even if he disagreed, after receiving this month's salary, this guy would most likely come late and leave early, and go to the hospital to issue fake medical records. No one knows Zhang Bailan better than Su Si. Zhang Bailan indeed thought so. Even if this incident hadn't happened, he would have made plans to take leave. What's the point of making so much money if you don't have a way to take time off? If he doesn't take time off to fish, where will he find the time to enjoy life? Just rely on anywhere to get 2 days off a month? Isn't that sending beggars away? After thinking carefully for a while, Su Si found that he really couldn't refuse. In order for Zhang Hulan to win the Lushan Dejiao, this month of special training was indispensable. However, he and Su San were busy, and Bao Bao was not the one who could teach Zhang Hulan, so he could only place his hopes on Zhang Bailan. As for why Zhang Hulan must win at the Lushan Dejiao, it was probably because they learned from their father that the baby's life experience was related to Zhang Hulan. That's right. At this time, Su San and Su Si had received Zhang Lingyu's invitation to Zhang Hulan, and also learned some things related to the baby from their father. Only then did I hope that Zhang Hulan would win the Lushan Dejiao. No problem, it's just 5 days off. Anyway, after training, Zhang Hulan will arrive at the Lushan Dejiao. Then we will see if we can bring Xiao Zhang, who is on vacation, with him. After hearing Su Si's promise, Zhang Bailan asked what he wanted him to do. Seeing this, Su San pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile, "What kind of job?" "Xiao Zhang, do you remember Zhang Lingyu?" When Su San mentioned this, Zhang Bailan remembered the other party's purpose of going down the mountain this time, to invite Zhang Hulan to participate in the Lushan festival. It sounds like it's the Luo Tian Dejiao, but it's actually the Master Tian who wants to keep Zhang Hulan. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan seemed to know what the other party wanted him to do, and it should be special training for Zhang Hulan. Special training? He knows how to train with a hammer. Zhang Bailan, whose strength comes from the system, said, "How can you say this if you let someone hang on the wall to train others?" What's Zhang Bailan's current state? Probably he and the system were responsible for the random killings. The system was responsible for the killings, and he was responsible for the killings. As expected, Su San continued, Zhang Lingyu came down the mountain this time because the Tianqi mansion in Longhe Mountain is about to hold the Lushan Dejiao, and Zhang Hulan is also on the invitation list, so Su Si and I hope you can treat Zhang Hulan a month-long special training. Really? Hearing Su San's words, Zhang Bailan began to regret in his heart. He was so happy when he proposed the conditions just now, but now he is so painful. 1 month of special training. The daylilies will be cold by the time the special training is over. Why take a vacation? Third brother, are you kidding me? I'm going to train Zhang Hulan. How do you think I'm suitable for training others? Pointing at himself, Zhang Bailan said that he didn't want to take on such a laborious and time-consuming job. Xiao Zhang, don't be modest. You can beat Zhang Lingyu and you are so proficient in using supernatural powers. What's the point of teaching Zhang Hulan? Su San continued. Superpower? Hearing Su San talking about his shining fruit, Zhang Bailan was silent for a while, and then thought in his heart, have I ever trained to use the shining fruit? The answer is of course no. Zhang Bailan, who only wanted to show off, never thought of developing the power of the sparkling fruit, otherwise he would not have used his own moves twice, and both times he lost control and ran away. Seeing Zhang Bailan's silence, Su San thought that the other party wanted to regret it, so he immediately mentioned the vacation time again, from 5 days to a week. A 7-day holiday is really tempting. Zhang Bailan wanted to take over this job, but he really had nothing to teach him. At this time, Su Si came over, put his arms around Zhang Bailan's neck and whispered, "Don't worry, Xiao Zhang, there is a baby with you this time, you just need to help me watch Zhang Hulan." Su Si's voice was very soft, so soft that only the two of them could hear it, but when it came to the word Zhang Hulan, it was especially heavy, as if he was emphasizing something. Zhang Bailan suddenly understood after Su Si's reminder. I asked why I was suddenly asked to give Zhang Hulan special training. It turned out that I was worried that Feng Bao Bao couldn't beat Zhang Hulan, so I was asking myself to be the boss. Then I heard Su Si say, this month, you don't have to come to the company to check in, just keep an eye on Zhang Hulan. Of course. You can also share your experience in developing superpowers with others, don't always hide it. Then it's settled, fourth brother, you understand me. When Zhang Bailan heard that he didn't need to come to the company to check in, he agreed almost without hesitation. Who says I don't understand special training? Zhang Bailan said I don't understand, but someone does. He knows a lot of good teachers, such as Kato Momika, Mikami Yua, Matsumoto Ichika, Maple Blossom Ren. These are all good teachers, and they guarantee that Zhang Hulan will experience a special training without regrets. Seeing Su Si and Zhang Bailan working together, Zhang Hulan in the distance had an ominous premonition for some reason. Seeing that the matter was settled, everyone turned their attention to Feng Xian next to Zhang Bailan. They kept pouting and asked Zhang Bailan what was going on. After briefly introducing their plan to exchange Feng Xian for mental damage compensation, Su San and others' mouths twitched crazily. It is estimated that only Zhang Bailan can blackmail the 10 guys. Chapter 23 Brother Lan, please help me practice. North Daxia, Jinmen. Express delivery companies are available everywhere. 530. After getting off work, Zhang Bailan took Feng Xian and walked out. Originally, he planned to put the other party in the company's underground prison, but Su Si refused to agree to anything, and said that this was his personal problem. Work-related injury. Brother. How can this be a personal matter? Seeing this, Zhang Bailan had no choice but to let the other party follow him first. If he wasn't too embarrassed to speak, he would have called Feng Zhenghao now and asked him to pay him to redeem him. It is not an option for a girl to always follow him. As a result, he even rejected Su Si's dream of heaven and earth tonight. You still caught Xiaohe, the bone scraper? White-haired Feng Xian asked, sitting sideways in the back seat of the little electric donkey. No. Zhang Bailan rode seriously and replied casually. He didn't lie. Xiaohe was just knocked unconscious by himself. He didn't catch it with his own hands, so it was naturally not his fault. But when Su Si said just now that the convoy escorting Xiaohe and Liu Liang to Najitong's headquarters had been robbed, Zhang Bailan said that Chuanxing was really lawless and she didn't want to have anything to do with them. You're really weird. Others want fame but they don't get it. You seem to be very scared. Hearing Feng Xian's words, Zhang Bailan shook his head and did not answer the question. Instead, he asked, You are really Feng Zhenghao's biological daughter? You haven't even called her for a day, which made him start to doubt who Feng Xian is. Not biological anymore. Probably guessing what her father had planned, Feng Xian didn't say anything, just quietly enjoying the scenery on the roadside, and for a while there was only the sound of the silent wind. When passing by Nankai University, Feng Xian suddenly jumped off the electric donkey and asked Zhang Bailan to wait for her here. It would be impossible to give Zhang Bailan direct treatment. Half an hour later, Zhang Bailan felt ashamed of her stupidity. Why did Feng Zhenghao have to pay the ransom? Feng Xian is also a rich woman, right? All he can say is that poverty has limited his thinking. How much does it cost? A red Porsche Cayenne parked on the side of the road, and Feng Xian said as she lay beside the car window. Zhang Bailan really asked this question. Not afraid of being embarrassed by speaking out, Zhang Bailan really didn't think about the amount of ransom. You haven't thought about how much money it will cost, haven't you? Looking at the other party's frowning and thoughtful expression, Feng Xian was speechless to the extreme. She took out all the cash from her wallet and gave it to Zhang Bailan, and finally gave 500 yuan alone. This 500 is considered as the overnight fee last night. Without knowing it, Zhang Bailan also became the man worth 500 yuan. After saying that, he kicked the accelerator and the black Porsche Cayenne sped out, leaving Zhang Bailan standing there holding the money. At this moment, the male college student who witnessed all this from a distance showed a shocked expression. Could this be the legendary rich woman's happy ball? Staring at the college students in the distance, Zhang Bailan complained crazily in her heart. Rich woman's happy ball? Your whole family is a happy ball of a rich woman. But it's really a lot given. Putting the money in his pocket, Zhang Bailan thought it was still early and he could go to Jinzun footpath to find Miss Number 8 to wash his feet. A night of silence. The world is always so sudden. As the saying goes, love rises with the wind, but it is difficult to calm down when the wind stops. Many things always change inadvertently, and the same is true for a person's love. Maybe, this is true love. Unforgettable love has always been like this. The wind starts at the end of green grass and is born between the gentle waves. Young man, what are you doing there? Do you want some pancakes or fruit? Zhang Bailan, who stayed overnight at Jinzun footpath, was interrupted from his thoughts by the familiar pancake and fruit man in front of him. He originally just wanted to wash his feet, but he couldn't help but the other party's service was so good that he fell in love between his lips and teeth. Picking up the pancakes and fruit, Zhang Bailan swept over 8 yuan and asked, "Boss, can you still make 10,000 yuan a month now?" Hearing the boss's proud and triumphant laughter, Zhang Bailan felt relieved. Only in this way would the other party not feel distressed when the tricycle was towed away. "Hey! City management? I'm reporting someone setting up a stall near Jinzun Foot Road. Express delivery companies are available everywhere. Brother Lan, you are finally here." As soon as Zhang Bailan stepped into the company's door, she was grabbed by Zhang Hulan, who had been waiting for a long time, and got into Su Si's black Hyundai and drove towards the outside of the city. After waiting for a long time, Zhang Hulan thought Zhang Bailan wouldn't come today. If that were the case, it would be so embarrassing for him and Feng Baobao to be alone in the same room. Not long after, Su Si sent the three of them to a villa not far from the company, briefly explained a few words, and left. The three of them stood in front of the small villa and looked at it for a long time. It was not until Zhang Bailan opened the door that Zhang Hulan and Feng Baobao followed. Looking at the Syrian-style fine decoration inside, the three of them expressed their admiration. "Okay, Sister Baoer, I'll leave this guy to you for training. Come to me if you need anything." Seeing the rocking chair at the door, Zhang Bailan turned around and lay down on it, basking in the sun comfortably. "Brother Lan, no. Didn't fourth brother ask you to train me? You don't need him, you come with me." Faced with Feng Baobao's invitation, Zhang Hulan said that she did not dare to refuse and could only follow the other party honestly. Not long after, Zhang Hulan's painful screams came from the villa. Zhang Bailan knew that it was Feng Baobao who passed on old farming skills to the other party. Knowing that Zhang Hulan would not die, he didn't care. He gently rocked the rocking chair, took out his mobile phone and played Honor of Kings leisurely. Time passed bit by bit, the sun gradually rose higher in the sky, and Zhang Hulan's panicked voice came out again in the villa. Thinking something had happened, Zhang Bailan rushed in immediately. What a white back! This is the first thought. It would be a shame not to cup it. Looking at Feng Baobao's smooth back, he suddenly wanted to cup him. Wash together. Looking at Zhang Hulan and Zhang Bailan, Feng Baobao launched a sincere invitation. Never mind. Looking at Feng Baobao, who was half naked, Zhang Bailan, who had never seen Dabo before, thought it was some big deal. She could only sigh that virgins are really hard to take care of, and walked out again. Half an hour later, Zhang Bailan, who was lying outside, listened to Feng Baobao criticizing Zhang Hulankai for flowing downwards. Knowing that it was time for him to play his role, he got up and walked in. "Sister Baoer, come out to play games and let Zhang Hulan practice alone." Zhang Bailan greeted. "Good." After Feng Baobao left and Zhang Hulan with big white legs was no longer in front of him, he could calm down and start practicing qi. Outside, with the addition of the player's smart batch, Zhang Bailan, who had been tortured to pieces by Zhuang, was able to reverse the situation. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value +15. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 17. The two of them hadn't played for long when Zhang Hulan walked out with a dejected look on his face, bent down and bowed and said, "Brother Lan, please help me practice." Chapter 24 Zhang Hulan, Where am I and who am I? The weather has cleared up and the rain has stopped. Zhang Hulan feels that she can do it. In the game, Zhang Bailan, who manipulated Arthur to steal the tower, and Feng Baobao, who used Li Bai to clear the wild, were both stunned, and they didn't understand what Zhang Hulan meant. "Sister Baoer, what did Zhang Hulan just say? It seems that he wants you to help him practice." After checking his tone to make sure that he heard correctly, Zhang Bailan just glanced at Zhang Hulan, and then continued to play the game, turning a deaf ear to this sentence. It's not that he looks down on the other party, but he can happily fish and mess around, so why should he start a fight? Xiao Lanzi, if you have nothing to do, go study your abilities, use your imagination, develop more moves, and forget about the competition. Xiao Lanzi? Zhang Hulan was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was calling him, and then he said, "Brother Lan, I want to see how strong I am and check for any gaps I have made." After reading the original work, Zhang Bailan naturally knew how strong Zhang Hulan was, so she said, "No need to compare, your strength is only about half of Zhang Lingyu's. Just using the golden light spell, can I be half as powerful as Zhang Lingyu? Then if I use the thunder method, wouldn't it be possible to fight the opponent 50-50? Brother Lan and Zhang Lingyu are tied at 55, and Zhang Lingyu and I are tied at 55. Doesn't that mean that Brother Lan and I are tied at 55? If Brother Lan and I open at 55, what about Baby Feng? Judging from the dull look on the opponent's face, he shouldn't be much better than Brother Lan. Rounding it off, it's still 55. In this way, Chu-Lan inequality was born. Through the Chu-Lan inequality, Zhang Hulan came up with a surprising answer, believing that she is not much weaker than Zhang Bailan, nor much weaker than Feng Baobao. He is qualified to challenge Zhang Bailan. Thinking that Zhang Bailan didn't know that he was hiding his strength, Zhang Hulan misjudged his own strength. He didn't know that what the other party was talking about was the comparison after he activated the thunder method. "Brother Lan, please help me practice. I want to experience my true strength." Looking forward to seeing the surprised expressions of Feng Baobao and Zhang Bailan who were on top of him, looking forward to turning over and singing as a surf, Zhang Hulan's eyes were filled with excitement. Is this guy crazy? Do you really want to be beaten? Not knowing Zhang Hulan's mentality, Zhang Bailan didn't want to pay attention to this fool, and waved his hand to signal him to get out, and don't delay him from playing games. He had no time to train. But in the face of Zhang Hulan's constant requests, Zhang Bailan finally couldn't help it. Mainly, this guy is so annoying, like a swarm of flies buzzing in his ears, and he even vaguely heard the tune of dang 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 dang. If you don't stop the other party, only you will probably come out. Sister Baoer, why don't you teach him a lesson? Zhang Bailan put down her phone and looked at Feng Baobao, who was controlling Li Bai's killing spree, and asked tentatively. Can? As Feng Baobao stood up, he went to get his Akamoto 1.1 and prepared to poke some holes in Zhang Hulan. Sister Baoer, no, master, stop, 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 stop. After softly feeling the opponent's strength, Zhang Hulan was not sure yet. He still wanted to challenge Zhang Bailan first. After he defeated the opponent, he would challenge the next one as a god of war. What are you doing? Don't you want to compete? Feng Baobao looked at Zhang Hulan doubtfully. Sister Baoer, you are my master, how can I challenge you? How can any slave challenge his master? If you want to challenge me, you are also challenging Brother Lan, don't you think so? That makes sense. Sitting back in his seat, Feng Baobao said to Zhang Bailan, I am his master, you should teach him a lesson. Hearing Zhang Hulan deceive the other party with just a few words, Zhang Bailan finally understood why Su Si came to him. Sister Baoer is stubborn. But even so, he didn't intend to take action. No matter how sweet-tongued and eloquent you Zhang Hulan are, I, Zhang Bailan, will never be fooled. The person who wants to prstute me for nothing has not been born yet. Playing the game wholeheartedly, Zhang Bailan was indifferent to Zhang Hulan's request, acting like a breeze blowing over the mountains. Finally, Zhang Hulan, who was eager to defeat Zhang Bailan and prove himself, used his trump card. Call Su Si. Hey! Fourth brother, Brother Lan doesn't give me special training. Without special training, how can I? Okay. Let Brother Lan answer the phone, right? Zhang Hulan handed over the phone with a bang. After a simple communication, Zhang Bailan hung up the phone. He didn't expect Zhang Hulan to be so shameless and even make a snitch. As expected, I don't want billion. Okay. For the sake of the 7-day holiday. Although I don't know where Zhang Hulan got his confidence, but since he wanted to learn from each other so much, he had no choice but to satisfy him. Hey! 120? There is a seriously ill patient waiting here. Yes, this is it. Listening to the other party's call, Zhang Hulan suddenly felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Leaving the courtyard of the villa and arriving on the wasteland, the two stood face to face. Brother Lan. I'm going to take action. Although I feel bad in my heart, I still have to finish the fight I arranged with tears in my eyes. Just like the cannon I arranged, the tank also needs to be fired. What's more, the situation is far from that bad. Isn't there still a grenade to suppress the situation? Xianzong of heaven and earth, the root of all things. I have cultivated extensively for thousands of kalpas and proved my magical powers. As the golden mantra was recited, Zhang Hulan's body was covered with a layer of rich golden light. That's it. No need to hide your secrets, just use the thunder method. What? How did he know that I knew how to use thunder? Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Hulan was paralyzed on the spot. A chill rose from the solace of his feet and went straight to Tianling Gai. His back was suddenly chilly, and his whole body was cold and stiff as he said, Brother Lan, did you know that I have thunder skills? Yes. Faced with this understatement, Zhang Hulan seemed to have lost his soul. So, you said that I have half of Zhang Lingyu's strength, and it is also based on the thunder method. Every time he spoke a word, Zhang Hulan's body seemed to have lost all its strength, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. What if? You don't think I didn't calculate the thunder method, do you? Or do you think you can compete with Zhang Lingyu with your thunder skills, so you think you can challenge me? There was a burst of golden light, and Zhang Bailan had already arrived in front of him, much faster than when he kicked Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Hulan, danger! Armed colors covered the area, and Zhang Bailan's gloomy voice sounded. Have you ever been kicked by a light? Click! The golden light spell shattered in response, along with Zhang Hulan's sea body shot out. His red face showed his distress. The collapse of Hulan's inequality heralds the beginning of Zhang Hulan's tragedy. Zhang Bailan, that's it. Zhang Hulan, Brother Lan, I was wrong. 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs. After a total of 5 kicks, Zhang Hulan was already numb from the kicks. Even with the thunder method activated, he couldn't clearly see the opponent's speed. His face suddenly turned pale, and there was only one thought left in his mind. Who am I and where am I? Chapter 25 Feng Xian's Invitation. With the last kick of shining golden light, Zhang Bailan was finally happy to take a morning off. You ask why? Zhang Hulan, who rolled 5.5 kilometers in the air and plunged into the ground in the distance, is the best proof. Let's do it! Let's do it! He ran back to the yard in a hurry. Zhang Bailan continued to rank up with Feng Bao, while Zhang Hulan was lying on the ground, looking at the sky with empty eyes, as if he saw his dead grandfather. Chu Lan, come on, I'm waiting for you here. Grandpa, grandson is here. Good guy, this is all an illusion, how many kicks did I have? Recalling the appearance of Zhang Hulan's Xiaoqiang in Immune to Death in the original anime, Zhang Bailin could only sigh. He is indeed a crispy college student, both easy to kill and difficult to kill. No words for half a day. After finishing lunch and packing some leftovers, Zhang Bailin sighed that the task was so simple, and kicked Zhang Hulan, who had been lying on the ground all morning, to signal him to get up and eat. Who would have thought that with just this light kick, the other party would roll on the ground several times unconsciously? Yo! Is this a stress reaction? Fortunately, he was a stranger after all, and Zhang Hulan's physical fitness was still very good, so he recovered after just lying down for a whole morning. As soon as you open your eyes, Kuka will eat it. After eating, the three of them sat at the table. Zhang Hulan looked at the two people opposite him a little embarrassed, with mixed feelings in his heart. I originally thought I was born in Rome, but I didn't expect that I turned out to be a cow and a horse, and finally became a clown. He thought that what others said was 55, but in fact, 5 kicks from others made him blossom. Zhang Bailin's few kicks directly made him realize the reality. Big brother, you are still your big brother. Thinking of this, Zhang Hulan rubbed his hands and said with a flattering smile, Brother Lan, do you have any way to become stronger quickly? Zhang Bailin is so powerful, so Zhang Lingyu, who is 55 against him, can also deal with him in a few hits. No safety but think about danger. Zhang Hulan urgently needs to improve his strength. He wants to win at the Lushan Daijiao in order to obtain more information about his grandfather. Yes. Zhang Bailin admitted naturally. Talking about thunder and lightning's training methods reminded him of several old friends. Thor Enel. Thunder Dharma King Yang Yangzin. 5 Lightning Whips Teacher Ma. Everyone is a master of playing electronics. Really? Brother Lan, please teach me. Zhang Hulan said excitedly. Can. Ah. You agree now? Zhang Hulan was stunned when he heard the other party's agreement. He didn't expect Zhang Bailin to agree so readily. Brother Lan, don't you need to pay more? I firmly believe that free ones are not the best, especially here in Zhang Bailin. It is better to spend some money to get peace of mind. The boy is quite wise. Zhang Bailin took out the WeChat QR code and received 500 yuan, and decided to teach the other party seriously. In the open space outside the villa, facing Zhang Hulan who was using thunder, Zhang Bailin hooked his hand and used the opponent to attack him. A beam of thunder struck, and Zhang Bailin easily shattered it with a wave of his armed-colored hand. Too weak. Thunder's quality is so bad. This is thunder method, it's worse than kidney deficiency. As the main masculine Zhang Palace Thunder, there should be a group of fierce ones, but when it comes to Zhang Hulan, it is like wilting. How can such a soft thunder method be the opponent of Yin Wulei? Try to condense the thunder method and compress the thunder into one place, just like me. As he spoke, Zhang Bailin gave a demonstration. His fingertips lit up with a soft golden light, and then solidified a little bit and turned into a beam of light and flew out. Clearly feeling the change in the intensity of the golden light at the opponent's fingertips, Zhang Hulan immediately began to refine his thunder technique. 1 bunch, 2 bunches, 3 bunches. Several thunderbolts gradually converged and merged into one, and then shot out on the ground in front of them, causing mud and rocks to splash. The power has been increased by at least 50%. Realizing that this method was feasible, Zhang Hulan tried to condense more thunder. Tianxia Group. Returning to Tianxia Y headquarters, Feng Xian was called over by her father Feng Zhenghao. In the president's office, Feng Zhenghao looked at his daughter and said thank you for your hard work, and then asked about things related to Zhang Bailin. Whether it is Zhang Hulan or Zhang Bailin, Feng Zhenghao said that he would catch them with both hands and not let anyone go. After hearing what her father said, Feng Xian told Zhang Bailin everything that had happened for a day. When she heard that the other party had also grabbed Xuanxing's bone scraper, Xiaoyi, Feng Zhenghao's face showed a trace of emotion. Ran, look. I didn't expect it. Such a genius came out of the company silently. After listening to his daughter's explanation, Feng Zhenghao had a preliminary understanding of Zhang Bailan. Coupled with the information he collected, he felt that the other party was a wonderful person. He obviously has talents and strength that are beyond others, but he just wants to be stable and have fun. He is such an interesting young man. Shayan, what do you think will happen if I recruit Zhang Bailan to the world? Feng Zhenghao suddenly said to his daughter. Father, that guy is greedy for money and lustful. What on earth is worth recruiting? Thinking of the drama between Zhang Bailan and Su Si in Najitong's office, he was a little confused about his father's thoughts. Greedy? Lustful? Feng Zhenghao stood up and walked to the glass wall behind him, looking at the busy street below, and said with a smile, Shayan, is what you see with your eyes true? Father. Feng Zhenghao ignored Feng Xian and continued, Xian, look at the people coming and going on the street. How many of them have revealed their true faces? What we cultivators pay attention to is the word sincerity. Perhaps Zhang Bailan has such strength just because he is sincere to others and to himself. It's because of sincerity that I want to recruit him. What does greed for money and lust mean? In terms of wealth, our Tianxia group has abundant funds and we are not afraid of him squandering it. In terms of S**x, Shayan, can't you compare to those fashionable women? What, father, you want me to date Zhang Bailan? Hearing this, Feng Xian couldn't sit still anymore. She admitted that the other party was a bit handsome. But anyone who was suddenly told that they were dating a stranger would probably feel disgusted. There's nothing strange about this. This kind of thing was very common in the past. I have investigated and found that although Zhang Bailan is greedy for money and lustful, he has no bad deeds. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be easy to get wealth and beauty. But he did not do this. Instead, he stayed wherever he was. Tong, living a peaceful life is enough to show his character. Unknowingly, Feng Zhenghao labeled Zhang Bailan an honest person. If Zhang Bailan heard these words, he would definitely say something. Thank you. Lao Deng. 10 minutes later. Feng Xian, with a gloomy look on her face, walked out of the office, took out her mobile phone and dialed Zhang Bailan's number, asking him to come to Tianxia meeting as per her father's request. Chapter 26. There is no way he gave too much. After tricking Zhang Hulan into practicing the thunder method alone, Zhang Bailan and Feng Baobao continued to play the game, performing the classic drama of two people slaughtered Zhuang, which made the high school sophomore Zhuang in a petri dish far away in the northeast so angry that his electrocardiogram increased. Even though she can control game characters through brain waves, with the combination of two masters, Feng Baobao and Zhang Bailan, she still loses more than she wins. Especially Li Bai, who is called the smart batch, his jungle approach is really too wild, the wild batch. Let's go to level 1 and be a human being. At this time, a strange phone call came to Zhang Bailan's Yuan leading. When he saw that it was a strange number, he was troubled by harassing calls and hung up without hesitation. Realizing that it was getting late, Zhang Bailan decided to go home from get off work. Since you don't have to clock in, why do you still have to abide by the 5:30 off-duty time? Today he will attack Jinzun footpath and attack Huanglong directly. Before leaving, Zhang Bailan called Zhang Hulan and told him not to be impulsive if something happened and to remember to call herself. If he remembered correctly, in the original work, the other party seemed to have a conflict with Feng Baobao, and finally ran away from Tianxia in anger. In order to avoid this situation from happening and adding new troubles to herself, Zhang Bailan took a precaution in advance. Of course, if Zhang Hulan knowingly committed the crime, then there would be no need to attend the Luo Tian de Jiao and he would just stay in the hospital. I have everything when I fall asleep. After leaving the small villa, Zhang Bailan was about to take the bus home, but within a few steps, she saw a red Porsche Cayenne parked on the side of the road. Feng Xian, with silver hair, wearing a purple bra and black high heels, sat leaning on the hood. Before Zhang Bailan could speak, Feng Xian took the lead and said, "Get in the car." Zhang Bailan. "Just let me get in the car without saying anything? What's going on? Do you want to sell me to fight in the Middle East?" "No, Miss Feng, it's not good for you to ask me to get in the car without saying anything. I don't know where the car is going." Zhang Bailan looked a little helpless. Stopping to pull the car door, Feng Xian remembered her father's words, turned around and explained, "My father wants to see you." "Feng Zhenghao wants to see me? He's a dignified guy, why would he see me, the little karami of the company?" Unable to figure out what the other party was thinking, and thinking that it might cause trouble, Zhang Bailan refused without hesitation. "Why is your father seeing me? Could it be that he wants us to worship here? Forget it, I won't go." Going around the other party, Zhang Bailan waved his hand and passed over the other party without looking back. It's not that Zhang Bailan is too careful, but that a big shot like Feng Zhenghao would come to him if nothing happened. He can't be like in online novels, where he just hears his name in a little deed, and then becomes shocked, thinking that he is a great talent, and sends money to his daughter like crazy. In this river? This is not in the river. Zhang Bailan is very self-aware. He may have some strength, but he is definitely not to the point where even 10 people worship him. In a situation like this, it is best to hide as far away as possible. Let's wait and see when he has the strength to block one punch and kick 2 heroes. That's right, we are just allowed to worship here. Will you go? Recalling what her father said, for the sake of the development of the family, Feng Xian tried to contact Zhang Bailan no matter how reluctant she was. What's more, apart from being greedy for money and lust, this guy is still very much in line with her taste in terms of appearance. Well, Feng Xian's answer confused Zhang Bailan. You haven't even been in love with him yet you were dragged into getting married out of nowhere? Of course, Zhang Bailan knew that this was just a joke, but he also took it seriously in his heart. Feng Zhenghao was serious about it. He just wants to know what he did well, and why can't I change it? He doesn't want to be dragged into the whirlpool of power and interests. That kind of thing is too troublesome, and giving Zhang Bailan 5 more brains won't be enough. Miss Feng, your father must have forced you to do so. No, I did it voluntarily. Why, am I not worthy of you? Hearing this, Zhang Bailan was already sure that it was the female madman Feng Zhenghao who sent him here to force him. But Zhang Bailan also had doubts. If Feng Xian gave it to him, who would Zhang Holan give it to? Is it possible to give Feng Yaya that tablet? I'm going. This is too punishment. Regardless of whether he is worthy or not, when it comes to this protruding figure, even Zhang Bailan, who is used to having S**x, can't guarantee that he will be any better than Feng Xian. Not to mention, my sister said, purple is very charming. Put it down. I won't go. Please tell your father to tell me thank you for his kindness. As he spoke, Zhang Bailan's figure gradually moved away. When he reached the bus stop, he found Feng Xian driving a car behind him. Just follow him if you like, he doesn't mind, but soon Zhang Bailan regretted it and he was completely convinced. Just follow if you say so. Why do you follow me everywhere? Is there anyone you follow like this? Turn on Wushuan tracking? No matter what Zhang Bailan went to do, Feng Xian followed him. Even when he was washing his feet in a golden cup, this guy followed him and sat aside to watch. This made Zhang Bailan embarrassed to go straight to Huanglong. All the way home, Zhang Bailan found that Feng Xian was more skilled than her. She took out the key and opened the door of the rental house directly. She was even more familiar with it than she, the owner. After asking, I found out that just a moment ago, the other party had bought the entire building. If you really have money, you can do whatever you want. Miss Feng, what do you want? What? Have you decided to go to the Tianxia meeting with me? Feng Xian had no choice, otherwise she wouldn't have resorted to such a trick. She knew that this guy couldn't be invited the first time, and he definitely wouldn't be able to be invited the second time. Hey! Forget it, give me your father's phone number and I will explain to him. After a while, Zhang Bailan took the phone and started communicating with Feng Zhenghao. The two were polite at first. Zhang Bailan said that he was just an ordinary employee and could not afford such love, but the other person's words made him quiet. Feng Zhenghao, 100,000, come to Tianxia to meet me. Zhang Bailan, okay. I'll come right away. Zhang Bailan said that this is really not a matter of principle, but that the other party gave too much. 100,000 yuan can make his barren life colorful, and he can now do some things that he could only think about before. Let's go. Yanzi, go see your father. At this time, Zhang Bailan, who was in a happy mood, had already begun to think about how to spend the 100,000 yuan, and even changed his name to Feng Xian. At this time, the world will be in a state of chaos. It was already time to get off work, but all the cotters in the world did not leave. They all received a notice from Feng Zhenghao to stay here and wait for someone. I want to see who it is that can have such a big deal and actually let us all wait for him here. Standing at the door leading to Feng Zhenghao's office, almost all the cotters were gearing up, waiting for the other party's arrival. Chapter 27 President Feng, this is the Hungmen banquet. I didn't expect that you really love money. Listening to her father using only 100,000 yuan to solve things that he couldn't solve for a long time, Feng Xian gained a new understanding of Zhang Bailan's love for money. She didn't expect that this guy was really willing to bend for money. Thinking of this, Feng Xian said, if I give you 1 million, what will happen if you join Tianxia? Hearing what the other party said, Zhang Bailan said angrily, you think I really want the 100,000 yuan? Although money is a good thing, it is just like that to me. Then you still promise my father? Feng Xian asked, who was a little surprised when she saw this. Okay, let's go. Without answering the other party's question, Zhang Bailan signaled to go. Indeed, as Zhang Bailan said, he didn't care about the 100,000 yuan provided by Feng Zhenghao. Money was just a number to him. He doesn't love money at all. If you have money, spend more, if you don't have money, spend less. This is Zhang Bailan's values. The real reason why he agreed to Feng Zhenghao was the other party's attitude. Although the other party spoke politely and without any dignity, Zhang Bailan could hear the persistence in it, the attitude of not giving up until he saw himself. It was precisely because of this that he agreed, otherwise he would not cause trouble. Getting on each other's Porsche, Zhang Bailan and Feng Xian drove towards the direction of Tianxia. Half an hour later, the entrance of Tianxia Group. Looking at the unusually impressive skyscraper, Zhang Bailan was led in by Feng Xian. He knew that Tianxia Group was very big, but he didn't expect it to be so big. All the way forward, they went up to the 18th floor through the elevator. In the bright and spacious passage, stepping on the ground covered with red carpet, the two of them walked towards Feng Zhenghao's office. Many strangers passed by along the way, but none of them looked at Zhang Bailan in a friendly way. Is this the guy? Doesn't it look good too? The boss asked us to wait for this kind of stuff. It's a waste of time. I can knock down such a weak guy with just one sweep. Waiting for Feng Xian and Zhang Bailan to disappear into the passage, the cotters of the Tianxia began to discuss, and their words were all full of disdain. On the contrary, it was Feng Xingtong who was on the side who realized that Dad was right to let these guys stay. It's time for these arrogant guys to suffer. Guys who can be recruited by the world are more or less capable strangers, and capable guys are more or less arrogant, such as Jia Zhenjiu, the object-controlling master of the Northwest Jia family in the office at the moment. But looking at the old lady, she doesn't seem to hate Zhang Bailan that much. Feng Xingtong looked at the two departing figures like he was eating a melon. Naturally, the discussions behind these guys couldn't escape Zhang Bailan's ears. After 15 times of physical enhancement through the system, no matter how little the enhancement was each time, his hearing was far beyond that of ordinary people. Faced with the disdain of these guys, what did Zhang Bailan say? They are just a bunch of miscellaneous fish. If you really dare to provoke yourself, then just do it alone. On the contrary, it was the codder's dressing up that made Zhang Bailan start to question Feng Zhenghao's taste. Why he could do anything wrong. For example, a perverted old kappa who looks like he's on steroids and only wears briefs. Can this kind of thing be released? Sensing that she was getting further and further away from Feng Zhenghao, Zhang Bailan asked, "Where are we going?" Feng Xian replied, "Father is meeting guests, you should take a rest in this room first." In front of the double-open white birch door, Feng Xian pushed it open and walked in with Zhang Bailan. In the splendid and spacious interior, there is a large bed that can sleep 10 people. Standing next to it is a woman wearing a red uniform and holding a toolbox in her hand. "Nana, please press this guy's button." After speaking, the woman with slanted bangs carrying the toolbox came forward. Zhang Bailan did not refuse. He knew that this woman had massaged Zhang Hulan in the original work. He knew that the other party's technique was a little different, and he also wanted to give it a try. What is the difference between massages for strangers and ordinary people? It's okay if you don't get started, but who can withstand it? Taking off his shirt at this moment, Zhang Bailan was lying on the bed as if he was in the clouds, as if he had opened the door to the new world. It was so comfortable. Baiyu is more fun. Zhang Bailan only felt that what was being massaged was not his body, but as if there were two big hands grabbing his meridians and twisting them back and forth, giving him a wonderful feeling of about to erupt. The fatigue accumulated over the years was swept away. Looking at Zhang Bailan's intoxicated and confused expression, Feng Xian still couldn't hold it back. This was the guy her father asked her to date. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 258. Ding! Integration increased. Unlock skill, 8-foot Megatama. Name, Zhang Bailan. Template Kizaru, Porosalino. Current fusion degree, 16%, 27/1600 pleasure value. Devil fruit, sparkling fruit. Domineering, domineering with knowledge and domineering, domineering with weapons. Devil fruit strengthening, 2. Visual color enhancement, 4. Armed color enhancement, 0. 6 marine styles, shave, moonwalk, and foot. Skills, light laser, Tian Kong Yun sword, partial elementalization, light speed kick, 8-foot Megatama. I pulled out the system and took a look, and sure enough, Kizaru's signature skill 8-footed Megatama was added to the skill interface. He remembered that Kizaru didn't seem to have many skills in one piece, and he didn't know if there would be other skills later. Just when Zhang Bailan was checking the system panel, the door to the room was pushed open, and a man with short silver-white hair, a Huxia character face, and a black suit walked in. Behind him, there was a man with red hair and wearing a black mandarin jacket. Feng Zhenghao, Jia Zhenjiu. Seeing this, Zhang Bailan sat up and stared at the youngest of the 10 men. It's just that being shirtless kind of ruins the atmosphere. Watching the other party put on his clothes, Feng Zhenghao laughed loudly and said, "Little friend Bailan, how about the service I arranged for you?" It turns out that this service was arranged by Feng Zhenghao. See what the real boss is. What does it mean to feel at home? Zhang Bailan said that Su San and Su Si should study hard. You're welcome, President Feng, I wonder why you came to see me. Enjoyment is enjoyment. Zhang Bailan did not forget about business. It's nothing serious. I just heard She Yan talk about you, and I couldn't help but want to take a look and introduce you to him. This is Master Jia Zhenjia from the Jia family in the northwest. He is a famous master in the alien world today. Feng Zhenjiao made a fool of himself and introduced the man who stood up. Jia Zhenjiao, on the other hand, betrayed Feng Zhenjiao, cupped his hands towards Zhang Bailan and said, "Northwest, Jia Zhenjiao." Seeing the other party playing sloppily with her, Zhang Bailan couldn't help but curse the old fox in her heart, but she actually said, "President Feng, since you have met me, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Do you have to go to work tomorrow?" After speaking, Zhang Bailan stood up and left. Among the cotters left in the world, plus this Jia Zhenjiao, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Feng Zhenjiao wants to test his strength. Listening to the sounds in the guest room, Feng Xintong, who was in the corridor, looked at the three cotters in front of him and said, "The talks have broken down. I'm sorry to bother you all." After saying that, the three cotters moved their bodies and walked out of the room, looking like they were going to have a big fight. Zhang Bailan's face instantly turned cold when she noticed the movement in the corridor. "President Feng, this is the Hungmen banquet." Chapter 28 Feng Zhenjiao's Big Gamble. Zhang Bailan's eyes were cold. He didn't expect Feng Zhenjiao to play this trick with him. This feeling of being cheated made him very dissatisfied, and even outsiders could see his emotional changes. Feng Zhenjiao is very confused. He didn't expect why things would suddenly turn out like this. As for the Hungmen banquet mentioned by Zhang Bailan, he had no idea at all. However, when three Tianxiawai cotters recommended the gate of opening, Feng Zhenjiao understood that his foolish son must have made a mistake. "What are you doing here?" Listening to Feng Zhenjiao's cold voice, the three of them looked at each other. Didn't Feng Xintong tell them that it was time to take action? Why was it different when they arrived at the boss's place? Ignoring a few people, Feng Zhenjiao apologized to Zhang Bailan and said, "Little friend Bailan, I asked the cotter to stay because I just wanted to get to know you in advance and avoid unnecessary conflicts in the future. I have no intention of having a Hungmen banquet." As for Master Jia Zhenjiao, it was also an accident. He was supposed to arrive late, but he came to Tianxiawai in advance because he bought the wrong ticket. Could it be that I made a mistake? Listening to Feng Zhenjiao's apology, Zhang Bailan thought about the time when Jia Zhenjiao's original work appeared, then looked at the three Tianxiawai cotters in a daze, and roughly understood the problem. It may be that when conveying the order, the subordinates misunderstood. Moreover, at Feng Zhenjiao's level, there is absolutely no need to use this method. After all, he is an employee of the company. If there is a conflict with Tianxiawai, it is not a trivial matter if it is not handled well. Of course, the most important thing is that the other party can explain in advance that he will not refuse at all. Wanting to resolve the tangle of Tianxiawai as soon as possible, Zhang Bailan would come anyway. He didn't want Feng Xian to go to Jinzun footpath with him again. His expression gradually softened, and Zhang Bailan said to Feng Zhenjiao in front of him, "President Feng, if you have anything to say, just say it directly." Seeing this scene, everyone behind Feng Zhenjiao looked unhappy. Their boss actually kowtows to such a young boy, which makes them lose face. Especially Jia Zhenjiao, who had just agreed to join the Tianxiawai, his face was even more ugly. When he looked at Zhang Bailan, he became dissatisfied. Did Feng Zhenjiao embarrass himself? That would be a loss of face for him, Jia Zhenjiao. The same is true for Sand Swallows. He didn't expect that his father could do this for Zhang Bailan. Such a greedy and lustful guy. Is it worth it? After hearing what the other party said, Feng Zhenjiao no longer concealed his purpose and said directly, "Little friend Bailan, you are an ordinary employee of the company, right?" "That's right." Not long after Zhang Bailan finished answering, he heard Feng Zhenjiao laughing and saying, "Little friend Bailan, since you are just an ordinary employee of the company, are you interested in changing jobs and joining Tianxiawai? Don't refuse in a hurry, listen to what I have to say first." Seeing Zhang Bailan about to speak, Feng Zhenghao stopped him with a smile, and then continued, I can give you 5% of the shares of Tianxiaoy and enough freedom. Only when necessary I will let you take action when the time comes, how about? And, what do you think of Sheyan? Feng Zhenghao stared at Zhang Bailin with burning eyes and offered an almost crazy price. 5% of the shares of Tianxiaoy. Enough freedom. And a beautiful girl as a gift. How about Feng Xian? Zhang Bailin compared her with Miss Number 8, whom she favored the most. Long legs. Big breasts. Quite temperamental. The only drawback is that it's a little dark. But this is not a problem, because purple is really charming. Zhang Bailin even wondered whether it was because he didn't wake up, or because Feng Zhenghao was too crazy. Is it really worth paying so much for him? Not to mention other people, Zhang Bailin looked at himself, and a question came to his mind, am I really worth so much money? What does 5% of the shares of Tianxiaoy mean? The market value of Tianxiaoy is 300 billion, which means that Feng Zhenghao gave out 15 billion at once. This is money Zhang Bailin will never make in his entire life. No. Not to mention making money, even if he robbed a bank, he might not be able to rob so much money. It really matched that famous scene. There's no way I can make money as quickly as I do in robbery. At this time, Zhu Zhenjiahu's face behind him was extremely ugly. He thought Feng Zhenghao was playing a trick on him. He agreed to join the Tianxiaoy and his salary was only 500,000 a month. This young boy, why? The same is true for the other 3 cadres, but they have followed Feng Zhenghao for a long time and they know the boss's character. Naturally, they have their reasons for allowing him to offer such a high price. Feng Xian never thought that this scum would be worth so much for his father. Feng Zhenghao certainly didn't make this out of nothing. Just anyone would give such an exaggerated price. From the moment he saw Zhang Bailin, he found that this young man's eyes were very unusual, giving people a special experience and making him feel that his future prospects were limitless. If Feng Zhenghao is familiar with Taoist classics, he should know that this is called Shenying restrained. Only those who have cultivated to a certain level can reach this point. And Zhang Bailin was able to achieve this level because of the existence of the system. So he's betting. Feng Zhenghao is betting on the future. He spent a lot of money on it and even took his own daughter. If you bet correctly, the Feng family will prosper. Even if you lose the bet, you will only lose a little money. At this moment, Feng Zhenghao's heroic nature is clearly revealed. Faced with Zhang Bailin's hesitation, Feng Zhenghao didn't get angry, but chose to continue adding more money. If you are not satisfied with the conditions I offered, what about adding the unique techniques inherited by my Feng family, the 8 wonders and Zhu Ling Qi General? As soon as Feng Zhenghao made a sound, the room instantly exploded. Zhu Ling dispatches generals. That's one of the 8 magical skills. According to legend, you can be detained and use the special skills of elves. Just like that, Feng Zhenghao made a promise to this young boy. After hearing this, Zhu Zhenjiahu, who had just joined the Tianxiaoy, quit his job, and so did the previous cadres. Isn't it a little inappropriate for Feng Zhenghao, boss, to do this? Facing the doubts of his subordinates, Feng Zhenghao just said lightly, if you have any objections, I can promise it to you as long as you defeat Zhang Bailin. This guy Feng Zhenghao is crazy. Even Zhu Ling sent generals out. They want me to join the Tianxiaoy, and they also want my life. The price offered by the other party was so crazy that it even made Zhang Bailin feel unconfident about doing it. If he gave anyone any of them, they would all go for it, but the other party actually gave them all to him. At this moment, when he heard that Feng Zhenghao asked his subordinates to challenge him, he was not as angry as before. Instead, he said, President Feng, let's do this. I will compete with these guys. As long as I win, I will win. What will happen if you let me leave the world? Of course we can discuss it, but the conditions I set are still valid. Madman! Zhang Bailan said that he did not want to talk to Feng Zhenghao. He just wanted to finish the fight quickly and leave this place of right and wrong early. He really admired this old man. Chapter 29 One person at a time. Instead of looking at Feng Zhenghao, Zhang Bailan focused on the three cotters of Tianxiaoy. For some reason, the strange people he had previously commented on for their strange attire now looked surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Sure enough, without comparison, there is no advantage. Compared with Feng Zhenghao, even the tall old kappa wearing only briefs looked particularly kind. President, do what you just said still count? 3 cotters, 2 men and 1 woman, asked. What I said will naturally count. As long as you can defeat him, everything I promised you just now will be given to you. The lenses of his eyes reflected white light. Feng Zhenghao knew the strength of his men and did not believe that they could do it. Look at each other. All 3 of them had greed in their eyes. Not to mention the 8 wonders and Zhuling Qianzhang, just 5% of the shares of Tianxia Group is enough to make them lose their minds. If not for money, what would they do if they joined Tianxia? Picture C60. The 3 of them spread out and attacked from different directions. The man wearing a black suit and pink shirt took the first shot, and the air in his palm condensed and turned into a pillar of air waves and shot out. Facing the incoming air pillar, Zhang Bailan simply turned around and dodged it. Averted. He can see my powers. I saw the man in the pink shirt using his ability to compress air again, and air bombs flew towards the opponent. However, in Zhang Bailan's opinion, these are just child's play. The fist is wrapped in armed color, and the incoming air bullet is shattered with a wave of the backhand. Boy, where are you looking? It was at this time that the old kappa appeared next to Zhang Bailan and punched him. Bang! The fists collided, and the old kappa felt as if he had been hit on a steel plate, and the bones in his hands were shaken and painful. Zhang Bailan punched again with his backhand, but the opponent dodged it strangely. I saw the old kappa's body elongated and deformed, spinning like dough, entangled Zhang Bailan, trying to crush him. But no matter how tight he tightened, Zhang Bailan's body didn't look strange at all, and even his clothes didn't wrinkle. How is this possible? Why is this guy's body so hard? Could it be that he is a trainer? Just when the old kappa was shocked, the last cotter also came. A large amount of chi attached to the extended nails, clawing at Zhang Bailan's chest mercilessly. Kang! There was a sound of metal collision, and the other party's nails were broken. What is your body made of? Have you finished the fight? After briefly feeling the strength of the 3 people, Zhang Bailan didn't know where Feng Zhenghao found the crooked melon split date, but he didn't want to waste any more time. Boy, don't be too arrogant, we are not over yet. At first, the man in the pink shirt planned to continue to compress the air to fight back, but before his ability could be released, he saw a flash of golden light in front of his eyes, and then a voice came into his ears. Have you ever been kicked by a light? Golden light burst out, and the man vomited blood. His eyes rolled blindly in the air for countless circles, and finally embedded himself in the nearby wall, motionless. What a fast speed! What is this guy's superpower? The 2 remaining cotters in the square remembered their previous ridicule to Zhang Bailan. And it was like a slap in the face, silently hitting them in the face. This is only the first round. You were killed in a 3-on-1 fight, would you? Needless to say, the opponent's strength is obviously far beyond theirs. But with Feng Zhenghao here, even if these 2 cotters cannot defeat them, they will never surrender and admit defeat. Shayan, have you seen Zhang Bailan's speed clearly? Feng Zhenghao asked. Feng Xian shook her head and said she didn't see clearly. I said in my heart, if I could see clearly, would I have been kicked out by the other party? Dad, I suspect you are making things difficult for me. Where is Master Jie? Feng Zhenghao asked again. Jie Zhenjiao was much stronger than Feng Xian. He nodded and said, I see clearly, but it's still far behind my ability to control objects. Is that so? Faced with Jia Zhenjiahu's arrogance, Feng Zhenghao said nothing. Although this man was full of arrogance, his strength was not bad. The most important thing was that there would be a shortage of foreign masters in the world, otherwise he would not have invited him all the way. As for Zhang Bailan's speed, with his eyesight, he could naturally see that the opponent was not using his full strength at all. Or maybe the battle between him and Zhang Lingye was like this too. Thinking about saving effort all the time is in line with this guy's lazy attitude. Come together! The remaining two cotters shouted sharply and attacked Zhang Bailan again. Tangle your legs and you won't be able to attack. The old kappa turned into a long rope and wrapped it around Zhang Bailan from bottom to top. He looked at the man with only one arm exposed and yelled crazily. Without my legs, let's see what else you can use to kick me. Boy, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Looking at the old kappa's old face and smelling the rotten smell on him, Zhang Bailan felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running past him. His body has always been hugged by little sisters. Today he was entangled by this thing, and he suddenly felt that he was impure. Zhang Bailan, who was feeling sick all over, raised his only remaining arm. The golden light in his hand shone, and almost in a breath, he slapped the opponent in the face with a big blow. Get out of here! Snap! With a crisp slap sound, the opponent's body rebounded like a rubber band, rolled 5 kun circles in the air, and plunged into the wall. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang Bailan kicked the remaining female cotter away to the reunion. In less than 3 minutes, all 3 cotters of the Tianxiahui were defeated. It's really just one person. This kind of strong fighting power directly troubled Feng Xingtong, who came over. He said that when he came over, he saw the cotters embedded in the wall one by one like dumplings. Are you also a cotter of Tianxiahui? Faced with Zhang Bailan's question, Feng Xingtong raised his hands in a nonchalant manner, saying that he was not the one. If he was kicked, he would probably have to see Tai Nai directly. He's too generous and I have to praise him for his filial piety. And Zhang Bailan's performance made Feng Zhenghao more and more certain that he wanted to recruit the other party. Act decisively and resolutely. Feng Xian's eyes changed when she looked at Zhang Bailan. This guy seemed to be fighting, and he was completely different from his usual lazy look. Hearing Feng Xingtong admit that he was not a cotter, Zhang Bailan stopped his movements, looked back at Feng Zhenghao, and said calmly, President Feng, since there are no more cotters, I will leave first. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Zhang Bailan raised her legs and walked outside, thinking that she would go to Jinzun footpath to wash her feet and calm down her shock. So scary. Just as he was walking away, a black shadow quickly struck in Wen Wen's field of vision. Avoiding the blow, when Zhang Bailan looked back, he saw Xie Zhengliang facing him with 2 dragon-pecking awls. Boy, your strength is pretty good, but I'd better advise you to admit defeat. The feeling of me pecking the dragon cone is not pleasant. Chapter 30 You are Jia Zhenjiahu. Peck the dragon cone. The most proud of all Jia Zhenjiahu's methods. It is also one of his famous stunts. Being able to use it to face the enemy immediately at this moment is enough to show the importance he attaches to Zhang Bailan. Although he is proud, he is not arrogant. The 3 cotters of the Tianxiahui may be mediocre in his eyes, but they can easily and effortlessly defeat each other, so their own strength is definitely not weak. He is a strong man that can be fought against. It is worthy for Jia Zhenjiahu to use his famous skills. Bring it on! Jia Zhenjiahu stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a master of the world. He did not take the first shot, and the previous attack on the dragon cone was just to stop the opponent. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Zhang Bailan might have good strength, but after all, he was just a young man in his early 20s. How advanced could he be in cultivation at such an age? Is it possible that he can be compared to himself, who has been practicing hard for decades and has been famous for a long time? Seeing Jia Zhenjiahu's posture, Feng Xian couldn't help but worry for Zhang Bailan. She has heard of Jia Zhenjiahu's name. He is a well-known master in the circle. He is extremely proficient in the art of controlling objects. Legend has it that no one can survive 3 rounds of his dragon pecking all. Shayan, are you worried about Zhang Bailan? Seeing his daughter's face, Feng Zhenghao burst out laughing. Although he had his own selfish motives for letting Feng Xian get in touch with Zhang Bailan, it also included his love. Who doesn't want their daughter to live a happy life? As he said, Zhang Bailan may have acted a bit recklessly, but his character is not bad after all, and he is a candidate who can be trusted for life. Feng Xian herself didn't realize that she was actually worried about that BD just now, but fortunately she was a young lady from a wealthy family, so she quickly adjusted herself. His expression returned to the cold look before, and he said calmly, I'm just worried that this guy will get hurt here and my father won't be able to explain to the company. Don't worry. Master Jia will be measured. Feng Zhenghao naturally knew about Jia Zhenjia's situation and knew that the other party was proud or a bit arrogant, but he also believed that the other party could control his emotions. Just after saying this, a sly smile appeared on his face. Just when Jia Zhenjia waved, Zhang Bailan scratched his head helplessly. He was really afraid that something might happen. He didn't want to fight Jia Zhenjia, but the other party came to the door on his own. Master Jia, I admit defeat. Zhang Bailan simply raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The 3 cadres of Tianxiawei took action to deal with Zhang Bailan because they knew they were not strong. It was also a way to show their own strength to Feng Zhenghao, so that the other party would not pester them again in the future. And what about Jia Zhenjia in front of me? Although he didn't know the opponent's specific strength, he could fight Feng Baobao who was wearing high heels in the anime, so he didn't think he was too weak. If the fight continues, he will show his true strength. Zhang Bailan would naturally not do such a thankless thing. As for the many benefits Feng Zhenghao promised, Zhang Bailan would not want to get involved. The other party thought he was giving benefits, but in his eyes they looked no different than arsenic. Once he accepts Feng Zhenghao's invitation, let alone how he will explain to Su San and Su Si, his reputation will spread throughout the alien world, and there will definitely be countless people targeting him. They say it's nice to enjoy the shade under a big tree. But Zhang Bailan knew very well that nothing in this world comes without a price. To enjoy the shade under the big tree Feng Zhenghao means to keep this big tree from falling, and there are many twists and turns in it. Moreover, this guy is still the heir of the 8 wonders, and he doesn't know what trouble he will get involved in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan became more determined to refuse. Although money is good, not all money can be obtained. Hearing Zhang Bailan's surrender, Jia Zhenjia felt that this guy was very knowledgeable, so he looked at Feng Zhenghao aside and asked him with his eyes. Not surprisingly, he was naturally denied by the other party. Jia Zhenjia was not surprised. If it was so easy to get 5% of the shares of Tianxia Group and the 8 Wonders and Zhulingqianjiang, he felt that it was unrealistic. But I don't want to give up these 2 things. After some weighing, he could only focus on Zhang Bailan and prepare to beat this guy up. Hey! Hey! I have surrendered. Master Jia, don't you still want to take action? Zhang Bailan knew that something was wrong when the other party looked at her. Zhang Bailan knew that this was going to be bad. Boy, don't blame others. If you want to blame, blame yourself. I will be merciful and won't hurt your life. 2 arms moved in the air, and the dragon pecking cone beside Jia Zhenjia dragged a wave of air and struck through the air. His body fell to one side, and as he watched the dragon pecking all fly past his face, Zhang Bailan felt a sense of danger and immediately lowered his head. The dragon pecking all that had just flown out came out of his back again. Using one's own chi to feed an object and then manipulate it is called controlling objects. The Jia family in the northwest was outstanding in the field of object control, so Jia Zhenjia's object control skills still brought a lot of trouble to Zhang Bailan. Streaming light flies. Jia Zhenjia's dragon pecking all kept flying at a super high speed, aiming at Zhang Bailan's body again and again, but he also used his knowledge to avoid it again and again. However, there is no way to continue like this. After Zhang Bailan avoided the dragon-pecking cone again, he said to Jia Zhenjiu, "Master Ji, please stop. I'm afraid when I start to move." Zhang Bailan really didn't lie. The destructive power of the shining fruit was undeniable. However, Jia Zhenjiu obviously didn't believe it. He only thought that the other party was mocking him, and said with an arrogant face, "You are afraid even if you use your hands? Boy, then you make me afraid too." Feng Zhenghao frowned slightly after listening to Jia Zhenjiu's words and his attack on Zhang Bailan, who had no resistance. Well, just when Feng Zhenghao was thinking this, Zhang Bailan let out a long sigh, and he didn't tolerate Master Ji. He made it clear that he would not let him go, so he didn't have to be polite. Several people rushed forward quickly and appeared in front of each other. "Have you ever been kicked by a light?" Before Jia Zhenjiu could react, he felt his face collided with something hard, and his whole body was kicked and flew backwards. The speed was so fast that even Feng Zhenghao didn't react this time. "What the hell? Flying out in a swish?" Feng Zhenghao looked at Jia Zhenjiu bouncing and dancing on the ground with confusion on his face. The move Zhang Bailan performed just now was so fast that he almost didn't even react. "Master Ji, let's stop here. If we continue to fight, I can't guarantee the strength of my attack," Zhang Bailan said while looking at the dancing Jia Zhenjiu. Chapter 31 FK Zhenghao. At this time, Jia Zhenjiu looked confused and stood up from the ground unsteadily. His stomach was churning, and he bent over and retched, as if he wanted to vomit out everything he had eaten for lunch. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and then turned into a hint of sullenness. "This guy? Is he really an ordinary employee of the company? Is this kind of strength a boy in his early 20s should have? I was careless, I didn't dodge. He comes from the Jia family in the northwest, how could he be defeated by such a boy?" Glancing at Feng Zhenghao, Jia Zhenjiu found that the other person still looked indifferent, and his expression did not change at all, as if he had known this would be the case. "Feng Zhenghao, this BD, is actually playing tricks on me." Jia Zhenjiu believed that the other party had known about Zhang Bailan's strength for a long time and deliberately did not tell him just to see him make a fool of himself. Of course, all this was just Jia Zhenjiu's pride. Feng Zhenghao did not force him to compete with Zhang Bailan. It was entirely because he could not control his inner greed that caused all this. "Okay. Very good. Boy, you completely pd me off." Jia Zhenjiu stood up straight and tried to look as powerful as possible. He decided to use 80% of his strength to teach this sneak attack guy a lesson. In terms of shamelessness, he has to be the one. Zhang Bailan was clearly an assassin who attacked by force, but he insisted on calling it a sneak attack. "Come here." Jia Zhenjiu controlled the dragon-pecking cone to float in the palm of his hand, and hooked his hand towards Zhang Bailan, as if he were a master, obviously trying to save the face he had just lost. "Be strong throughout your life, Jia Zhenjiu." "Master Ji, do you want to fight again?" Zhang Bailan was not in a hurry to take action, but instead asked. He was afraid that he would take action and beat this guy to death. "Boy, are you scared? When you attacked me, a 30-year-old middle-aged man, why didn't I see you scared?" Seeing Jia Zhenjiu's unwillingness to give up, Zhang Bailan could only sigh and slowly raised his right index finger. "What the hell? What does this guy want to do? Is this Zhang Bailan's innate power?" Jia Zhenjiu was a little confused as to what this kid was going to do, but Feng Zhenghao on the side was full of interest. He was very curious about Zhang Bailan's golden power. Ever since he learned from his two daughters that Zhang Bailan could turn his body into energy, he had been waiting for the other party to use his superpower. Although the opponent also had abilities when he used the kicking skill just now, the effect was not very obvious. "Just go there if you ask me to? Aren't I very shameless?" Facing Jia Zhenjiu, the golden light on Zhang Bailan's fingertips continued to condense, and a bright light flew out. Peck the dragon cone. Released the imperial object in his palm, Jiuzhenjiahu faced Zhang Bailan's attack. Then he regretted it. Not only him, Feng Zhenghao also regretted it. I saw the dragon-pecking cone covered with his qi explode instantly when it touched the golden light, like a large dose of gunpowder exploding together. The air waves and shock waves generated shattered all the windows in the room, and a large amount of flames followed. It spit out from the cracks, and even the ceiling, walls, and floor had thick cracks of varying degrees. It seemed that the entire Tianxia Group building was slightly shaken by this explosion. So scary. An explosion occurs in a narrow space, and its power can be imagined. Fortunately, Zhang Bailan didn't have many devil fruit strengthening points, otherwise they would have finished the attack just now. And Jiuzhenjiahu's dragon-pecking awl didn't know where it was blown. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Bailan appeared in front of the opponent with 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and kicked out with another bare leg. What the hell is this? What superpower is so powerful? Just 2 more shots, will my world be destroyed? Ignoring Jiuzhenjiahu who flew out again, Feng Zhenghao glanced at his Tianxia Group building, then at Zhang Bailan in the distance, and swallowed. The moment the explosion happened, he really felt like the building was about to collapse. Thanks to the strong construction of the building. Thinking of this, Feng Zhenghao thought that he would send a red envelope to the construction team later. They really didn't cut corners. Immediately, his resentful eyes fell on Zhang Bailan. Zhang Bailan didn't say anything, he just casually spread his hands and said, "Sir Feng, it's your choice." Feng Xian stared at Zhang Bailan dumbfounded, thinking in her heart, is this guy still a stranger? This power is almost as powerful as a hot weapon. Ahem. Seeing the power of Zhang Bailan's superpower, Feng Zhenghao coughed slightly and said without caring about Jiuzhenjiahu, "Master Ji, little friend Bailan, today's competition ends here." He was afraid that if the fight continued, his Tianxia Group building would really collapse. In that case, President Feng, I will take my leave. What's not good to use in a narrow space? Why must we use laser? This is naturally Zhang Bailan's plan. Using this move will not only let Feng Zhenghao and Jiuzhenjiahu see his own strength, but also give them a warning. If the fight continues, it will not be a simple competition. When the building collapses, everyone will have to go to the underworld to get their lunch boxes, and the King of Hell may even award Zhang Bailan with the Best Model Worker award. Peck the dragon cone. Where is my dragon-pecking cone? Just when Zhang Bailan was about to leave, Jiuzhenjiahu, who got up from the ground, found that one of his dragon-pecking awls was missing. He immediately controlled the secret method to search for it, but found that he couldn't sense it anyway. For an object master, cultivating an object is not a simple matter. It requires a lot of time and energy, otherwise Jiuzhenjiahu would not only have 2 dragon-pecking awls. Oh! No, it's a handful now. Realizing that he had lost a dragon-pecking awl, Jiuzhenjiahu thought of Zhang Bailan's humiliation to him again, and suddenly his anger surged to the top of his head, and he cursed at Zhang Bailan, "You little beast! You want to run away after destroying my dragon-pecking awl? Master Ji, you should go down and rest. I will compensate you for the loss of the dragon cone." Feng Zhenghao said in a deep voice. "FKU Feng Zhenghao, stop talking sarcastically here, I will definitely kill this little beast." Jiuzhenjiahu, who had lost his object, was furious. Regardless of Zhang Bailan's strength, he directly controlled the remaining dragon-pecking awl to stab the opponent. However, if he had known that the other party was a despicable person, Zhang Bailan was already on guard. He grabbed the incoming dragon-pecking cone with his big armed-colored hands, covered it with a layer of golden light, and threw it back laterally. With the bonus of the shining fruit, the speed of the dragon peck at this time can be said to have reached a terrifying peak. So fast! Will die! Staring at the dragon-pecking cone that was shot at him, Jiuzhenjiahu's pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a hint of infinite fear. Naturally, Zhang Bailan would not kill the other party, but just wanted to teach this foul-mouthed guy a small lesson. Bang! There was a violent sound, accompanied by white air waves that exploded like flying flowers. The high-speed dragon-pecking cone stopped abruptly and was firmly grasped by a big hand. Feng Zhenghao was surrounded by black energy, and there were several black figures with red eyes hovering around him, holding them in the palm of his hand like a ghost. Chapter 32 Special Condolences from Su Si. Father, just let him go like this. In the building of Tianxia Group, Feng Xian looked at Zhang Bailan walking away, frowned and looked at her father. Shayan. Father really hopes that you and Zhang Bailan can get together. Listening to her father's words, Feng Xian did not answer and remained silent. Looking at his daughter's appearance, Feng Zhenghao did not continue to press. Whether this matter could succeed or not depends on them. Instead, he turned to Jia Zhenjiao, who was standing aside. Zhang Bailan naturally didn't care about what was going on in the room, and it had nothing to do with him. He passed the idiot Feng Xingtong and walked along the corridor to the stairs in the distance. He truly deserves to be one of the top 10. The strength that Feng Zhenghao finally showed made Zhang Bailan look at him with admiration. The lingering black energy on his body, as well as the several black shadows floating around him, should be the embodiment of the 8 magic skills, Zhuling Qi Zhang. Even the weakest of the 8 magic skills, the Zhuling Dispatch General, has this kind of power, so one can imagine the power of the other 7 magic skills. Sure enough, this world is still too dangerous, and it is better to continue to mess up. What's the point in fighting? It's better to be comfortable by washing your feet more often. As for whether this trip to the Tianxia will ruin his life, Zhang Bailan thinks it won't. For a man like Feng Zhenghao, who wishes he could join the Tianxia, how could he possibly spread the news about him? Isn't this just adding more competitors? The other is Jia Zhenjiao. There is a high probability that this guy will not be able to do it. It is impossible for someone as proud as him to spread his own failure. The remaining cotters in the world who know how to do this will naturally be even less capable. After careful calculation, this trip is a profitable one. Not only did he deal with Feng Zhenghao's covetousness, but he also didn't expose his own strength. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Etc. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan was stunned. He suddenly discovered a new problem. That means he beat Jia Zhenjiao. Doesn't that mean that Melon named Jia Zhengliang will come looking for him? After thinking about it, Zhang Bailan felt that it didn't matter, since he didn't sign up to participate in Lushan Dejiao anyway. Walking out of the gate of Tianxia, he looked at the time. 8:24 p.m. Even the lady at the front desk has gotten off work, and he is the only one who is still working overtime. Stretching his body, Zhang Bailan was going to call a taxi to go to the Jinzun Trail. He was exercising so much tonight that he had to find a place to relax. Why not go to heaven and earth? It's not that you can't afford to go to heaven and earth, but that Jinzun footpath is more cost-effective. Speaking of relaxation, Zhang Bailan still missed the strange masseuse named Nana, whose techniques were so refreshing. Waiting for a taxi on the roadside, the taxi didn't come, but a black Hyundai with high horsepower came. Lowering the car window, Su Si's ruffian figure was revealed. "Fourth brother, why are you here?" Without too much nonsense, Su Si motioned Zhang Bailan to get in the car, saying that he would take him to a fun place. Don't ask why Su Si is here. After receiving the news from his subordinates that Zhang Bailan and Feng Xian walked into the Tianxia group, he rushed over without stopping. He was afraid that the other party would get excited at the same time, so he left the company and joined the Tianxia. "Xiaozhang, what does Feng Zhenghao want from you?" Su Si asked anxiously as the car started and he drove towards the city center. Zhang Bailan, who felt a little tired, did not hide it, and there was no point in hiding such things, so he said, "Feng Zhenghao offered me generous conditions and wanted me to quit the company and join Tianxia. You agreed. How is it possible, fourth brother, that I am this kind of person in your heart? Su Si was silent for a while, thinking of Zhang Bailan's previous life, and said lightly, isn't it? Zhang Bailan. In a fit of anger, he got angry. Ridicule me, you, Su Si, have really picked up the slack this time. Because what Su Si said is right, he is really such a person. Greedy for money, lustful, delicious, lazy. If he wasn't afraid of trouble, he might really agree to Feng Zhengao. What conditions did he give you? Hearing Su Si's words, Zhang Bailan raised his eyebrows. This is to give me benefits. As expected, there will be no progress without comparison. So Zhang Bailan repeated the conditions offered by Feng Zhengao. It's okay not to mention this. After saying this, Su Si tilted the steering wheel in excitement and almost sent the two of them to meet the King of Hell. Ignoring the dissatisfied horns of the vehicles behind, Su Si's eyes were so wide that they were about to burst out. He looked at Zhang Bailan and said, you didn't even agree to this. What an international joke. 5% shares of Tianxia Group. Absolutely free time. 8 wonderful techniques Juling dispatches generals. I also gave Feng Xian a beautiful woman. If Feng Zhengao hadn't looked down on him, Su Si, he would have wanted to quit and go to Tianxia. It was this condition that Zhang Bailan actually refused. Su Si didn't know what to say. He felt that he had misjudged Zhang Bailan. It turned out that his love for money was just the other person's appearance. He decided not to increase his salary and would spend a lot of money tonight. Xiao Zhang, fourth brother misjudged you before. From today on, you are my half-brother. Su Si took a deep breath of cigarette and said solemnly. If there is anything worthy of Zhang Bailan's nostalgia, wouldn't it be Su Si? However, Su Si's true confession changed its tone when it fell into Zhang Bailan's ears. This guy, he wants to prostitute me for free? Half an hour later. In the city center, in front of a luxurious building named Yunshanwohe, Su Si took Zhang Bailan and walked in. Fourth brother, where is this? Looking at the style in the hall, which is higher than the heaven and the earth, Zhenzhen Foot Road is not enough to carry its shoes. Zhang Bailan poked Su Si next to him with his elbow and asked. Xiao Zhang, don't forget how good fourth brother is to you. I spent a lot of money this time. Su Si made a 2 sign and said leisurely. After Su Si swiped his card, 2 waitresses wearing cyan cheongsams with graceful body curves came over immediately and led them to the 5th floor. The first time he saw each other, Zhang Bailan realized that the two of them were just like Nana from Tianxia. They were also different people. When taking the elevator, Zhang Bailan learned what kind of place this was from Su Si. Su Sibilabala talked a lot, and Zhang Bailan concluded that this is the alien world version of heaven and earth, but the services are more comprehensive than heaven and earth. It can be said that as long as you need it, it is available here. Of course, the premise is that you have money. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor, and Su Si led one of them into a room, obviously a regular customer. Seeing this, Zhang Bailan followed another waitress into the elegant room next to her. The moment he pushed the gate of opening, he realized that it was all dressed up in antique style. Next to the huge square bathtub sprinkled with flower petals, there was a graceful figure half covered in gauze. The one who knows me is Su Si. Chapter 33, Drinking, S*X and Wealth. All 4 crazy people gathered together. The next day. Yunshanwohe private room. Rose petals were scattered all over the floor. On the ancient wooden bed on the right side of the room, the pink gauze curtain was looming, and the 3 figures on the bed were dimly reflected. Zhang Bailan took out his clothes from the cabinet, put on his clothes, patted his butt, and walked out the door. There is only one way to describe Yiren's service. Run. If I use 2 words, it is very smooth. As soon as they walked out of the room, they saw Su Si coming out. The two of them didn't say anything, they just smiled knowingly. Along the way, Zhang Bailan complained that Su Si was unkind and brought him here today because of this good place. The other party smiled, raised 2 fingers, and said, 200,000. Zhang Bailan was stunned for a while, and then realized that the other party was not talking about 2 people yesterday, but that the service this time cost 200,000. However, thinking of the one-stop service last night, Zhang Bailan felt that 200,000 was worth it. It's really smooth after all. It's not like he's spending his money anyway. Leaving Yunshanwei, the two of them came to Nadutong Company together. As soon as they entered the office, Su Si put his arms around Zhang Bailan's neck and said with a smile, Xiao Zhang, since you have felt better, let's help fourth brother. How about a little favor? Eaters have short mouths, and takers have short hands. What's more, Zhang Bailan just spent 200,000 on Su Si, so he was naturally embarrassed to refuse him. Seeing that Zhang Bailan did not refuse, Su Si nodded and said, Don't worry, Xiao Zhang, the fourth brother now regards you as his beloved relative and friend, a sibling brother, and no one will trick you. The mission this time is very simple. Recently, a stranger appeared out of nowhere and hunted other strangers everywhere in Jinmen's territory. This is the 3rd time this week. This pair of strangers in the Jinmen world, the security impact is huge. Fourth brother knows that you have good skills, so I hope you can catch this guy. Zhang Bailan. Are these the beloved relatives, friends, and brothers you are talking about? Brother, that's a murderer. Not cats and dogs. Zhang Bailan said that he was extremely speechless at Su Si's statement, but he still agreed, but it was definitely not for Yunshanwei, who could still prst Su Si for free in the future. He just wanted to make some contribution to the safety of Taijinmen within his ability. After accepting the task, Zhang Bailan walked towards his rental house. Investigate the case. Riding a small electric donkey is not shabby. That is, after Zhang Bailan left the office, Su Si was lying on the sofa, thinking about how to reimburse the 200,000 yuan. After all, this was to retain talents for the company, so how could he take his account? NTU rental house. When Zhang Bailan came back, he found that the building where he rented a house was being renovated, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He got on the electric donkey and rushed towards the old city. Other side. In a large villa with a manor in the suburbs of Jinmen, a woman wearing a white lettered t-shirt comforted the quarreling Hulin and Huji and his son, and then walked towards the room in the backyard. If Zhang Bailan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was Xiaoyi, whom he had met once before. Pushing open the door, 2 figures looked this way. Xiaoyi, are you done with it? They, a group of scum, can live here only because of Xiaoyi's ability. Master, it has been taken care of. The 2 of them have been infected by my muscles and will obey our arrangements. That's right. Xiaoyi, your ability is really easy to use, so I'm sorry to bother you. The little black man called the leader said with a smile and wide eyes. Then all eyes fell on the lame Liu Liang in front of him, and the body of Zhang Xilan that was stolen for the 2nd time. That's right, when Xiaoyi and Liu Liang were captured last time, Grandpa Zhang Hulin's body was sent back for burial, but later it was stolen back by Chuan Xing. I just don't know if Zhang Hulin will ask about everyone's genealogy after hearing it. Looking at Liu Liang's hands wrapped in blue qi, the little black man showed an expectant expression. Master, are you sure we can get useful information in this way? Shen Chong, a lone shark wearing a black shirt and one of the 4 crazy people, adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked, although Liu Liang's soul-clearing technique is powerful, but after all, Zhang Xilan has been dead for too long, can we really extract useful information? Try it. Maybe it will work? Then we don't need to attack Longhu Mountain. The little black man, who was called the leader, spread his hands indifferently. Just by being able to casually describe the mentality of attacking Longhu Mountain, he is worthy of becoming the leader of Chuanxing. At this time, the door to the room was pushed open again, and two figures, one fat and one thin, walked in. "Why are you here?" Xiaohe looked at the other two Chuanxing in front of her and asked wildly, but she remembered that they left after rescuing herself and Liu Liang. "Why, Xioxia, don't you welcome us?" One of them, the tall, fat monk with bare breasts, said with a smile. The little woman next to the monk also spoke, "The master asked us to come." Xiaohe didn't answer the fat monk's words at all, and it was obvious that the unhappiness between the two parties was obvious. At this point, all four madnesses of Chuanxing have arrived. Bone-scraping knife Xiaohe, the root of evil seedlings Shen Chong, intestinal poison Do Mei, thunder smoke cannon Gao Ning. Drinking, S**X, and wealth are forces that are difficult for ordinary people to contend with, and are also the source of these four titles. At this time, Liu Liang, who was wearing a black vest, had an expression of joy on his face. After all the hard work, he finally extracted the memory from Grandpa Zhang Hulan. "Liu Liang, show me quickly." However, in the face of the leader's order, Liu Liang, who was also curious about the origin of Qi Ti, politely placed the golden ball in front of him. Tens of seconds later, as Zhang Xilan's memories continued to appear, his expression changed slightly and he handed the golden ball to the others. Everyone looked at it one by one, and everyone showed a strange expression. Finally, Liu Liang came up with an interesting idea and prepared to show this memory to Zhang Hulan. At this time, the old town of Jinmen. Because he didn't know that Hu Ji was busy competing for Xiaohe with his father, and Zhang Bailan, who had taken a day off, found some solitude, looked at the time, and prepared to go home from get off work. When he returned to the rental house, the decoration had been completed, and he could only sigh at the speed of the other party. Zhang Bailan was stunned when he opened the door. "Close the door, exit, and look up carefully." "That's right." Opening the room again, he looked at the new wallpaper, the brand new furniture, the soft wool carpet on the floor, and Nana, who was standing beside the bed holding a toolbox and bending over with a gentle smile, ready to serve him at any time. "His claws are numb? Where did this come from for me? Is this still my little shabby rental house?" Then, I heard the door behind me being opened, and a familiar voice sounded. "What? Don't you like it? I can have it changed now." Chapter 34 Zhang Bailan, Be My Boyfriend. "Miss Feng, what do you want?" Hearing the voice behind him, Zhang Bailan turned around and looked at Feng Xian, who was still wearing a purple bra. "Zhang Bailan, don't be like this. Don't you like to enjoy yourself? Isn't this better?" Feng Xian said lightly, leaning on the door frame. After what happened yesterday and seeing the other side of Zhang Bailan, Feng Xian decided to listen to her father's words and sacrifice a little bit of herself for the sake of the family. Moreover, Zhang Bailan is not too bad, she is not intolerable, and with her own ability, the other party will get rid of those bad habits sooner or later. "Oh! Forget it, come in and talk." Knowing that it couldn't be explained clearly in one or two sentences, Zhang Bailan motioned for the other party to follow him, and then he heard the sound of the door closing. Zhang Bailan. He couldn't figure out what was going on with the other party, and he didn't know why the other party was so crazy. "Why are you still standing outside?" Hearing Feng Xian's voice coming from inside the house, Zhang Bailan put on new slippers and looked inside the house. "It's okay if you don't look at it. People are dumbfounded when they look at it. This is not just a renovation for him, but opening up the entire wall and expanding the space. Did you get permission from your landlord for destroying public property like this?" "Landlord?" Feng Xian took out a red book with real estate certificate written on it and threw it on the table and said, "I have bought this building, and I am the landlord." "Good guy. Being rich is indeed arrogant. If you don't agree, you just buy. Okay." Now that someone has a real estate certificate, they can change it as they like, and I can't control it. Skillfully taking off his shirt and lying on the bed, Zhang Bailan didn't feel embarrassed at all. He asked Nana to give him a massage. After running for a day, it was time to relax his muscles and bones. As the massage began, that comfortable feeling appeared again. The technique is better than the service in Yunqian Wuhe. It can be seen that this is a masseur specially trained by Tianxia Y. Miss Feng. Call me Xian. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the other party. Zhang Bailan felt that it was inappropriate to call her Xian, so she decided to change her name. Yanzi, your father must have forced you to do this. No. I did it myself. Ah. This. Zhang Bailan originally thought that Feng Zhenghao had forced the other party, but she didn't expect that the other party was voluntary. Am I so charming? Just when Zhang Bailan was feeling complacent, she heard Feng Xian say, "Don't be so pretty, I just think you are more suitable for me. Compared with the crooked melons and cracked jujubes I may encounter in the future, you are not bad. So, Zhang Bailan, please be my boyfriend." Well. Am I being confessed? Hearing such a sincere confession, Zhang Bailan didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. In his opinion, Feng Xian is not bad, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a high-quality human woman, but she is just not suitable for him. How to say? The two are like two parallel trains running on different tracks. They seem to be very close, but in fact they never intersect. Feng Xian was born in the Feng family. So it was impossible for her to escape from the Feng family. As for me, I just want to spend my life having fun. Yanzi, listen to my advice, you are too young, brother, you can't control it. Zhang Bailan closed her eyes and enjoyed the massage, and said without changing her expression. It doesn't matter, I can't hold it with one hand, I'll just use two hands. Zhang Bailan, what are you talking about? I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof. That's not what I meant. What you mean is that you want to be in love for a long time, that's fine too. This time Zhang Bailan couldn't help it anymore, she opened her eyes and stared at the other person, wanting to open her head and see what colors of waste were inside. He can actually drive better than an experienced driver like him? What I mean is that the two of us are not suitable, and forcing each other to be together will only hurt each other. Glancing at each other, Zhang Bailan closed his eyes again. At this time, Feng Xian took off her black coat and walked to the bed wearing only a purple bra. The masseuse Nana was also very polite. She bowed and retreated outside the door, and closed the door considerately. Feng Xian was seen kneeling on Zhang Bailan's body, using her hands to massage her body. Hearing no answer, Zhang Bailan opened his eyes curiously, but found that the other party was missing. When he felt the change in the massage technique on his back, he was about to get up, but was stopped by Feng Xian. Don't move. Yes, we are indeed not suitable for each other, Feng Xian said while massaging Zhang Bailan, but I am serious. I don't like you, and I can't say that I don't hate you. But for the benefit of the family and my father's expectations, I can accept you wholeheartedly. As she said that, she leaned down and leaned against Zhang Bailan's ear, and said softly with a normal expression, I will give everything for my family. Okay, okay. This is even a routine used in online novels, right? This is to play with me, what is raw rice and cooked rice is. But Zhang Bailan didn't have time to think so much now. When the other party's delicate skin was pressed against his back, he just felt very angry. With his backhand on the bed, Zhang Bailan turned over with all his strength and pushed the other person down on the bed. Thinking that the other party was going to be tough, Feng Xian had no intention of resisting, and looked like she was letting him pick and choose. As mentioned before, she cannot escape for the sake of her family. Without Zhang Bailan, there would be Li Bailan or Wang Bailan. Okay. Get up. Zhang Bailan put on a t-shirt and stood on the balcony to enjoy the breeze. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself if he continued inside. What? Are you not interested in me, or do you think my figure is not good enough? Feng Xian said as she sat up. That's not the reason. Listening to the other party's inquiry, Zhang Bailan was afraid that this guy would be a bully and decided to find an excuse to stabilize the other party first. Yanzi, how about this, let's start as friends, so that we understand each other, and you have an explanation for your father. Zhang Bailan is confident that Feng Xian has fallen into Feng Zhenggao's bewitchment. As long as she gets along with him for a while and sees his face clearly, she will definitely change her ways. The most important thing is that Zhang Bailan is really afraid that the other party will encounter the same situation again. He is afraid that if he can't help it, his gun will go off. This is not playing games with the young lady from Jinzun Adachi. He can still understand the difference between feelings and games. After thinking for a moment, Feng Xian felt that this suggestion was not bad. After all, everything just happened was not from her original intention. Picking up the coat that was thrown on the ground, Feng Xian seemed to have thrown away some baggage. She became capable and free and easy when she spoke again. She flipped her short silver hair, added Zhang Bailan's WeChat, dropped a bank card and walked away. Go. This is the 100,000 yuan my father promised you, and Nana. Remember to let her go after you finish. Seeing Feng Xian patting her butt and leaving, Zhang Bailan was so angry that she had no place to vent her anger. She decided that if she caught the guy Su Si mentioned tomorrow, he would definitely not be as good as him. Chapter 35 Get Off Work. Get off work. The next day, morning. After catching the bird, Zhang Bailan got up. Since there is no need to clock in, he can sleep until midnight. Glancing at the bank cards on the table, Zhang Bailan was very satisfied with the life of sleeping until she wakes up naturally, counting money until her hands cramp. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 24. As the system prompt sounded, Boss Zhang started another day of busy life. With 100,000 yuan in his account, he is now a very rich man. He dares to add 5 eggs to his breakfast. He even drinks and pours a bowl of soy milk. The main thing is that he is a rich and arrogant person. Looking at the dilapidated e-donkey, he decided to get a new one. 2998. Love the electric bike to ride home. Zhang Bailan started her day as a special investigator by riding this electric bicycle with super long range. In a village within a city, Zhang Bailan was sitting in a milk tea shop, sipping the delicious milk tea, while scrutinizing the passers-by, trying to spot suspicious elements. It's really strange. Why doesn't that guy come out to kill people? Zhang Bailan was puzzled. Anyone who has killed someone knows that once something like this starts, it can't be stopped. If I don't kill 1 or 2 people every day, I always feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that the morning had passed, Zhang Bailan decided to have lunch before continuing the investigation, got up and walked towards the restaurant he passed in the morning. A plate of mapo tofu and a plate of tender beef. Zhang Bailan showed off 5 bowls of rice, making it difficult to tell whether he was here to investigate the case or to make a living. So delicious! After eating, I passed a football field and a football flew from a distance and landed at Zhang Bailan's feet. Uncle! Can you kick the ball to us? A group of 10-year-old teenagers with sweaty foreheads ran over and shouted to him innocently. Football! It's so good to be young! With one foot on the ball, Zhang Bailan narrowed his eyes and asked, Kids, have you seen anything suspicious recently? The children looked at each other and shook their heads. Feeling that the way he asked the question was wrong, Zhang Bailan changed his explanation. Children, have you seen anything strange? A group of children thought for a while and pointed in front of them. His face darkened. With a bang, Zhang Bailan stepped on the football and exploded it. You don't know this, you don't know that, and you still play football? There is no hope for Hyuxia football. RNM refunds your money. Leaving the exploded football and the children with the flax belt in place, Zhang Bailan had no idea how much damage this kick caused, and it was no less than a big fight. After leaving the football field, Zhang Bailan continued to investigate the areas where several victims were found. During this period, he not only ate 2 hand cakes and drank a cup of milk tea, but also had his ears picked out. Apart from anything else, he felt quite comfortable. Just wandering around like this, the time to get off work is coming soon. Zhang Bailan said that she had been working too hard this day and decided to treat herself to a Thai massage next door to relax tomorrow. Riding on the AI electric donkey, Zhang Bailan was about to go home. When passing by an alley, she found someone blocking the way. Did he? He honked the horn to signal the other party to give way. However, no matter how Zhang Bailan pressed, the other party did not respond. The person who blocked Zhang Bailan was no one else, but Hu Ji, who had accepted the power of the loan shark and came out to hunt strangers. People are like their names. Shen Chong's power is loan sharking. He lends his chi to others, and then the target returns it to him in the form of loan sharking. It can be said that the more the opponent kills, the more chi Shen Chong gets. It's a very buggy ability. Def. Thinking that the person blocking the road was a disabled person, Zhang Bailan scratched his face in embarrassment, got out of the car and walked to the other person's side. I raised my hand just to take a photo. Hu Ji, who looked like he was overindulging in sexual activities and suffering from severe kidney deficiency, turned around, reached out and grabbed Zhang Bailan's neck, and shouted loudly, "Give me your chi!" Snap! What the hell, you scared me! In an instinctive reaction, Zhang Bailan slapped the opponent with a backhand, causing him to roll in the air and plunge into a nearby wall. He tried hard to pull his head out of the wall, but due to the previous hysteria, under the influence of Zhang Bailan's big mouth, his eyes became clear and stupid. He looked like a stunned idiot. Sure enough, a big mouth can cure everything. No matter how slow Zhang Bailan is, he understands at this moment that this guy is the mission target he is looking for. It's you, kid. Tell me who asked you to come. Zhang Bailan was very puzzled that this man didn't come out all day, but he came right after he got off work. He suspected that someone was deliberately messing with him. I want him to work overtime for free. Damn it! Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan felt that the world was like a huge suicide, thinking about persecuting him all the time. Who are you? Hu Ji was beaten for a while, and when he looked at Zhang Bailan, his expression became frightened. He didn't expect that the other party was just a hard fight, so he beat him until he was stunned. Good guy, are you still asking about me? Zhang Bailan stepped forward quickly and slapped her backhand again. Hu Ji wanted to hide, but the mouth seemed to be able to track and locate, and hit him in the face without any bias, and flew out again in an instant. Feeling the opponent's power again, Hu Ji knew that he had chosen the wrong target this time, and that he had hit a brick wall. The confidence brought by hunting several strangers before was gone after a few forced fights. Run! This was his only thought at this time. This guy's strength is simply not something he can compete with. Grabbing a handful of gravel scattered on the ground, Hu Ji threw it towards Zhang Bailan, dragging his injured body and running away. Originally he just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that the other party actually didn't come after him. What's going on? Could it be that the other party wants to play the long game and catch the big fish? Hu Ji gritted his teeth and ignored it, deciding to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. He knew whether the other party would fish or not, but staying here would definitely lead to death. Play the long game and catch big fish? This is of course impossible. The reason why Zhang Bailan let the other party go was purely because this kind of life of patrolling, eating and drinking, and occasionally relaxing himself was so comfortable that it made him feel a little happy. How could a good thing like this end so quickly? After catching the criminal, where would he find such a good thing? Get off work! Get off work! This guy can run so well, it seems he will come back tomorrow. Watching Huji leave, Zhang Bailan got on the electric donkey and was about to go home, but the cell phone in his pocket rang. Hey! Swallow! Where are you? Old Town, what happened? Wait for me there. Half an hour later, Feng Xian drove a large jeep and stopped in front of Zhang Bailan. Get in the car. What? Didn't you say we should be friends first? Let's go have a meal together. Are you serious? Just as Zhang Bailan got into Feng Xian's car, Hu Ji also returned to the villa. Touching his face and facing Shen Chong, he told him what happened today. After pinching his chin, Shen Chong thought for a while and decided to let Hu Ji settle down for a few days. If the other party didn't leave, he would take action then. Chapter 36. Are you the only one? In the evening, the sun sets. The streets of the city are dyed with red clouds, just like the stunning scenery painted in ink. Downstairs of Jinzun Road, Feng Xian's big jeep is parked here. Do you usually come here? Feng Xian looked at the sign of Jinzun Zitao with a subtle expression on her face. Looking at the decoration of this place, she knew it was not a place that serious people should go. Wash together. In line with the courtesy of a friend inviting me to dinner and me asking him to wash his feet, Zhang Bailan asked politely, but he didn't expect Feng Xian to really agree. Be friends. What matters is the word sincerity. Anyone who is not sincere is a false friend. If a man is willing to take you to wash your feet, then you and he must be very good friends. Forget it. Declining the kindness, Feng Xian drove away in her big jeep. Zhang Bailan doesn't care much about this. It would be best if the other party can stay away from him because of this matter. Of course, it doesn't matter if he doesn't stay away. After all, it's really fun to have S*X for free. After withdrawing his thoughts, Zhang Bailan walked into the Jinzun footpath and skillfully pressed the bell of Miss Number 8. A night of silence. The next day, Police Officer Zhang, who had just arrived at work in the old city, received a call from his immediate boss, Su Si. Hey! Fourth brother! Zhang Bailan said into the phone while riding a small electric donkey. Xiao Zhang, how is the investigation going? Su Si asked in Na Dutong's office. After hearing Su Si's inquiry, Zhang Bailan, who still wanted to continue fishing, naturally couldn't tell the truth, so she heard him say, I have some clues, but the guy is hiding a bit deep, and he still needs time. How much longer? Su Si thought of the family members of strangers who called to complain about the company and rubbed his temples. He didn't expect that an ordinary small case, which he sent General Zhang Bailan, could not be solved. He couldn't help but think about whether this was a premeditated sabotage. Su Si never thought that it was Zhang Bailan who was playing him. Well. Looking at the Sichuan boiled noodles on the left, Wuhan hot dry noodles on the right, and smelling the fragrant Gaobili steamed buns, Zhang Bailan calculated the time and felt that it would take at least 2 weeks to subdue these villains. 2 weeks, I still need 2 more weeks. Zhang Bailan said after taking a sip of saliva. What sound? Su Si frowned, feeling something was wrong, but thinking of the complaints from the deceased's family, he said, Xiao Zhang, just do your brother a favor and we can resolve this matter in a week. Ah, this. Fourth brother, aren't you trying to make things difficult for me, fat tiger? This guy is well hidden and hard to find. Covering her way ahead, Zhang Bailan asked the boss selling Wuhan hot dry noodles to add more ingredients. Su Si, who was misunderstood, thought that the other party was asking for benefits from him, so he could only say, complete it within 1 week, and I will get an extra bonus of 2,000 yuan. Zhang Bailan, who was eating hot dry noodles, was stunned. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen, so he put down his chopsticks and said, Fourth brother, I will try my best to solve it within a week. Although 2,000 is not much, it is better than nothing. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Bailan glanced at the direction in which Hu Ji escaped yesterday, thought about it for a while, and decided to start searching in the last 2 days. Time flies and 5 days have passed. After receiving Shen Chong's signal, Hu Ji was released to hunt prey again. Zhang Bailan also visited all the gourmet shops in the old city during these 5 days, and formed deep friendships with the local ladies. Riding an electric bike, Zhang Bailan started searching in the direction where Hu Ji had escaped. Passing a corner, the two looked at each other. Hu Ji didn't expect that he was so unlucky that he met this guy right after he was released. Zhang Bailan was also surprised. He hadn't seen this guy for 5 days. He thought he had run away. He didn't expect that it was such a coincidence today that he met him right after he went to work. Is this to make him digest? Hi. Zhang Bailan raised her hand to say hello, and saw Hu Ji covering his face and retreating to the wall. Good guy. I'm so scared before I even take action. Hu Ji breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no big fight coming. He didn't want to try that move again, which would leave a serious psychological shadow. Seeing the other party's appearance, Zhang Bailan shook his head, threw down a pair of handcuffs, and asked the other party to cuff him. What a beautiful thought! Seizing the opportunity when Zhang Bailan was slacking off, Hu Ji mobilized all his energy, clenched a dagger and attacked, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the opponent. Snap! As expected, a big DK slapped him in the face, knocking out several of Hu Ji's teeth, causing him to fall to the ground with stars in his eyes. The other party wanted to get up, but Zhang Bailan kicked him in the chest and knocked him unconscious. He was just a little karami, how could he be Zhang Bailan's opponent? It's done. After patting the dust on his hands, Zhang Bailan was ready to take Hu Ji back to the company. Pa! 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 Awesome! Awesome! A series of applause came from the end of the road, and Shen Chong, wearing black glasses and a grey shirt, walked slowly. Originally, he was just curious about who was tracking Hu Ji and wanted to follow him. Just in time, I saw Zhang Bailan subduing the other party. Since he didn't wear work clothes that worked everywhere, Shen Chong didn't know that Zhang Bailan was a member of the company. Are you a lone shark? Seeing the other party's appearance, Zhang Bailan recognized who the other party was, and also recognized who the guy in his hand was. This really can't be blamed on Zhang Bailan. In the original work, Hu Ji was just an inconspicuous little loser. It's normal for him to not be able to remember. What's more, there is still a year between time travel and now. You know me, are you an employee of the company? Hearing the other party calling out his name, combined with the action of arresting Hu Ji, it was not difficult for Shen Chong to guess that Zhang Bailan was an employee of the company. In this case, I can't let you go. His body suddenly rose up, and Shen Chong's momentum instantly became fierce. A large amount of qi flowed from his body to his palms, hitting Zhang Bailan. Although the opponent can easily subdue Hu Ji, it does not mean that he has the strength to fight with him. Who is he? He is one of the 4 crazy people. Just you. Seeing the anxious Shen Chong, Zhang Bailan, who was at work and had been fishing for many days, decided to give him some good juice. Spread your fingers and raise your palms to look at the other person. I am enough to deal with you. Is this the trick again? Do you think the tactics used against Hu Ji can be useful to me? Employees of the company, you are too naive. Snap! Zhang Bailan's palm glowed with golden light, and Shen Chong, who was still charging, felt a pain in his cheek, a burning sensation surged up, and he shot backwards quickly. The body rolled 5 kun circles in the air, and the whole person fell into a free fall into the ground. Shen Chong, who am I and where am I? Chapter 37, the troops are divided into 3,000 groups and go straight to Guangxing's lair. But Si Kuang is Si Kuang. The move that could knock Hu Ji out with one slap only left a red mark on the opponent's face. What kind of move is this? So strong. Recalling the other party's glowing palms, Shen Chong covered his swollen face and thought in a daze. Although he is not very knowledgeable, he knows the secrets of most sects, but he has never seen this move before. What are you thinking about? Flashing in front of the opponent, a golden thigh stood horizontally, and Zhang Bailan volleyed out with a kick. Bang! Shen Chong immediately punched out. The fist packed with a large amount of energy was like hitting a steel plate, and the whole person was kicked backwards again. So hard. Of course, I am the toughest man in Tianjin. Facing Shen Chong's evaluation, Zhang Bailan was quite proud. Body. It's the body. Where did you think you were? Shen Chong shouted with black lines all over his head. Then he calmed down and analyzed the current situation. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that it was not worth fighting the ignorant company employee in front of him for Hu Ji, so he decided to make a strategic retreat first. Putting up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Shen Chong glanced at Zhang Bailan, turned around and prepared to leave. However, Zhang Bailan was faster and appeared behind Shen Chong almost the moment he retreated. You want to leave, have you asked me? Shen Chong, who blocked the blow with both arms, said, what you want to capture is Hu Ji. Now that you have it, is there any point in struggling with me here? The other party was able to say such things not out of ground, but out of confidence in his own strength. As one of the four eccentrics, he firmly believes that as long as he doesn't meet the older generation, no one from the younger generation can keep them. Of course it makes sense. Catching him means catching a criminal. Catching you two means breaking up a criminal gang. The nature is different. Hearing this, Shen Chong's face darkened, and he immediately sneered, do you really think you can keep me? Seeing the other party's confident look, Zhang Bailan was a little confused. Didn't Xiaohe tell the other party how he was arrested? Or, the four crazy people are not united? Zhang Bailan's guess was not wrong. The four crazy people were actually not as harmonious as they appeared. In other words, most of the Chuanxing disciples were just harmonious on the surface. As for the matter about Zhang Bailan, Xiaohe and Luoyang must have told it, but who could remember it so clearly without a name or surname? After thinking about it, Zhang Bailan pointed at herself and said, you don't know me. This time it was Shen Chong's turn to wonder, had the employees of this company been so threatened that they were stupid? Otherwise, how could they say such things? However, he soon remembered that Xiaohe had said that there was a powerful guy in Tianyu Tong company. Lazy, fast, golden. Looking back on the other party's description, I can't say that it is exactly the same as Zhang Bailan, but it is exactly the same. You are the one who caught Xiaohe. Correct answer, but no prize. After hearing Zhang Bailan's answer, Shen Chong's face was no longer as confident as before, but he was not too scared. According to Xiaohe, the other party's superpower is very destructive, but this is a city, and he doesn't believe that the other party dares to use that kind of power. The other thing is that unlike Xiaohe, he has real strength. Thinking of this, Shen Chong knew that he could not escape from this battle. Immediately afterwards, his body did not know what happened. The qi in his body was at least 30% stronger than before. This is the effect of his usury power. The qi that can be collected with interest can be used for personal use in a short period of time. There is no need to refine it slowly. The price is that the qi will disappear when used up. What now? Are you still sure you can keep me? Have you ever been kicked by light? Zhang Bailan said coldly as she raised her big golden foot. Whoosh! Bang! Almost instantly, the calf accelerated by elementalization fell on Shen Chong's face. The opponent's glasses were broken, the bridge of his nose collapsed, and his entire face flew backwards. Like a kite with its string broken, it hit the nearby wall firmly. This guy is actually so strong. It's useless to borrow 30% of the interest. Is Xiaohe lying to us? In other words, this guy doesn't have the full strength to deal with Xiaohe. Blood flowed from his nostrils, staining his lips and chin red. He was so confident just now, but now only the deep fear in his eyes remained. What Shen Chong didn't know was that when Zhang Bailan dealt with Xiaohe, he just didn't like it being too troublesome and delaying his get-off-work time, so he chose the simplest and violent method. But the situation he faced now was that he couldn't use devil fruit during working hours and in the city, so Zhang Bailan could only move his muscles. It seems that the devil fruit is not strong enough. Looking at Shen Chong, who was still unconscious after being kicked by him, Zhang Bailan only lamented that his devil fruit strengthening points were not enough. He stretched his hands to his chest, a golden light continued to condense, and the Tian Kong Yun sword slowly emerged. When it comes to sharpness, it depends on the Tian Kong Yun sword. What is that? Royal thing? You can actually use qi to pinch out real objects. What kind of method is this? There were so many strange things that Shen Chong's brain, which had already been kicked, could hardly think any more. Then, he saw Zhang Bailan playing with the Tian Kanjiun sword. When the sword blade hit the cement wall, it directly made a mark. So sharp. If this was cut on him, it would make more than a dozen holes. There was no time to continue feeling distressed. Shen Chong looked at Zhang Bailan, who was rushing towards him, and directly took out all the interest. In an instant, a massive amount of qi enveloped him. At this moment, he felt extremely powerful. After punching out and shaking the opponent's golden sword, Shen Chong found that part of his qi had been cut off. It's over. This sword can also reduce qi. It's reasonable to sharpen the sword with the devil fruit ability. Not allowing him more time to think, Zhang Bailan waved the Tian Kanjiun sword like a god of war descending from the sky, beating Shen Chong and making him cry out in pain. 10 minutes later, Zhang Bailan, who was holding the Tian Kong Yun sword, kicked the opponent's chest with a gorgeous flash of light, pressing him against the wall. The severely injured Shen Chong no longer had the strength to resist, and slid to the ground like a pile of mud against the wall. Catching the other party's great memory restoration technique treat, although Shen Chong was very harsh, Zhang Bailan still got the information he wanted. After learning that the 4 Zhang Kuangs had gathered in Dongxiang village, Zhang Bailan decided to send a letter to Su Si by flying pigeons, summoning experts who knew everything, and divided his troops into 3,000 groups to launch attacks from different directions at the same time. Give each other a turtle in an urn and form 2 buns sandwiched with cheese. Little 4 is arrogant, handle it. Hey! 4th brother, the matter has been resolved, but I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Zhang Bailan took out far ahead and dialed the phone. Su Si, let me tell you the bad news first. Zhang Bailan, the 4 crazy people in Dongxiang village gathered together. Su Si, what about the good news? Zhang Bailan, the good news is that there is no other bad news. Su Si, do you think you are very humorous? Chapter 38 Lao Zhang attacks Dongxiang Zhuang. In the end, Su Si did not recruit 3,000 Mutong employees for Zhang Bailan. Not to mention that Jinmin didn't have it, even if Su Si was there, he wouldn't dare. 3,000 strangers? What's the matter, you, Su Si, want to rise up and shout, princes and generals, Xiang Ning, do you have the guts? Su Si does not have 3,000 strangers, but there are still 30 people. Moreover, these 30 people are all good players at Jinmen Najitongli. After all, dealing with strangers of Si Zhangjiang's level, having too many miscellaneous fish is of no use other than causing chaos. 3rd brother, 4th brother, why are you all here? Holding a large bowl filled with meatballs, lotus roots, mutton rolls, enoki mushrooms and other ingredients, Zhang Bailan, who was cooking, raised his head and asked in surprise. He didn't expect Su San and Su Si to come. Okay, Xiao Zhang. Where is the lone shark Shen Chong? Over there, choo choo choo, dot. After taking a sip of rice noodles, Zhang Bailan pointed to the corner next to her with the tip of her chopsticks. Hiss. Su San and Su Si, as well as the Nardutong employees who came over, took a breath of cold air, stared at the guy who was as swollen as a fattened pig's head, and said in disbelief, "This is Shen Chong." As the good-looking character among the four madmen, it's not an exaggeration to call Shen Chong handsome. But now? What is this thing before them? Fat pig? Xiang Er who was stung by a bee? Or genetically mutated aliens? Xiaozhang, what did you do to him? Su San asked, pushing up his glasses. I didn't do anything, choo choo choo. This guy has a tough mouth, choo choo choo, and just refused to explain everything, choo choo choo. I just used the big memory recovery technique, choo choo choo, dot. While eating Sichuan boiled water, Zhang Bailan said that there was nothing he could do about it. Who made Shen Chong's mouth so hard? He was really crazy. A tough batch. Hearing this, Shen Chong's face changed drastically, his eyes widened with blue eyes, and he didn't know what he was talking about. What's wrong with this guy when he's so excited? Facing Su Si's questions, fortunately, there are many talented people in the company, and among them there are guys who can understand. He said, "You are lying." This time not only Su San and Su Si were stunned, but also Zhang Bailan who was chewed. Zhang Bailan, who did I lie to? Don't talk nonsense, otherwise I will sue you for slander. Slander. Do you understand? The man continued to translate, you didn't even ask me what to say. Thinking of this, Shen Chong, who had been beaten so hard for nothing, shed tears of regret. As a 4-year-old man, when had he ever been wronged like this? This is really a silence. After listening to Shen Chong's cry, everyone present turned their attention to Zhang Bailan. You just ignored my feelings and didn't even ask a single word. Now it seems that they thought Shen Chong was tough-mouthed, but they didn't expect Zhang Bailan to be tougher. Didn't you ask? It doesn't matter anymore. Holding the boiled water and scratching his head with the hand holding the chopsticks, Zhang Bailan also forgot whether he had asked, but it didn't matter. He walked up to Shen Chong and gave him another mouthful with his backhand. Apart from the facts, are you not wrong? I didn't ask. So you didn't know what to say. Sometimes I have to reflect on myself. Have I said what I should have said over the years? Have I been sincere and honest? This moment stunned Shen Chong. He didn't expect there to be such a shameless guy in the world. Are you omnisexual, or am I omnisexual? Is it so arbitrary? Is there any justice? Is there any royal method? It is simply more comprehensive than his personality. Seeing Shen Chong being inserted into the Guanyuan needle, Zhang Bailan clapped his hands and walked in the direction of Dongxiang Zhuang. At this point, even if he wanted to take advantage of the situation and run away, Su San and Su Si probably wouldn't let him leave. In addition, it was working time, Zhang Bailan just wanted to solve the problem quickly, and then go home from get off work and wash his feet. Anyway, there are so many people here, there is a high probability that he will not need to take action. Dongxiang Zhuang, the Hu family's large villa. Looking at the exquisite villa and manor, Su Si took a sip from the cigarette in his hand and said lightly, thanks to Xiaozhang, otherwise who would have thought that Chuanxing would hide here? Xiaozhang, what do you think we should do next? Looking into the distance, Su Si gave the other party the opportunity to give orders. Fourth brother, you should take charge. Zhang Bailan shook his head. How could he be allowed to do such a big thing as giving orders? He knew how to command Gaoba. But he really couldn't resist the opponent's persistence, so he could only imitate Old Li's method of attacking Ping'an County. Today he also staged Old Jiang's attack on Dongxiang Zhuang. 2nd Battalion Commander, where is your damn Italian cannon? Pull it up to Laozi. How can we attack a stronghold without Italian artillery? This is a must-have weapon for siege. Naturally, there were no Italian cannons, but upon hearing Zhang Beilin's words, Su Si signaled to the company employees who were following him and 10 of them walked out. Each one of them rolled fireballs in their hands and threw them into the distance. In the villa, San Zhan Gang Kuang, who was discussing why Shen Chong hadn't come back yet, suddenly felt a large number of chi balls coming, and he suddenly became alert. Boom boom boom. The fireball hit the villa and made loud noises. What's going on, Zioxia? Gao Ning, the fat-headed and big-eared thunder smoke cannon, narrowed his eyes and asked as he listened to the explosion. This is the place Xia he is looking for. If there is a problem, he will naturally find the other party. Hearing that the other party was questioning him, Xia he looked a little unhappy and said, Gao Ning, what do you mean? Don't be angry, Zioxia, let's ask Hu Lin to ask. Seeing that the two were about to confront each other, Do Mei on the side opened her mouth to smooth things over. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Hu Lin stumbling in, shouting anxiously, Xia he, run, people from the company are coming. Is that guy here too? When Xia he heard about the company, the first thing he thought of was Zhang Beilin, who was immune to his abilities. People from the company? Since you are here, let's go and meet them. Gao Ning, who seemed to be compassionate but was actually ruthless, walked out with a kind smile. With a smile on his face, he looked like a deck of 18 cards, and I felt confident that you could beat me. The plan is imminent, but we can't let the company interfere. Seeing this, Do Mei followed closely and walked over. With the combination of their powers, not to mention Su San and Su Si from Jinmen, even the 10 guys might be affected by the attack. When the two of them reached halfway, they realized that Xia he hadn't followed. They couldn't help but frown, and there was a strange and ominous feeling in their hearts. But he didn't take it to heart. Even though they didn't know much about Jinmen, they didn't believe there could be any threat to them. To put it bluntly, it's just one word: confidence. As for Xia he, she had already let Hu Lin take her away. She did not want to face Zhang Beilin in such an open area. Looking at the bombed villa, Zhang Beilin felt that the power was a bit too weak, not worthy of famous scenes such as Lao Zhang attacks Dongxiang village, so he raised his hands and prepared to add ingredients himself. Fingertips sparkle with golden light. After several consecutive rounds of firing, more than 30 laser beams flew, like meteors in summer, covering the sky and shooting straight at extremely fast speeds. Gao Ning and Do Mei, who had just walked out of the villa, were stunned when they saw the golden light flying in front of them, and question marks appeared in their minds. What is this? Chapter 39 Heavy Firepower of the Alien World. What can I say? What the hell is this? Looking at the golden stream of light covering the sky, he asked Gao Ning why he saw a meteor shower falling in the sky as soon as he came out. Before he and Do Mei could react further, beams of bright golden light were already approaching. The world turned golden at this moment. Boom 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 boom. In this kind of empty and open plain area, Zhang Beilin can be said to be able to use the power of the shining fruit unscrupulously. As the golden stars sank into the earth one after another, the sound roared like thunderous explosions, and then small hemispherical flames rose up, with mud, gravel, smoke, and building debris flying everywhere. The entire manor seemed to have been bombarded by intensive rockets in turn. The gorgeous villa that originally stood in the distance suffered a devastating blow in an instant and was reduced to a ruins that had experienced war. This scene made the colleagues at Nidotong on the side look dumbfounded. Staring at the shattered Dongxiang Zhuang villa that had been reduced to a sea of flames, they swallowed their saliva in fear. Through several missions during this period, they knew that Zhang Beilin was very strong, but they did not expect that this usually lazy and casual guy would be so strong. This kind of destructive power can almost match the full output of a small artillery cluster, and looking at the other party's relaxed and comfortable appearance, a thought arises in the other party's heart: is he really an alien? This is obviously a humanoid self-propelled artillery, a mobile arsenal, and heavy firepower from the alien world. If there is a disagreement, the firepower will cover it, right? Is there any truth left to say? Thinking of this, their eyes changed when they looked at Zhang Bailan, thinking that they had better stay with each other when going on missions in the future, otherwise they would never know when they would be transcended by physics. They couldn't bear this kind of powerful explosion. Zhang Bailan didn't know that his small show of skill had brought such great psychological pressure to his colleagues. Looking at the distant explosions, he touched his chin and felt that the power was almost there. This time it can be worthy of the famous scene of Lao Zhang attacks Dongkan village. It's not that Zhang Bailan's strength is just that, it's just that he restrained the energy output of the devil fruit in order to avoid making too much noise and causing unnecessary trouble. If you insist on saying that the destructive power of the shining fruit is far more than that. In other words, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a drop in the bucket. Not to mention the 8-foot megatamil used by Kizaru to release into the sea, Zhang Bailan can also increase the power of these random laser beams. If nothing else, at least crushing the 4 crazy people in front of him is not a problem. But Zhang Bailan would not do this. Let alone Su San and Su Sitong's disapproval, even if he had permission, he would not do it. Once he shows that he has a terrifying ability that surpasses other people and rivals the national army, what will follow will be an extremely troublesome life. Faced with this power to break the rules, no one will fear and covet it. Although Zhang Bailan acted badly and was greedy for pleasure, he understood these things very clearly. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Xiao Zhang, your abilities always seem exaggerated every time I look at them. I really don't know why you, a lazy guy, awakened such a power. Su Si sighed as he hugged Zhang Bailan's neck and smacked his lips. Road. Looking at the sea of flames ignited by the explosion, he hesitated whether he should report it to the head office. Not only him, but Su San on the side was also thinking about this matter. Both of them could guess that Zhang Bailan's strength was definitely more than that, or that the other party might have never been serious. Whether it was arresting Xia He, dealing with Zhang Lingyu, or this operation, it all seemed so easy. This is very Zhang Bailan. It fits the other person's personality and attitude towards life very well. It is precisely because of this that they have not reported Zhang Bailan's situation to the headquarters. Logically speaking, as the person in charge of the Nadutong district, if a being with extremely terrifying abilities like Zhang Bailan appears, he should report it to the headquarters immediately and leave it to the top management of the board of directors to make a decision. But Su San and Su Si hesitated. Because of this incident, they even asked their seriously ill father for his opinion. Thinking of Zhang Bailan's attitude towards life just to enjoy life, they finally decided to hide the matter. After all, the current situation was very good and there was no need to bother with it. You said Zhang Bailan would do something harmful to society, Su Si said it was absolutely impossible. With such a strong strength, he still thinks about using his own bathing services for free every day. How could such a guy commit any crime? Even if he committed a crime, he probably took too long to wash his feet and was arrested and taken to the police station. While Su Si was thinking about Zhang Bailan's situation, Gao Ning and Dou Mei in the Dongxiang Zhuang villa were miserable. Although these golden lights, which were as powerful as small rockets, were not coming towards them, the flames and shock waves of the light explosion were enough for them to drink a pot. What is going on? Could it be that in order to deal with them, the company invited the local garrison? Or have you developed a new weapon and tested it on yourself? The two of them were physically protected by their energy, but in their hearts they were really thinking about what virtues and abilities they had in order to enjoy the special service of cannonball washing, a special service that only top bosses could enjoy. Fortunately, the golden light goes as quickly as it comes. After the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Gao Ning and Dou Mei were revealed in a sorry state, but their auras were extremely empty. You can actually stand up. You are truly arrogant. Su Si said with a chuckle. At the same time, his eyes fell on Zhang Bailan beside him and asked, Xiao Zhang, what should I do next? This credit belongs to him, and his opinion should also be asked. However, Zhang Bailan, who didn't care about this and just wanted to fish lazily, sat on the ground and pretended to be weak and said, Fourth brother, I can't do it anymore. I'll leave it to the other brothers. Seeing the other party's extremely poor acting skills, which were inferior even to the child's brother, Su Si's eyes were pleased, and he secretly sighed that Zhang Bailan was indeed sensible and knew not to take all the credit. Otherwise, although everyone won't say anything, they will still have grudges in their hearts. If everyone could hear what Su Si was thinking, they would definitely wave their hands, no, 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 no. Fourth brother, we don't dare to have a grudge. Zhang Bailan said, I know all about hooking up, but I just want to show off, and don't want the credit for capturing the 4 madmen alive to fall on me. Now he is a man with a huge sum of 100,000 yuan, so he doesn't need the bonus from the company. After finishing this work, he was going to go out for a short vacation. Go to the beach to look at your legs and experience the seaside scenery. He called the brothers below him to take action, preparing to capture the thunder smoke cannon Gowning and the intestinal poison Dome alive, but no one took action, and they all looked at Zhang Bailan who was sitting on the ground. Lanzi, you won't attack us like you just did. Chapter 40. Pay attention, this man's name is Xiao Zhang. After receiving Zhang Bailan's definite guarantee that he would not attack them with the same attack just now, the accompanying Nadutong employees moved towards Gowning and Dome under the leadership of Su San. 30 vs 2. Huge advantage in the start, tell me how to lose. Facing the Nadutong employees rushing out of the villa, Gowning and Dome were also holding back their anger. After searching around, they couldn't find the source of the attack, so they could only vent their anger on these ordinary employees. Once the two sides met, it was like a red-hot iron meeting cold water, which immediately triggered a fierce reaction. Under Su San's command, the Nadutong employees were like fighting in a team, with all kinds of superpowers flying in the air, locking Gowning and Dome 360 degrees without blind spots. On this side, Su Si's cell phone suddenly rang, and Feng Baobao's mechanical voice came from the phone. Su Si, I messed up, Zhang Holan ran away. Baby, what's wrong with you? You're talking. Su Si asked anxiously, listening to the other person's mumbling. Su Si, I messed up, Zhang Holan ran away. In the small Syrian villa, Feng Baobao was lying on the sofa, muttering expressionlessly, but for the first time, his tone had changed slightly, and it was no longer as cold as before. It's like losing something cherished. Baby. Baby. Damn it, Lao Zi was working so hard in the front, Zhang Holan, this grandson is so talented. He actually made my baby like this. I saw Su Si hang up the phone quickly, and then dialed a call skillfully. Number, hey. How much does it cost to take off a leg, a stupid college student? Hearing Su Si's words, Zhang Bailan touched his cheek, wondering if Zhang Holan had forgotten his instructions. In this case, he can train the other party well. After all, he paid Su Si to keep an eye on Zhang Holan for him. Kenny is so beautiful. The super inspirational cell phone ringtone rang. Zhang Bailan looked at the caller ID and found that the one on the screen was not Zhang Holan, but a note labeled Tianjin Rich Woman. Obviously, this is a call from his best friend, Yanzi. You don't have to answer anyone's call, but you have to answer Yanzi's call. After all, it's so satisfying to have S*X for free. As the saying goes, having SX for free is fun for a while, and having SX for free is always fun. Can't stop at all. Can't stop. After answering the phone, Zhang Bailan said, Hey. Yanzi, is it time to eat? At this time, On the jeep driving to Tianxia Group, Feng Xian was holding the steering wheel with one hand and talking on the phone to Zhang Bailan. Eat, 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 and you will know how to eat every day. Are you a pig? Pig, have I offended you? Hearing the other party's inquiry, Feng Xian complained a few words in her heart, and then said, I took Zhang Hulan to Tianxia Y. My father asked you to come to Tianxia Y for dinner at night. The whole world will. Coming or not? To be honest, Zhang Bailan really didn't want to meet an old fox like Feng Zhenghao, but Zhang Hulan was still in his hands, so he couldn't escape this time, so he replied, okay, I will go over after get off work later. No, you are still waiting for me at the same place, I will pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Feng Xian looked back at Zhang Hulan behind her. Remembering that the other party insisted on calling Zhang Bailan, and asked curiously, is Zhang Bailan that scary? During this time when she was getting along with Zhang Bailan, she didn't feel that he was scary. Instead, she felt inexplicably calm when she stayed by his side. Brother Lan. Hearing the other party's question, Zhang Hulan didn't know how to describe it for a while, and then said thoughtfully, Brother Lan gives me a different feeling from other people. He has a temperament that is different from ordinary people. I can't feel him. Greed for the world. Greedy. Were Feng Xian surprised this time? Without greed, would this still be the greedy and lustful Zhang Bailan? Then I heard Zhang Hulan continue to say, everyone living in the world basically has the pursuit of external things, and sometimes they even give up themselves for these, but Brother Lan is different. He gave me the feeling that everything he did was to satisfy his own heart. Once this condition was met, he would no longer ask for anything from the outside. Cultivation of mind. Listening to Zhang Hulan's analysis, Feng Xian suddenly thought of this word. Thinking carefully about what she learned about Zhang Bailan, it seemed that this was really the case. He does not pursue fame, only wants wealth in moderation, and enjoys a mediocre life with no big desires. It is as if he came to this world just for pleasure, and everything in the world is just a foil. While the two were discussing, Zhang Bailan, who was far away in Dongxiang Zhuang Villa, sneezed and wondered who was thinking of him. If he was allowed to know the conversation between Feng Xian and Zhang Hulan, he would definitely blow the minds of these two guys and wonder about something there. Still cultivating your mind? He simply wants to show off and have fun. As for other aspects, it is just a result of his naturally lazy character. Have you ever seen a guy who cultivates his mind, who is deceived by beauty every now and then? Look, are you speaking human language? When the monks in the temple heard this, they ran out excitedly and beat you on the head. Rubbing his nose, Zhang Bailan told Su Si that Zhang Hulan went to Tianxia Y, and stated the stakes involved. Having read the original work, he knew that it was precisely because of this link that Feng Baobao and Zhang Hulan would meet in the future. Become a close partner. After listening to Zhang Bailan's analysis, Su Si felt that what the other party said was reasonable, so he decided to go back and dress up the baby well later, and set up a beauty trap for Zhang Hulan. Thinking of this, the two of them continued to watch the drama Heroes from Anywhere beat 4 crazy people. Not to mention the special effects caused by these powers, they are much better than some recent movies starting with the word 4. The 4 crazy is the 4 crazy, and being able to thrive in a team of all villains like Xuan Xing, he really has 2 brushes in his hands. Faced with the siege of the native masters led by Su San, Gao Ning, and Do Mei, who had suffered a round of bombings, were not left behind. Even many employees of the company gradually began to develop different feelings under the influence of their special powers. The negative emotions are so severe that they are on the verge of collapse. If it continues, it is really possible for them to run away. After looking at the time on his phone, which read 5:25, it was only 5 minutes before getting off work, Zhang Bailan decided to take matters into his own hands and teach these 2 old comrades a lesson with a sneak attack. It also lets them feel the danger from young people. What is Youth Conspiracy episode? That's it. Jianghu is not only filled with fights and human relations, but also despicable sneak attacks from Zhang Bailan. Pay attention, this man's name is Xiao Zhang, and now he is going to conduct a sneak attack to open the eyes of the old-timers in the world. The cross on the fingertips flashes with golden light, and the light wheel rotates, expands, and contracts, constantly accumulating dazzling golden light. Baiu. 1 minute later, a laser beam as thick as a thumb flew forward, dragging a golden trajectory and flying out parallel to the green grass below. It flew past the attacking Su San's face, passed over the bodies of more than a dozen Nido Tong Company employees, and penetrated Gao Ning's chest in shock and disbelief, triggering a linear chain of explosions on the ground. Chapter 41 by Yueg Wang Feng Bao Bao. The moment the golden laser passed through their eyes, Su San and the other MDR employees looked back one after another, with only one thought in their minds. Lanzi, didn't you agree not to bombard us? Zhang Bailan, isn't this a missed shot? Believe me, I'm one of the most skilled. Compared with everyone who knows everything, Gao Ning's current condition is not that good. He really wants to ask for help, but he can feel the blood pouring from his mouth and can't say anything. The blow was so fast that as soon as he realized it, it had already passed through his chest, and he didn't have enough time to react. Strangers are still human beings after all. Even with the strength of thunder smoke cannon Gao Ning, people can't avoid suffering from pain. It's you. The matria-like smile on the face that was covering her chest was completely gone, and her closed eyes finally remembered Zhang Bailan's appearance. Zhang Bailan's laser beam was not a high-end imitation product, but a serious use of the power of the sparkling fruit. The blazing light penetrated not only the chest, but also caused damage to the organs in the body. Phew! It's solved. After blowing on the non-existent gunpowder smoke on her fingers, Zhang Bailan was happy that she could get off work on time. Without Gao Ning's 12 labor-love formation to tug at everyone's heartstrings, Domei was helpless. She could not face the attack of Su San and other company masters with her own special powers, and she was soon defeated. Quick! Call and inform the company's therapeutic aliens to come here. After arranging his subordinates to insert the Guanyuan needle into Domei, Su San began to care about Gao Ning's injury, and only prayed that Zhang Bailan would not do anything harsh. A living person with all the four arrogances is much more valuable than a dead one. In particular, Gao Ning, a being with considerable weight in the universe, knows more secrets. However, Su San did not blame Zhang Bailan. After all, whether he could win Gao Ning without his opponent was a question. Kinney is so beautiful. After answering Yan's call, Zhang Bailan said to Su Si, "Fourth brother, there's nothing going on here, I'll leave first." "Well, I'll leave with you later. I just happened to take Bao Bao to find Zhang Hulan." After saying hello to Su San and telling Feng Bao Bao about Feng Bao Bao, the two of them walked towards the intersection of the old city. Swallow, here. Familiar white hair, familiar purple, familiar big jeep, Zhang Bailan skillfully touched the car. Feng Xian. Su Si. Why are you here? X2. After getting in the car, Su Si poked Zhang Bailan with his elbow, his eyes seeming to say, "You can do it, Xiao Zhang." Zhang Bailan shook his head and responded with his eyes, "It's not what you think." Through the rearview mirror, Feng Xian naturally noticed the two people's movements, but she didn't say anything, started the car and left. Half an hour later. Screw it all up, Zhang Hulan runs away. The three of them stood in the Syrian-style villa, looking at Feng Bao Bao, who was lying on the sofa with dull eyes and muttering in his work uniform. What's wrong with this guy? This was the first time Feng Xian saw Feng Bao Bao like this. In his impression, the other person should be that kind of heartless guy. How could he have such an expression? Hiss. Xiao Zhang. What do you think we should do now? Su Si felt distressed when he saw such a baby. Leave it to me. Zhang Bailan, who was confident, walked to Feng Baoer and said, "Sister Baoer, if you want to find Zhang Hulan, come with me. Retrieve Zhang Hulan, Zhang Bailin, is it okay?" Stopping talking, Feng Bao looked at Zhang Bailin in front of him hopefully. "Sister Baoer, don't worry, I'll take care of things. Little virgin, take care of it." Feng Bao, who was nodding his head, immediately stood up and followed Zhang Bailin out. 10 minutes later. Downtown, a certain square. In the women's clothing store on the first floor, 3 people were choosing apology clothes for Feng Bao. Looking at Feng Bao, who was dressed in a sailor uniform, with twin ponytails and a seductive uniform, Zhang Bailin shook her head and said, how could she successfully apologize without even wearing black stockings? Immediately asked the waiter to change the other party's outfit, a mature combination of black silk and hip-covering skirt. FK. Su Si looked at the charming Feng Bao, and suddenly felt that he was taking advantage of Zhang Hulan, and asked to change into simpler clothes. This set. Su Si, your style is no longer good, it's not attractive anymore. Xiaozhang, it's not that fourth brother told you. Fourth brother has seen more women than you have eaten. Do you know which one is more attractive? Fourth brother, I say other brothers may not be as good as you, but that's not necessarily the case. BB. Then let's compare. For a time, Su Si and Zhang Bailin, who were well informed, got into a fight. They used all their life experiences to dress up Feng Bao. Black stockings, white stockings, low-cut, uniforms, casual, royal, cute. 5-color 8 gates, it can be said that there are many tricks. I have to say that Feng Bao is a natural clothes hanger, with a perfect figure and long, straight black hair, she really looks good in anything she wears. That's enough for you 2 perverts. Idiot, against a virgin like Zhang Hulan, Bai Yue Guang is naturally the most lethal. Feng Xian, who was watching the 2 of them playing tricks, punched each other in anger, picked up the selected clothes and handed them to the clerk. A few minutes later, Bao Feng walked out wearing a white dress and a white bowler hat. Looking at the innocent and pitiful Feng Bao, Su Si and Zhang Bailin looked at each other and suddenly felt that apologizing was too cheap for Zhang Hulan. Su Si, how about I spend some money and find someone to remove Zhang Hulan's leg? Zhang Bailin, no, I will remove Zhang Hulan's 3 legs right away. At this time, in the Tianxia group, Zhang Hulan was listening to Feng Zhenghao teach him about the 8 wonders of science and the Jiashan rebellion. Suddenly, for no reason, his body went cold and he shuddered subconsciously. Zhang Hulan, and according to my investigation, they were competing for 8 powers that they had never heard of or seen before. The first one is the source of Qi Ti, and the master may be your grandfather Zhang Xilin. The second one is the Juling Dispatch General controlled by my grandfather Feng Tianyang. So, Zhang Hulan and we are not without contact. We are both descendants of the 8 people from that year, so we have reason to stand aside and find out the truth of that year together. You don't have to be in a hurry to answer my question. You can think about it for a few days before giving me an answer. Feng Zhenghao, who was using the Juling Dispatch General, looked at Zhang Hulan who looked shocked and said, "Boom, boom, boom." There was a knock on the door of the conference room. "President, Miss is back with someone." A cadre of the Tianxia said that when he thought of Zhang Bailin he felt a phantom pain on his face. At this time, in the corridor, Feng Xingtong and Feng Xian led the 3 of them towards Feng Zhenghao's place. On the way, Zhang Bailin said to Feng Baoer, "Sister Baoer, don't forget what I taught you, remember the speed. It must be slow and the voice must be soft." Feng Bao nodded vigorously. As soon as Feng Zhenghao walked out of the conference room, Zhang Hulan saw a figure with a good figure in a white dress running towards him with his hands stretched out. Zhang Chulan. Chapter 42 Little Zhang Bailin is in charge. Zhang Chulan. The hem of the pure white skirt was flying like a lotus leaf swaying in the wind. The innocent and lovely girl moved her steps, like a girl in a dream at night, running along the corridor towards the end, shouting softly from her mouth. What did I see? Is this Sister Bao? Real beep, false beep. Zhang Hulan's heart was beating fast when he saw Feng Bao, whose appearance changed drastically in front of him, swinging his forearms and running towards him. Real. It's so beautiful. He couldn't stand that feeling of purity and abstinence. He had never thought that Sister Bao, who was slovenly and didn't know how to dress up, could be so lethal just by changing her clothes. No. No. Zhang Hulan, don't forget how this guy treated you, don't be fooled by her appearance. Thinking that Feng Bao had found 2 ants in their 40s to lose his virginity, Zhang Hulan's eyes immediately turned cold, and he swore that he would never forgive the other party so easily. This is a matter of men's dignity. Xiao Zhang, how long do you think Zhang Hulan can last? Su Si asked as he handed over a cigarette. After looking at the brand of the cigarette, it was Yellow Crane Tower that he had never smoked before. Zhang Bailan silently put away his 3 Yuan Chenbai mountain, lit it and said, 3 minutes. So fast? Xiao Zhang, how about we make a bet? Su Si exhaled a stream of smoke from his mouth, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Bet. Looking at Su Si's malicious smile, Zhang Bailan knew that this guy must be plotting against him again. Zhang Bailan guessed correctly, Su Si was indeed plotting against him. Originally, Su Si wanted Feng Bao and Zhang Hulan to participate in the Lushan festival together and help Zhang Hulan clear up troublesome ideas, so that the other party could win the championship. But as the Luotian Dejiao continued to approach, coupled with the conflict between Feng Bao and Zhang Hulan this time, Su Si felt that the previous plan was not stable, and then turned his attention to Zhang Bailan, who was quite capable. If Zhang Bailan can participate in the Lushan Dejiao, this matter will basically be settled. As for whether there will be any accidents, Su Si only thought it was funny. If Zhang Bailan and Bao could have an accident with their strength, it would really be God's will. But this situation is impossible. Zhang Hulan revealed that he might be the owner of Chi Ti Origin, and the Tianxi mansion held the Lushan Dejiao. Even a fool can see the fishiness in this. Isn't this just telling the entire alien world that Zhang Hulan and I, the Heavenly Master's mansion, are protected? Su Si also had his own considerations as to why he wanted to use a bet to get Zhang Bailan to participate in the Lushan festival. In other words, he knew everything, and no one knew Zhang Bailan better than him. As both the Yellow Emperor, Su Si knew the other person's character very well, and he was not a guy who could be driven by money alone. Moreover, when Luo Tian's ceremony started a month later, it happened to be the time when he promised Zhang Bailan to take a vacation. In this case, the other party would never agree to work overtime, no matter how much money he paid. In addition, even if he loses the bet this time, he still has an irresistible way to make Zhang Bailan agree to attend the Lushan festival. Thinking of this, Su Si smiled in his heart. Little Zhang Bailan, take care of it. Thinking of this, he took off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth and said in a ruffian voice, What, do you want to take a gamble, or are you afraid, Xiao Zhang? After hearing Su Si's general technique, Zhang Bailan took the Yellow Crane Tower from his mouth and smiled thoughtfully, Okay. How to bet? Is this agreed? Su Si's face froze for a moment, and then he quickly recovered. He originally thought that he would have to use more of Kun's general technique, but he didn't expect that the other party agreed directly. What Su Si didn't know was that he had his own little thoughts, so why didn't Zhang Bailan do the same? When Zhang Bailan thought that he had 100,000 yuan in his pocket and that there were still 3 weeks left before his vacation, Zhang Bailan, who was watching videos of big white legs at the beach every day, was already thirsty and could not wait to leave now. As for losing this bet? After losing, he did a live broadcast of standing on his head to wash his hair. Zhang Bailan, who has read the original work, knows that although Zhang Holan looks angry on the surface, she is actually a soft-hearted person, and Feng Baobao can definitely handle it easily. Looking at the two people who were full of scheming, Feng Xian covered her forehead with a look of helplessness. Let's bet on how long Zhang Holan can survive the baby's attack. If my bet is right, you promise me something. Su Si did not dare to tell Luo Tian Dejiao directly, fearing that Zhang Bailan would regret it. Okay. I'll bet that Zhang Holan can't last 3 minutes, but if I win, I will be asked to take a vacation immediately, and the time will be extended from 7 days to 14 days. Since Su Si wants to catch his fish, there is no need for him to be polite. It's not that Zhang Bailan doesn't want to prolong the time, but that the soft girl coins in his pocket don't support him squandering it for so long. No problem, I'll bet Zhang Holan for 5 minutes. Su Si feels that Zhang Holan is so angry now, no matter how beautiful the baby is now, he still has to pretend for 5 minutes. At this moment, Feng Baobao, who was wearing canvas shoes, suddenly sprained his foot and fell straight forward. By coincidence, his hands were clasped around Zhang Holan's neck, and their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart. Wonderful! When did Sister Baoer know this trick? It's over. Zhang Holan, you boy, you have to hold on. Seeing this scene, Zhang Bailan smiled happily, while Su Si had a constipated expression. Who can bear it when an innocent girl throws herself into his arms? Zhang Holan didn't know, but he couldn't stand it at all. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Holan surrendered to Feng Baobao's offensive and accepted the other party's apology. Ha 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 ha! It's so good to be young. Seeing that the two of them had reconciled as before, Feng Zhenghao laughed loudly, looking happy for Zhang Holan. Fourth brother, I won. Don't forget our agreement. After patting the other party's shoulder, Zhang Bailan walked up to say hello. Little friend Bailan, how are you getting along with Sheyan recently? Seeing Zhang Bailan, Feng Zhenghao's eyes immediately left Zhang Holan's body. In terms of the degree of importance he attached to Zhang Holan, the latter was obviously more important. He had just received the news that the company had arrested the third of Guangxing's 4 crazy people this afternoon, which made him even more looking forward to the other party joining the Tianxia. Forget it, President Feng, Yanzi is a good girl, but it's a pity that she's not suitable for me. It doesn't matter. Young people will naturally develop feelings for each other after being together for a long time. Faced with Feng Zhenghao's persistence, Zhang Bailan said nothing more. He just asked the other party not to cause any big trouble. After a pleasant dinner, the well-fed people walked out of the Tianxia group. Feng Zhenghao was about to send someone to send them back, but was rejected by several people. On the sidewalk with the night breeze, Zhang Bailan told Zhang Holan about the development direction of Lifa, and then booked a flight ticket to Yangcheng, South Daxia region on his mobile phone. He had never seen the sea in his previous life, and this time he wanted to see enough. Just when Zhang Bailan was planning how to enjoy this trip, she didn't know that it would change the fate of a certain girl. Chapter 43 Head of South Daxia region Liao Zhong. Brother Lan, don't leave, I can't bear to leave you. At the entrance of Jinmen Airport, Zhang Holan hugged Zhang Bailan's thigh and cried loudly, performing a show for the passers-by about what it means to not want billion. During this period, after training according to Zhang Bailan's methods, Zhang Holan found that his strength had been greatly improved, and his use of thunder methods was also more flexible. The most important thing is that his thunder method has become more solid. Although it is not as good as the Black Thunder released by Zhang Lingyu, it is not much inferior. With such a good teacher, in order to win the Lushan Dejiao, he is naturally reluctant to give up. The other person leaves. Okay, don't be pretentious here. You have a good foundation. As long as you practice hard, it won't be difficult to catch up with Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Bailan's words were not groundless, or his so-called cultivation method was just the icing on the cake. The real reason is that Zhang Holan's own talent is extremely good. Since Zhang Xilan's death, the opponent has had a 10-year gap, and the Golden Light Spell and Thunder method still have such strength, which shows how talented he is. Brother Lan, little brother, Realizing that the other party was still trying to nag, Zhang Bailan, who was wearing black sunglasses, began to look a little impatient. He slowly raised the fingers of his right hand, and an imperceptible glimmer of light shone on his fingertips. Want to prevent me from going on vacation? Zhang Bailan felt that this kid had a way to die. Familiar formula, familiar taste, he is still Brother Lan, and as expected, there is no change at all, and he will do it if he disagrees. Okay Chu Lan, Su Si interrupted the other party's behavior of not wanting billion, handed Zhang Bailan a business card and said, "Relax, someone will pick you up over there." Taking the business card, Zhang Bailan waved goodbye to everyone and walked into the airport. 3 hours later. In the evening, Yangcheng Baiyun Airport. Xiaozhang here. As soon as he walked out of the airport, Zhang Bailan heard someone calling his name. Following the voice, I saw a vicious man wearing a grey-green shirt with a scar on his right eye and multiple sutures on his face. If Su Si hadn't greeted him in advance, he would have thought he had encountered a gangster. But with this guy's appearance, Zhang Bailan felt that he was more like a person in charge who knew everything than Su San and Su Si. After all, when dealing with strangers, it was really hard to look too kind. Look at Su San, not many people in Jinmen sell his face. If something happens, you have to look at Su Si and Feng Bao. These two guys, wherever they go, give people the impression of gangsters and bad girls. Brother Liao, please come and pick me up. Zhang Bailan said, holding the other person's hand. Hearing what the other party said, Liao Zhong laughed and said, "It's a small matter, nothing." But Zhang Bailan didn't dare to compliment this smile. The bruise on Liao Zhong's face gave him the feeling of scaring a child into tears. I wonder if the employees of Huanan Midiantong Company used this person in charge to scare their children at night. Although Liao Zhong was smiling, he kept examining Zhang Bailan from the corner of his eye. He was curious about what was different about the guy who was valued by Su Si. Who is this? Zhang Bailan asked with some familiarity as he looked at the girl next to Liao Zhong who was wearing a uniform and a cap. Chen Duo. As if she heard Zhang Bailan's question, the girl who had been playing with her mobile phone raised her head, looked at Zhang Bailan with a pair of green eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and answered in a soft voice. It's really Chen Duo. It seems that she has become a temporary worker in South Daxia. Thinking of the other party's future fate, Zhang Bailan didn't have much emotion. Perhaps it was like what Feng Bao said in the anime, there is no reason, it's just that she is unlucky. Wrong time, met the wrong person. The honest man Ma Xianhong really just defeated Liao Zhong by accident. However, even without Ma Xianhong, Zhang Bailan doesn't think Chen Duo will follow Liao Zhong's wishes. After all, people from different worlds cannot understand each other's thoughts. Thinking in another direction, Zhang Bailan felt that Chen Duo was more like himself to some extent, and he had his own views on life. One is to mess around and enjoy life. One just wants the right to choose. Zhang Bailan. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and prepared to shake hands with the other party. Seeing that the other party had not moved for a long time, standing there dumbfounded, Zhang Bailan touched his chin, not expecting that he was so unwelcome. Okay, just forget it if you don't want to hold it. Seeing this, Liao Zhong was ready to smooth things over for Chen Duo. Originally, he didn't need to bring her to pick up Zhang Bailan this time, but in order to allow Chen Duo to have more contact with other peers and better integrate into society, he brought her along this time. Come. But just this casual remark seemed to turn on a certain switch in Chen Duo, and he directly stretched out his hands to hold them together. How is this possible? Chen Duo actually changed his mind on his own initiative. What on earth did this guy do? In Liao Zhong's understanding, Chen Duo, who has a cold personality, would never be so proactive. At this time, Chen Duo had only one thought in his mind, that is, I chose this myself. Of course Liao Zhong didn't know what Chen Duo was thinking, but he knew what Zhang Bailan must have done just now to make Chen Duo change his mind. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhang, let's go. I've already booked a hotel. Hearing that the other party had booked a hotel, Zhang Bailan naturally wouldn't refuse and got into the other party's car. Along the way, Zhang Bailan and Chen Duo didn't speak. They watched each other play with the carrot and could only use one word to describe it, that is, the food is picky. The enemies were obviously very fast, but she actually didn't use the moon tower that could slow them down. This made him a little unbearable, and he really wanted to play for the opponent. Watching the opponent play the game, he also took out far ahead and opened the Honor of Kings. Looking at the matched Zhuang on the screen, several black lines suddenly appeared on Zhang Bailan's forehead, asking his soul, how come I can meet you at any time? The operation was as fierce as a tiger, and the record was 0-5. Pentakill. No matter how fast Zhang Bailan's hand speed was or how sensitive his reaction was, he could not compare to Zhuang, who directly entered the online world and was naturally tortured to his death. Hello food. A message appeared on the public screen of the game. What is this? Just when Zhang Bailan accepted Zhuang's ridicule, Chen Duo on the side listened to the voice of Pentakill and leaned over, her eyes full of curiosity. She felt that this game seemed more fun than defending the carrot. Seeing the opponent's curious baby look, Zhang Bailan's mouth twitched. You, a player who can't even defend the carrot, still want to play this? Zhang Bailan, you want to play? Chen Duo, yet. Nodding. Zhang Bailan, bring your phone and I'll download it for you. 15 minutes later, Chen Duo was holding his mobile phone, listening to the defeat voice coming from it, and looking out the window blankly, as if asking himself why he was playing this. Zhang Bailan turned his head and saw, what a good guy, 0-28. There are people from Zon on the public screen who are still outputting. This is a lot of food. Seeing this, he suddenly remembered that it seemed that Chen Duo was hunting down a female stranger who escaped from Baihu village during the period before the Lushan festival. Only then did he meet Ma Xianhong, and for a series of changes that followed lay the groundwork. Looking at this poor girl who was unlucky in life, playing games and picking her feet, Zhang Bailan rubbed her chin and thought. So, do you want to help her? Chapter 44 Chen Duo is missing. Yang Cheng, night. Zhang Bailan was walking on the sidewalk outside the hotel, enjoying the prosperity of the southern city at night. As for Liao Zhong, not long after finishing the meal, he hurriedly left with Chen Duo, as if he was afraid of something. Zhang Bailan knew deep down that the other party was afraid that Chen Duo's poison would get out of control. But these are not within the scope of his consideration. Chen Duo's fate depends on herself, Liao Zhong, but not Zhang Bailan. He is just an outsider, with no reason or obligation, and no idea of voluntarily giving up his vacation to change the fate of others. Even if he is willing, if he interferes in other people's life trajectories and makes what you think is a good choice, is it necessarily the right thing to do? Just like the love of Liao Zhong's Huxi appearance. Of course, if Liao Zhong or Chen Duo took the initiative to come to him for help, it would not be impossible for him to help with a sufficient price. I don't want to anymore. I don't want to anymore. Since he was on vacation, he naturally wanted to focus on enjoying life. He took out his mobile phone and logged into Baidu Taiba in Yangcheng. Zhang Bailan posted a post in a hurry. If you are not convinced, come and argue, there is no bathing club with good service in Yangcheng. As soon as this post came out, it immediately aroused dissatisfaction from all the Yahuang emperors in Yangcheng, and they left messages one after another. Floor 1, the poster must not be a local, otherwise he would not be able to say such things. Our 4 major bathing clubs in Yangcheng are famous. Second floor, I agree with what the first floor said, only outsiders can say such ignorant things. Third floor, that's it. That's it. Jinsha bath in the north of the city, the essential oil massage there is amazing. Fourth floor, I disagree with what you said on the third floor. If I invite the Yun Shui family in the north of the city, how should you respond? Floor 5, hiss. The one mentioned on floor 4 is the one that can provide one-stop service? Floor 6, what kind of golden yarn, Yun Shui family, I'm not sleepy talking about this, I don't think it can compare to Bian Shui. 7th floor. After getting the information he wanted, Zhang Bailan could only sigh, no matter how far apart the world is, the veterans in Taiba are the best. Everyone is talented and speaks well. He likes it here very much. One-stop service? Zhang Bailan decided to be a dragon-slaying warrior tonight. They were just evil dragons. Let's see how the great sage subdues them. He stopped a taxi and drove all the way to the north of the city. The next day. 10 a.m. After a romantic night, Zhang Bailan woke up from a big bed with a thirsty mouth. Looking at the two beautiful figures lying on the bed, she only felt that the tastes in the north and the south were different. It's just that it's a bit draining to shout remove armor all the time. Ding! Host is detected to be physically and mentally happy, happiness value plus 612. After looking at the system progress bar which was almost full again, Zhang Bailan changed her clothes and left the room. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street, he was going to find a place to eat first, and then go to the beach to hang out. If you don't go to the sea to play in the sea, why come to the seaside? You might as well look at the pictures at home. This is like coming to Beijing without going to Tiananmen Square or eating Beijing roast duck, going to Hangzhou without going to West Lake, or eating West Lake vinegar fish. That's called an authentic, diddy. Opening Dianping, Zhang Bailan turned around and walked into a local specialty restaurant. As soon as I sat down, I saw an old familiar person. Seeing a man in the next seat with long light pink grey hair, a piece of cloth tied around his forehead, and a white loose training uniform, Zhang Bailan was sure that he had not mistaken the person. Isn't this Ma Xianhong, the leader of Ma Dai? Why, he also has morning tea. Zhang Bailan thought Ma Xianhong was a technical ape hiding in the valley, but he didn't expect that he was also a person who understood life. However, although he recognized the other party, he had no intention of going over to say hello. Regardless of whether they were familiar with each other, he did not want to get into any trouble during the vacation. Just when Zhang Bailan looked here, Ma Xianhong, who was drinking white porridge and eating shrimp dumplings, seemed to feel that someone was looking at him, so he stopped his chopsticks and looked over. At this glance, Zhang Bailan looked squarely in the eyes. With just one look, he discovered the specialness of the other person's eyes. This guy's eyes? Is he also a stranger? It seems that the strength is not weak. This time, Ma Xianhong came out to find a woman who had stolen his magic weapon. In order to avoid causing trouble, he raised the teacup in his hand to signal, and then drank it all. A cup of tea, it felt like he drank 2 kilograms of liquor. Zhang Bailan didn't want to cause any trouble. No matter what the reason for Ma Xianhong's appearance here was, he didn't want to interfere with the other party's affairs. In return, Zhang Bailan ordered some morning tea, and the two of them never interacted again. But Ma Xianhong never expected how much harm the guy in front of him would bring to him in the future. Similarly, Zhang Bailan never imagined that he would soon face off against Ma Xianhong. After finishing the morning tea, Zhang Bailan was about to check out, but was told by the clerk that Ma Xianhong had already paid. This made him sigh. Lao Ma is really an honest person. Based on this truth, if the old horse falls into his hands in the future, Zhang Bailan vows that he will never show mercy and will make the other party realize his mistake. If you don't make a good weapon master, you have to do some kind of teaching without distinction. That kind of thing is something that you, Cricket Ma Xianhong, can do. Confronting the state machine was something that even Zhang Bailan, who had eaten the sparkling fruit, dared not think about, but he, Ma Xianhong, dared to do it. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was stubborn. Zhang Bailan wandered out of the restaurant and headed towards the seaside that she had longed for. Just when Zhang Bailan went to the beach to enjoy the gifts of nature, the South Daxia Tong Express Company had exploded. The reason was simple: Chen Duo was missing. As a Gubadi holy boy, once the opponent loses control or is used by someone with ulterior motives, the damage caused is incalculable. Not only the generals in South Daxia, but also the senior officials at the headquarters paid special attention to this matter and ordered Liao Zhong to activate the self-destruction weapon on Chen Duo. Fortunately, after Liao Zhong's repeated pleas, the company's top management gave him 3 days to find Chen Duo and bring him back to the bunker. At this time, Chen Duo had been defeated by Ma Xianhong and brought back to Baya village. For 2 days in a row, I checked in for sightseeing in Zhang Bailan, enjoyed various delicacies, washed my feet and massaged my feet in the evening, and massaged my back with essential oils. The South Daxia Express Company was completely silent. It's been 2 days. 2 whole days. None of them found any trace of Chen Duo. Liao Zhong, who regarded Chen Duo as his daughter, looked at the clock hanging on the wall and felt restless. There are less than 24 hours left before the time given by the board of directors. If they still can't find Chen Duo within these 24 hours, the board of directors will bypass him and directly activate the explosion switch of the magic weapon to forcibly end Chen Duo's life. Look! Look for me! We must find Chen Duo! Liao Zhong, whose eyes were bloodshot and had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights, looked extremely ferocious. He was planning to drive to the crime scene to have a look. Maybe Chen Duo came back on his own? Ding ding ding! The mobile phone in his pocket rang. Liao Zhong looked at the caller ID on the screen and answered the call. Hey! Xiaxi. On the other end of the phone, hearing that the tone of the other party's words was wrong, Su Si immediately asked what happened. After learning the whole story and seriousness of the matter, he pointed out a clear path to Liao Zhong. Xiao Si, you didn't lie to me. Brother Liao, how can I lie to you on this point, but that guy is hard to please. It doesn't matter, as long as I can find Chen Duo, I can do anything you want. Brother Liao. Brother Liao. Where are you going? After listening to Su Si's words, Liao Zhong ignored the shouts of his men and rushed out of the door, driving straight to Zhang Bailan's location. Chapter 45 Mamapai, I really want to give you a couple of blows. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Bailan, and I'm in a panic right now. Just now, a vicious guy suddenly broke into my room and interrupted my home run. I want to say that I just washed my feet, what about that? I would also like to warn everyone here that the feeling of being interrupted is really uncomfortable. You two get out. His voice was hoarse and his eyeballs were bulging and covered with dense bloodshot eyes. Liao Zhong was like a desperate trapped animal, trying his best to control his emotions. On the corridor outside the room, there were people wearing black suits and security uniforms lying in random directions. They were whimpering in pain, and their bodies had been injured to varying degrees. Seeing the terrifying expression on the other side, everyone in the room hurriedly left except Zhang Bailan and Liao Zhong. Is this Chen Duo missing? What a coincidence! Why did something happen to me wherever I went? Could it be that I am also a death pupil? The multiplayer exercise was interrupted. Zhang Bailan looked helplessly at Liao Zhong in front of him. He did not expect that the other party would really come to him for help. He did not expect that Su Si had tricked him. Forget it, now that it's here, let's make peace with it. As he said before, if the other party comes to him, he will not refuse as long as the price is enough. Of course, it's not up to him to decide what the price is enough for. Moreover, he remembered that Baihu village seemed to be in a ravine, so he could take advantage of this opportunity to test the new skill he had acquired some time ago, the 8-foot Megatama. He was full of expectations for the power of Kizaru's signature skill, but he had no place to experiment in Jinmen and had never used it. Covering the quilt, Zhang Bailan looked at Liao Zhong and asked, "Brother Liao, what are you doing?" Bang! Basically without any hesitation, Liao Zhong knelt on the ground, took out a bank card from his pocket, and asked anxiously, "Brother Bailan, this is all my savings. Please help me find Chen Duo." "Brother Liao, what are you doing?" The other party knelt down, shocking Zhang Bailan. There is gold under the man's knees, not to mention someone like Liao Zhong who is in a high position and is a strange person. If word gets out that the person in charge of the South Daxia region will kneel down to him, it will be a big deal. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan was ready to help him up. Then he got embarrassed. Because the activity just now was too intense, he was in a vacuum now. He couldn't help others with nothing like Zhang Hulan. This would be too disgraceful. Just thinking about it, Zhang Bailan felt that he would die in society, and the kind of death that he could never die again. Thinking of this, he could only admonish, "Brother Liao, get up first. We have something to discuss." Listening to these words, Liao Zhong thought of Su Si's words and thought that the other party did not want to agree. Then he was heartbroken and simply gave up the last face. "Brother Bailan, please help me find Chen Duo. I won't thank you enough." Bang! 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 After saying that, Liao Zhong started kowtowing directly. The force was so strong that within a few blows, blood already appeared on the floor. At this time, in the corridor, the black suits and security guards stood up tremblingly after being punched by Liao Zhong. Listening to the sound of kowtows inside, their eyes widened. Could this be the return of the legendary Dragon King? "No, you have to get out of here quickly, otherwise the Dragon King's mouth will twist and they will all have to finish playing." In the room, Zhang Bailan no longer had such random thoughts. Seeing Liao Zhong kowtow continuously, he was now embarrassed. "No. Brother Liao. Even if you kowtow, you don't have to be so sincere. Are you capable of cheating?" It is not difficult for Zhang Bailan to understand Liao Zhong's mood. Chen Duo is no longer a simple subordinate to him, or a cherished existence for which he can give up his life. She is no different from his biological daughter. "Brother Liao, don't be like this, you get up first and then talk." But facing Zhang Bailan's words, Liao Zhong remained unmoved and kept hitting the floor hard. "Hiss! No, we can't go on like this." Seeing Liao Zhong kowtowing like garlic, with blood flowing down his nose, Zhang Bailan was afraid that he would die here, so he was ready to stand up and stop him. Thinking of this, he rolled up the quilt to wrap himself up, and while pulling the corner of the quilt, he walked to Liao Zhong and helped him up. "Brother Liao, stop quickly, I promise to help you find Chen Duo." Hearing Zhang Bailan's words, Liao Zhong's eyes flashed with light, and he reached out his hand to grab the other party excitedly. "Thank you. Thank you. Brother Bailan." Liao Zhong has reached the end of his rope. He has not found Chen Duo for 2 consecutive days, and the probability of finding him on the 3rd day is extremely slim. Now he can only place his hope on Zhang Bailan. "I hope that the other party is like Su Si said, a master who hides his secrets." Just with Liao Zhong's grasp, the corner of the quilt held by Zhang Bailan immediately came loose, revealing the snow-white body wrapped underneath. "Liao Zhong, why don't you wear clothes?" "Zhang Bailan, Mamapai. Whoever bathes and puts on clothes, I really want to give you a couple of blows." Fortunately, half a second later, a golden light filled the entire room, stinging Liao Zhong so much that he couldn't open his eyes. 10 minutes later, a black off-road vehicle drove away from Yun Shui's house and headed towards the place where Chen Duo last disappeared, but the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward. "Brother Bailan, this is the place where Chen Duo last disappeared." After getting out of the car, Liao Zhong pointed to a clearing among the woods and said, Zhang Bailan nodded. According to the original plot, he knew that Chen Duo was taken to Baihe village, but did not know the specific location. However, he remembered that the female stranger who killed someone was going to find Ma Xianhong for help, so the village should it's in this direction. Brother Liao, just wait for me here. I'll come back as soon as I go. According to Liao Zhong, there is not much time left for the board of directors to deal with Chen Duo, and he must find the other party as soon as possible. Brother Bailan, do you need help from people in my company? Hearing what the other party said, Zhang Bailan shook his head and said calmly, just wait for me here. After saying that, all the sights, sounds, and colors were unfolded, and the body swayed in place, leaving a rising breeze. And the whole person disappeared in an instant. What a fast speed! Xiaxi didn't lie to me. Brothers Bailan can really find Chen Duo. Looking at Zhang Bailan who suddenly disappeared, Liao Zhong returned to the car excitedly and waited patiently. Baihe village. Village chief, that girl hasn't left yet and is still standing at the entrance of the village in a daze. She hasn't left yet. Ma Xianhong, who was studying the self-cultivation furnace, was stunned for a moment, and then said helplessly, go back. I'll go take a look later. Putting down the tools at hand, Ma Xianhong turned around and walked towards the entrance of the village. Sure enough, at the end of the road, Chen Duo, wearing the uniform of an employee from everywhere, was still standing straight. Why haven't you left yet? Go? Where to go? Without the communicator, no one will pick me up. I don't know where to go. Don't know where to go? I'm a little curious about you now. Come with me. Looking at Chen Duo with blank eyes, Ma Xianhong motioned for the other party to follow him. Not long after the two left, Zhang Bailan appeared in their place with the help of a domineering search. Found it. Baihe village. Chapter 46 Chen Duo, he is so noisy. Baihe village. Ma village chief's wooden house. Sit down and tell me about yourself. Ma Xianhong said to Chen Duo at a wooden table with several home-cooked dishes. My own things. That's right, it's your own business. After hearing Ma Xianhong's words, Chen Duokai told everything from the Yaoxian Club to the bunker and Liao Zhong. That's roughly what happened, but will Uncle Liao and Yaoxian be different and always do their best for me? Chen Duo said everything with a very calm expression. There was no sadness or joy on her face, as if the Medicine Fairy Club or the life in the bunker were nothing to her. Hum. Hum hum. Hum ha 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 ha. On the contrary, Ma Xianhong, who was a listener, sneered and said with a disgusted expression, yes. I am studying you and teaching you to kill at the same time. It is really for your own good. Come with me, I'll show you something. A few minutes later, Ma Xianhong took Chen Duo to an open space with wooden stakes. See what's on the stake. That's the collar you've been wearing. Not many people in the world can take it off. During your coma, I did some research and made a switch. Chen Duo stood there blankly, wondering what the other party wanted to do. Are you sure? Pressing his thumb to activate the switch on his hand, the wooden stake tied with the collar exploded in half. Seeing this scene, Chen Duo's green eyes looked strange for the first time. Did you see that? If you really have no place to go, you can stay and help me. I have studied your body. If I can complete my creation, it is not impossible to cure it. Looking at Chen Duo with his hands behind his hands, Ma Xianhong finished asking and quietly waited for the other party's choice. However, Ma Xianhong did not wait for Chen Duo's answer, but heard a lazy voice. Tisk tisk tisk, old horse, you are so honest. Who? Suddenly there was a voice. Not only Ma Xianhong, but also Chen Duo also raised his head. As the head of a village, he was actually invaded into the village without being noticed. This is simply a failure of his responsibility. How can he deserve the trust of the people in Baihe village? The villagers and root implements. It's a good thing that Zhang Bailan didn't know what Ma Xianhong was thinking, otherwise he would have made a sincere banner overnight, sent it to Baya village, and hung it in the other party's wooden house. These days, such people are so hard to find. Thinking about it, Zhang Bailan walked out of the dark woods. Looking at Baya village in front of him, Zhang Bailan must admit that this place is really a resort with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It's you. Did Uncle Liao ask you to pick me up? Chen Duo, do you know him? He is also an employee of the company. Have no idea. Facing Ma Xianhong's inquiry, Chen Duo stared at Zhang Bailan and said softly. Have no idea. Well, I just went to pick him up with Uncle Liao. Hearing Chen Duo's words, Ma Xianhong knew clearly that the other party was definitely an employee of the company, and his level should be not low, otherwise the person in charge of the South Daxia region would not have been picked up. It can only be said that Ma Xianhong guessed Zhang Bailan's identity by accident. However, facing the two people's inquiries, Zhang Bailan didn't have anything to say and answered the questions one by one. Lao Ma. Thank you for paying for my breakfast last time. Besides, Chen Duo, it was Brother Liao who asked me to pick you up, but you have the right to choose whether to go back with me or not. Knowing the other party's character, Zhang Bailan did not force him because he knew that Chen Duo would definitely go back to see Liao Zhong. Of course, even if the other party doesn't go back, as long as he tells the company's board of directors that he has found the Gubadi Saint Boy, Chen Duo can also avoid death, but the unlucky one is Lao Ma. When the time comes, the person who appears in Baihu village is not Zhang Bailan, but a courier truck that goes everywhere in South Daxia. Thinking about it this way, Lao Ma is really sincere and dares to accept any trouble. Humph. Why are you going back? Continue to be a guinea pig for the company's experiments, a killing machine. Ma Xianhong on the side directly interrupted Zhang Bailan and protected Chen Duo behind him, just like the ancient heroes who drew their swords to help when they saw injustice on the road. Seeing the other party's impatience and rebuttal for Chen Duo, Zhang Bailan felt like he was looking at an idiot. You Chen Duo, or she Chen Duo, is it necessary to be so excited? However, thinking that the other party paid for breakfast for him and that he was not a bad person, Zhang Bailan decided to enlighten the other party, otherwise this guy would definitely not have good juice to eat in the future. Old horse. Don't say it so harshly. The company is also looking for a solution to Chen Duo's poison. You can't even let him leave the laboratory and gain the freedom that belongs to ordinary people. He is not as evil as you say. Is leaving the laboratory free to kill people? At least, didn't he get a chance to breathe fresh air? You are lying. If you really want to give her freedom, you should let her go and let her make her own choice. Wang Defa? Ma, are you serious? Is it okay to say this casually? At this moment, Zhang Bailan felt that Ma Xianhong was not too sincere, but that his brain was a little awkward. Can the Gubadi holy boy be left alone? On the other hand, Chen Duo didn't feel much about Ma Xianhong's debate, and even found it a bit noisy and boring. Why should he make decisions for me? Zhang Bailan pointed at Chen Duo and said, Old Ma, you are still too young. Do you think this is possible? At least, can't be a tool at the mercy of others. Ma Xianhong said through gritted teeth, also, as long as my creation is completed, this guy can become a normal person. Okay. I don't want to argue with you about this. My goal is Chen Duo, and I just want to listen to her choice. Faced with Ma Xianhong's speech, Zhang Bailan said that if you talk to an idiot, you will become an idiot if you talk too much. He looked directly at Chen Duo and asked, Chen Duo, do you want to go back with me to see Brother Liao? This time Ma Xianhong did not speak to influence the other party and listened quietly to Chen Duo's answer, but as long as Chen Duo didn't want to leave, no one could take her away today. Ma Xianhong said, I am so honest that I can go out of my way to help strangers. Go back? See Uncle Liao? I don't know. Looking at the broken wooden piles in the open space, Chen Duo couldn't make a choice for a while. Call. With a long sigh, Ma Xianhong moved his body and said, "Did you hear that? Chen Duo doesn't want to leave." Zhang Bailan. Are you blind or deaf? Which eye did you hear Chen Duo say you didn't want to leave? In this regard, he could only say that Ma Xianhong must have done too much reading comprehension in Huxia and was too good at misinterpreting the meaning. Chen Duo, did I say I wouldn't go back? Did I say it? Did I say it? Did I? Listening to the other party being so unreasonable, Zhang Bailan scratched his head and said with some trouble, "Old Ma, are you looking for trouble?" Chapter 47. No need to talk? Then don't talk. Baihe Village. As Zhang Bailan finished speaking, Ma Xianhong immediately clapped his hands, and immediately 11 figures came from the village road. Bai Yuan, Fu Rong, Jin Yang, Zhang Kun. Each of them is a powerful stranger, and they are the 12 superior weapons chosen by Ma Xianhong to hold the furnace. Zhang Bailan just glanced briefly and saw an old acquaintance inside, Sheep Scorpion brother Zhao Gijin. "Leader, is this the guy who broke into the village? It looks ordinary. No need to teach you how to do it, just leave this guy to us." Walking behind Ma Xianhong, a group of superiors began to comment on Zhang Bailan, all of whom felt that the other party was not very good. Zhang Bailan didn't care, since he heard a lot of this kind of talk anyway. Ma Xianhong stretched out his hand to stop the root weapon behind him, and said to Zhang Bailan, "Did you see it? These are the root weapons I selected. Their strength is not weak in the outside world. I don't want to start a war with you in the village. So let's go. As for Chen Duo, when she is willing to leave, I will naturally let her leave. She can go anywhere, but she will never return to that company." He. Hearing Ma Xianhong say that he didn't want to start a war with him, Zhang Bailan only felt it was a little funny, and he felt like a gangster fighting to the death, and he was full of pretentiousness. And just such a few people dare to utter wild words and start a war. As long as Zhang Bailan is willing, he can destroy the entire Baihe village in 1 minute and send him home with the broken stove. Faced with Ma Xianhong's threat, Zhang Bailan did not choose to leave, because he knew that Chen Duo would soon decide to see Liao Zhong, and he did not want to make another trip. The most important thing was that it was very cold in the middle of the night and there was no place for him to rest. After learning the lesson of sleeping in the mountains of Zhang Hulan's hometown for the first time, he didn't want to sleep in the countryside again. "How about you find a place for me to rest and wait for Chen Duo to make a decision?" Zhang Bailan thought for a while and said. Hearing this, Ma Xianhong felt that Zhang Bailan was still evil and wanted to continue to seduce the other party. Thinking of this, his face suddenly sank. "I say it again, leave Baihe village." After listening, the so-called superiors behind them were also ready to attack, as if they would launch an attack at any time. "Old Ma, your Baihe village is really far away from the city, so remote and quiet." Everyone found it puzzling that Zhang Bailan suddenly said such a sentence. What's the meaning? Hearing Ma Xianhong's words, Zhang Bailan twisted his lips and showed a bad smile. "It means that I can take action without restraint." Since the other party refused to eat and drink as a penalty when toasting, Zhang Bailan naturally had to help them. "If you don't have to talk about it, then don't talk about it. If you don't even give me a place to rest, you are asking for death, old horse. Remote, quiet, and far away from the city, isn't this the perfect place to use sparkling fruit?" He hasn't used the skill of 8-foot Kyung Megatama since he got it, so he can take this opportunity to see the effect. Get started and move the battlefield outside the village. After hearing what the other party said, Ma Xianhong gave a low order and ordered. Apparently he was aroused by Zhang Bailan's arrogance and wanted to give this guy some color. With all the powerful weapons and the magic weapon he gave him, Ma Xianhong didn't even know how to lose. Outside the village? Just right. Zhang Bailan did not let Ma Xianhong be in trouble, and took the lead towards the woods in the village. "Chen Duo, don't worry, I won't let this guy take you away. However, Chen Duo looked up at Ma Xianhong, his eyes full of confusion, and then said, "Put that on for me, I want to see Uncle Liao." Ma Xianhong? What did you just say? Why didn't you tell me earlier? This makes me look like a clown. Of course, since the war has already begun, there is no possibility of stopping halfway, and this arrogant guy must be taught a lesson. On the wasteland 500 meters away from Baihu village, the 10 superiors except Bai Yuan surrounded Zhang Bailan. Their eyes were full of relaxation and contentment. They said that they had never fought such a rich battle. Who comes first? Ding Ziwan, who had a bunch of orange side bangs, said casually. Whatever. It doesn't matter who comes. Zhao Gijin, the sheep and scorpion brother, expressed that he was not interested. Only Jin Yang, who had short purple hair and looked like a fighting maniac, pinched his phalanges and was ready to try. Looking at this scene, Zhang Bailan scratched his face in the distance, wondering what they were showing off and what they were superior to. Taking advantage of everyone's discussion, Zhang Bailan jumped up and flew directly to an altitude of nearly 100 meters above the ground on the moonwalk. He made orchid fingers with his hands, and the endless golden light turned into a high-speed rotating cross star, which looked like a bright star in the dark night. Faced with a situation where we were outnumbered and the enemy was outnumbered, Zhang Bailan was not polite at all and greeted him with a big greeting. No need for any foreplay or any sense of propriety. Kuka can do it. At the right time, right location, and right people, Zhang Bailan has it all. Look, that guy is flying into the sky. While everyone was still discussing who would take action, Lu Wuokui, who practiced boy skills, was the first to notice something strange in the distance and stared at the sky with dumbfounded eyes. Wuokui, what nonsense are you talking about? How can a person, let me go, he really flew into the sky, what kind of skill is this? Fu Rong's eyes almost popped out, indicating that I can't understand it, but I'm shocked. What the hell, why can he fly? Hearing the voices of Fu Rong and Lu Wuokui, the other people all looked extremely surprised, as if they saw a UFO parked in front of them. Is this scientific? This is unscientific. Everyone is practicing Qigong, why can you fly? Wait a minute, what is that glowing on his hand? Is it his superpower? Finally, everyone who was shocked turned their attention to the focus of the matter. In the direction of Baihu village, the light star created by Zhang Bailan was so bright that Ma Xianhong couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. What is this? So beautiful. The only difference should be that Chen Duo, who had lived in the darkness of Yaoxianhui throughout her childhood, only found these two stars so beautiful that she even became obsessed with them. 8 feet, Kyung Megatama. With a thought. Golden light bullets as big as fists flew out, like Halley's comet that returns every 76 years, dragging an extremely bright tail flame, covering the sky like a tide, stimulating towards Zhaogijin and others below. Shooting. This moment is eternity. Fu Rong, Lu Wuokui, Zhaogijin, Ma Xianhong, Bai Yuan, Chen Duo. They swore that they had never seen such an ability, nor had they ever seen such a grand scene, as if countless artillery pieces were carrying out a saturation strike against them. Not good. The root implements are in danger. Thinking of this, Ma Xianhong rushed towards the distance without stopping. Chapter 48. You old horse. Listen to my advice and stop. The sky is illuminated. The light bullets condensed from light elements are coming from nowhere, and each one carries great power. It's over. What a monster this guy is. Who did the leader provoke to send such a guy? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, quickly activate the magic weapon given by the leader and use chi to resist. Sister Rong, I don't want to die yet. Facing countless light bombs, the superiors in Baihu village felt their greatest fear since birth. Even if the opponent's attack had not yet come into contact, they could feel the power contained in it. For a time, sword energy, supernatural powers, magic weapons, all kinds of means were at hand. Try to destroy those flying light bombs. However, the number of light bombs was too much, almost ridiculous, which made the resisting superiors almost lose the idea of confrontation. Boom 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 boom. Harsh explosions sounded one after another, and the bright light bombs bombarded the defenses formed by the superior weapons. The rising blazing flames drowned everything, leaving only the continuous roar and echo, and the vast and fragmented land. This is not an adjective, but fragmented in the true sense. Zhang Beilan's light bomb covered the area, and the wasteland was blown up in all directions. Mud was splashed all over the sky, raising thick and thick smoke and dust, leaving holes one after another. 1 second. 2 seconds. Every second this attack lasts is torture for them. The most important thing is that under the constant bombardment, they did not feel the weakening of the opponent's ability at all. Hong cry roar. Just when the superiors in Baihe village could hardly hold on anymore, a magic weapon that looked like a lion's head flew over with its wings vibrating, and a sound wave like a lion's roar came out of its mouth. Circles of air waves blew through the space, shattering the incoming light bombs. Leader, you are finally here. Help. Leader. Leader, if you come any later, I will be finished. Sensing the gradually shattering protective magic weapon and the depleted chi, all the high-level magic weapons in Baihe village looked at the forceful intrusion of Ma Xianhong, with a feeling of surviving a disaster deep in their hearts. The strength of the other party has completely exceeded expectations, and has even made them feel fear. This kind of continuous fire suppression completely makes people unable to resist. Thinking that the previous ridicule had angered the other party, they wanted to slap themselves twice. Why are they pretending to be FINE13? Trying to block Zhang Beilan's 8-foot Kyang Megatama just by crying and roaring in the air is simply a dream. Sure enough. Ma Xianhong's sky-crying roar, even if it is a high-level magic weapon that has been refined by Shenji for hundreds of years, cannot launch a sustained attack, and it goes out after a few rounds of sonic attacks. Seeing the attack reaching his eyes, Ma Xianhong immediately released his favorite work, the Swallowing Beast, a magical weapon that looks like an iron ball. When opened, it is black with red movement patterns on the inside. It flies in the air. Its function is to devour the chi of others and use it to feed oneself. Its weakness is that the capacity to store chi has an upper limit. But ordinary people are obviously unable to reach this threshold. The moment the thief beast came out, the light bullets flying in the sky were swallowed into its belly as if they were being pulled by some kind of force. Seeing this, Zhang Beilan was stunned for a moment. Is this a creature with the ability to swallow the sparkling fruit? But he soon let go. So what if he can devour it, then I will burst you. As this thought came to mind, Zhang Beilan's fingertips glowed brighter, and the 8-foot Magatama's streamer barrage attacks became more intensive. It's over. It's over. I don't want to die. I can't even stop the leader's magic weapon. Whose general is this? He is so brave. Why have I never heard of such a fierce person before? What a fierce man, this guy is clearly a walking heavy firepower. Is this guy's chi infinite? How come there are so many? If this continues, the thief swallowing beast will not be able to hold on. Seeing the rain of light that continued to increase after the bombardment, the calm look on Ma Xianhong's face disappeared, and his expression changed bit by bit. In fact, not to mention Ma Xianhong, even Zhang Beilan himself doesn't know where his limit is. His physical strength is like water in a sponge. He can always squeeze out a lot if he squeezes. Watching his swallowing beast expand and grow little by little, Ma Xianhong's face became more and more ugly. Although he still had many magic weapons, he could only protect himself. Once the swallowing beast missed, all the weapons he had gathered would be destroyed. The upper root device will definitely die. He already regretted it a little. Why didn't he let the other party go into the village to rest? That's right, at this critical moment of life and death, Ma Xianhong still never thought of giving up Chen Duo. He is truly the most honest person among people. Seeing Chen Duo approaching in the distance, Zhang Bailan raised her eyes and immediately stopped moving her fingertips. That's about it, just teach Lao Ma a lesson. He doesn't really intend to kill these guys in Baihe village. The most important thing is to take this opportunity to experiment with the actual effect of the 8-foot Megatama. Stop. It really stopped. Oh, I don't have to die. The survivors who had survived the disaster all had joy on their faces, and only 2 of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed, thanking their ancestors for their blessing. Old Ma, listen to my brother's advice and stop. Walking to Ma Xianhong's side, Zhang Bailan remembered the other person's sincerity, patted his shoulder and reminded. This sentence is a pun, I don't know if the other party can hear it. Why do guys like you have to work hard for the company? Working hard? Don't say it so harshly, it's all for life. After answering Ma Xianhong's question, Zhang Bailan asked Chen Duo, have you thought about it? Let's go then. Wait, I'll get something. Just after taking a few steps, Zhang Bailan turned back and said to Ma Xianhong, give me that magic weapon that can hold things. He had been thinking about this gadget for a long time. Why should I? Before he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Bailan's fingertips light up with the same golden light as before. Zhang Bailan, will you give it or not? Ma Xianhong, here. After getting the bite bag, Zhang Bailan led Chen Duo slowly towards the distance. Looking at Zhang Bailan, who was gradually disappearing at the end of the road, and then looking at the large fragmented and pitted ground in front of him, as well as the broken defensive magic weapons on his body, the superior magic weapons of Baihe village were relieved. Come down. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to stop, they would have definitely made a big show this time, and it was the kind of thing where one table would be eaten and another table would be filled. Ma Xianhong stared at the man who was drifting away. Thinking of the scene just now, he suddenly felt that it was necessary to practice more swallowing beasts in case of emergencies. At the same time, he also reminded other superiors not to spread this matter. Since the other party is unknown in the alien world, he definitely does not want to expose his strength. And with the opponent's power, as long as he wants to, destroying the entire Baihe village is also a matter of a thought. Zhang Bailan couldn't control Ma Xianhong's thoughts, but looking at Chen Duo walking side by side, he felt that it was necessary to explain to him. As for whether it would be useful, there are 2 opinions. Chen Duo. What was that just now? It's very beautiful. Chapter 49. Only a fool would think of dying. You mean this? Raising his finger, Zhang Bailan's fingertips emitted a beam of soft light, which shone brightly in the dark woods, reflecting on Chen Duo's face and highlighting her green, flawless eyes. Very nice. Gently glancing at Zhang Bailan's fingertips, Chen Duo quickly retracted his gaze and continued to focus on the road in front of him. Very nice? Is this gone? Chen Duo's reaction made Zhang Bailan lose her temper at all. She thought that the other girl, like other girls, had no resistance to beautiful things and that she was really just looking at her feelings. After watching it, I no longer feel anything. However, this does give Zhang Bailan a gap for communication. Since the other party still has a certain sense of aesthetics, he can try to start from this aspect. There are better ones. As he said that, he took out his far ahead and started to bait various beautiful scenery pictures, presenting the beautiful scenery from all over the world in front of the other party. Snow-capped mountains. A lake as blue as a mirror. Endless grassland. Unfortunately, Chen Duo only glanced briefly, without any look of yearning or admiration on his face, and still had a plain expression as usual. Sure enough, it still didn't work. Seeing Chen Duo's appearance, Zhang Bailan wasn't surprised. If he could change the other person's mind by looking at a few beautiful pictures, it wouldn't be his turn to do it. Thinking of this, he planned to try a more direct method. After all, verbal persuasion was not his strong point, and Chen Duo's little head couldn't listen to meandering words. Taking back his mobile phone and returning to his previous lazy look, Zhang Bailan put his hands behind his head, admiring the mountains and forests under the moonlight, and walked carelessly. Chen Duo, although I don't know what you are thinking in your heart, I still want to tell you, live well. Whether you live as a gu or as a human, as long as you live, things will always get better. Some people have been bullied, abused, and hidden for most of their lives, just waiting for the opportunity to live openly in this world. Some people are pure and flawless, but because of a small mistake, bathing, they dare not face their hearts. They just wait for the opportunity to get rid of their inner demons and accept themselves. Some people are just messing around and fishing, often lamenting their depravity late at night, just waiting to get rich overnight and live in the world from now on. What I want to tell you is that nothing in this world remains unchanged. People alive are always waiting for the moment when things get better. Whether it's a gu or a human being, there is always a way to go. However, these all have a prerequisite. While walking, Zhang Bailan put down his arms behind his head and looked at Chen Duo in front of him. The other party seemed to realize something, and stopped and looked at the other party. Staring into Chen Duo's innocent, unclear eyes, Zhang Bailan slowly said, "That's living. As long as a person is alive, there will be hope, but if you die, there will be nothing. Only a fool would think of dying. As long as you live, don't care too much about the past, and don't think too much about the future. It's not good to think too much. Of course, this is not an order to you, it is just a suggestion from me. The final choice of whether to stay or leave is still in your hands." After saying this, Zhang Bailan took out his Chenbai mountain and lit one silently. As an idle young man on vacation, he had done enough to fight with everyone in Baihe village, bring Chen Duo back, and save Liao Zhong's life later. As for how much the other party heard, Zhang Bailan didn't know. He sincerely hoped that this poor girl who played games and picked her feet would be able to change her destiny after this incident and move from the dark world of the medicine fairy society to the bright world of human society. Chen Duo is innocent, just like Feng Baobao said, she is just unlucky in life. Even though the world is not as beautiful to her as she imagined, there is always hope in life. It is not that there are no solutions to the gu body, such as Ma Xianhong's complete version of the self-cultivation furnace, one of the 8 wonders of double hands. There is always a way. The two of them still walked quietly, time passed by the chirping of the mountains and forests on the summer night, and soon they came to the place where Chen Duo disappeared before. Liao Zhong was still waiting by the car. Swish! Swish! The leaves rustled, and Zhang Bailan led Chen Duo out in the darkness. The moment he saw Chen Duo, Liao Zhong simply asked a few questions about whether he was injured and what happened. Hearing the sincere answer from the other party, there was no intention of blaming him at all, and he kept asking Chen Duo to get in the car and rest. In Liao Zhong's view, as long as nothing happens to Chen Duo, everything else is a trivial matter. As for Ma Xianhong who took Chen Duo away, he didn't take it seriously. He just thought it was a stranger living in seclusion nearby and there was just a misunderstanding between the two parties. When Chen Duo got in the car, Liao Zhong thanked Zhang Bailan profusely and said that if anything happened in South Daxia in the future, he could come to him. Hearing this, Zhang Bailan was naturally happy. Taking care of the person in charge of a large district can still save a lot of things. "Brother Bailan, get in the car." "Brother Liao, I'll take you back." Just when Liao Zhong was about to start the movie and go back, Zhang Bailan glanced at Chen Duo in the car and was surprised why Liao Zhong's death didn't happen in the original work, but he didn't take it to heart and thought it was his participation that changed the plot. Stopping Liao Zhong who was about to leave, Zhang Bailan said, "Brother Liao, have you ever thought about what Chen Duo wants?" Liao Zhong, who was walking towards the car, stopped, with a trace of doubt on his fierce face. He looked at the well-behaved Chen Duo in the car, then at Zhang Bailan in front of him and said, "What do you want? It should be to cure your body and be like a normal person. Live like a human being." Seeing the other party's appearance, Zhang Bailan shook his head and could only repeat to Liao Zhong what he had just said to Chen Duo, and at the same time told him that what Chen Duo wanted was the freedom of choice. "Got it. Got it." Hearing the other party's answer, Zhang Bailan got into the car without saying anything. Without Ma Xianhong's interference, Chen Duo would probably continue to stay in the company, and there would be no more surprises. But what Zhang Bailan didn't know was that he underestimated the impact of this incident on Chen Duo. And also underestimated Ma Xianhong's attributes of an honest person, so that he would have to come to South Daxia again in the future, but the situation that time was completely different from this time. Different. Zhang Bailan didn't know that because of this incident, he had also come into the company's board of directors' sight. 2 weeks later. Under Liao Zhong's meticulous care, Zhang Bailan enjoyed an unforgettable vacation time. Such a noble experience during this time that he almost had a sworn knot with Liao Zhong. All in all, Zhang Bailan can only describe this 2-week vacation in Yangcheng as refreshing. If I have to say how cool it is that the system has been upgraded 3 levels in a row, from 16% integration to 19%, and a new attribute has been unlocked. Devil Fruit Control. As the name suggests, it strengthens Zhang Bailan's ability to control the shining fruit. He is very satisfied with this, which can greatly reduce the probability of errors in self-created moves. It is impossible to practice cultivation, and you can only rely on the system to maintain your life. At the entrance of Yangcheng Baiyun Airport, Zhang Bailan boarded the plane back to Tianjin under Liao Zhong's voice of "Come back when I have time in the future." At this time, Su Si was also planning how to let Zhang Bailan attend the Lushan festival. Name: Zhang Bailan. Template: Kizaru, Porisalino. Current fusion degree: 19%, 834/1900. Pleasure value: Devil Fruit, Sparkling Fruit. Domineering: Domineering with knowledge and domineering with weapons. Devil Fruit Strengthening: 2. Devil Fruit Control: 1. Visual Color Enhancement: 4. Armed Color Enhancement: 1. 6 Marine Styles: Shave, Moonwalk, and Foot. Skills: Light Laser, Tian Kong Yun Sword, Partial Elementalization, Light Speed Kick, 8-foot Megatama. Chapter 50. Even the dogs won't go to the Lushan Daijiao. North Daxia, Jinmen. Express delivery companies are available everywhere. At this time, it was less than 3 days before the start of the Lushan Daijiao. Considering that there was still time to go to Longhe Mountain, there was not much time left for Zhang Hulan and others. But even under this situation, Su Si and others still did not set off. Fourth brother, hasn't Brother Lan come back yet? Zhang Hulan asked from the sofa in the office. The reason why they never set off was simply because they were waiting for Zhang Bailan. A week ago, when Zhang Bailan was playing happily in Yangcheng, a huge boulder was smashed down in the peaceful alien world, causing all the aliens to get excited. Liu Jin, one of the 10 men, actually publicly announced that he would take out the Tongtian Rui, one of the 8 wonders, as one of the rewards for this Lushan festival. What are the 8 wonders? A super good thing that you can't find but can't find. Now, someone actually took it out as a reward for the Lushan Daijiao, which naturally caused the entire alien world to go crazy. Many sects and families that were just watching the show sent their elite disciples down the mountain. For a time, the popularity of the Lushan Daijiao was far greater than before, and it became a grand ceremony in the entire alien world. A grand ceremony is a grand ceremony. But for Zhang Hulan, the more lively the Lushan Daijiao, the more disadvantageous it is for him. Looking through the list of contestants that he had learned about, Zhang Hulan, whose strength had increased recently, still felt uncertain, so he urgently needed a master like Zhang Bailan to protect him. Don't worry, Zhang Hulan, I will bury them all. Looking at the sad look on Zhang Hulan's face, Feng Baobao turned into a villain and patted his chest and said, "Sister Baoer, this idea is a bit tricky. I'm afraid you can't handle it alone. You'd better wait for Brother Lan to join us." Zhang Hulan insists on getting the first place in Lushan Daijiao, not only for himself, but also for the mystery of Feng Baobao's life experience. The day after Zhang Bailan went on a trip, Zhang Hulan saw his grandfather's memory before his death from Lu Liang's hands, and learned about the origins of Feng Baobao and himself, as well as the other party through the mouth of Su Xiang, the real person in charge of the North Daxia region. The secret of longevity. And Su Xiang also passed away with 3 reluctant awu sounds. Just when Zhang Hulan was asking, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and it was Zhang Bailan who came in after her vacation. Zhang Bailan. Xiao Zhang. Brother Lan. Seeing the opponent's appearance, Zhang Hulan didn't hesitate at all. With lightning speed, Zhang Hulan hugged the opponent's thigh with a sliding shovel, and cried out in tears in a second. Seeing Zhang Hulan's appearance, Zhang Bailan felt that it was a wise choice for him not to notify Su Si to pick him up. He really couldn't stand this guy who didn't want billion. "Okay. Get up." Seeing Zhang Hulan not wanting billion, the corner of his mouth twitched crazily. "Xiao Zhang, why didn't you notify me when you came back? Fourth brother can pick you up." Su Si winked at the other 3, then patted the sofa and motioned for the other party to sit down and talk. Su San poured a glass of water very wisely. Feng Baobao and Zhang Hulan pressed down Zhang Bailan's shoulders and legs one after another. The plan to conquer Zhang Bailan is officially launched. "How is Brother Lan? Are you comfortable? Zhang Bailan, is your strength still okay? Brother Lan, do you need to use more force?" As he said that, Zhang Hulan used his energy and kept rubbing Zhang Bailan's legs. Her flattering look was not much different from that of the young lady in Jinzun Foot Road, or even worse. Speaking of Jinzun Footpath, Zhang Bailan thought of his number 8 girl, whom she hadn't visited for a long time. Even if Zhang Bailan wanted to go, he didn't have the ability. This time he went to Yangcheng for vacation. It can be said that he spent no money and his pocket was cleaner than his face. Before this month's salary was paid, he didn't want to go anywhere except staying in a rental house. Thinking of this, Zhang Bailan ignored these 2 guys who were trying to be attentive for nothing, and looked at Su San and asked, "Third brother, why haven't I paid out this month's salary? I'm already too poor to eat." "Oh. There may be something wrong with the finances. They should be here in a few days. I'll ask for you then." Asking the finance department to withhold Zhang Bailan's salary, Su San lied without blushing. Hearing this, Su Si on the side knew that a show was coming, and immediately gave Zhang Hulan a wink. Similarly, Zhang Hulan immediately understood, and his massage techniques became more proficient and more powerful. He had specially trained for this day. What he was thinking in his heart was that Zhang Bailan was short of money, so that didn't mean that there would be a success in Luo Tianda's wedding this time. Feeling the strength coming from his shoulders and legs, Zhang Bailan naturally knew what the other person was thinking. Chi Tiu and Chuan was massaging his feet, and Feng Baobao was rubbing his shoulders like an immortal. How could such emperor-like treatment be so enjoyable? But it's really comfortable. Regarding this Lushan festival, Zhang Bailan had already made up her mind on the plane and would never go. There's nothing to say about the reason. It's just that the Lushan Daijiao was too popular, and he also learned about Tongtian Lu from his mobile phone. If he really went there, he would get into a lot of unnecessary trouble. He is most afraid of trouble. "Don't go. Don't go." Zhang Bailan said that no matter what conditions Su Si and the others offered today, he would not agree. "No dogs are going to the Lushan Daijiao. No dogs are going to the Lushan Daijiao. No dogs are going to the Lushan Daijiao." Say important things 3 times. "Xiao Zhang, there may be a few days before the salary is paid. Fourth brother has a job with food and accommodation included. Do you want to take it? It has long been known that the other party is a master of spending as much as he has. Su Si and Zhang Bailan made a bet that it is not unreasonable to let the other party take leave in advance. You see, the opportunity will come. It can be said that Zhang Hulan, Su San, and Su Si were all very happy when they heard Zhang Bailan say that she was so poor that she could hardly eat, because this way the other party could take over the work. Thinking of this, the three of them were already happy in their hearts. As long as Zhang Bailan takes action, Luo Tianjiao will definitely be safe this time. It's not that Su Si has never thought about forcing the other party to go on a business trip, but he can guarantee that as long as he does this, after the Luo Tianjiao is over, this guy will definitely resign and change jobs immediately. Why, you ask? Because Zhang Bailan is as free as the wind. The other party didn't join Nadutong to maintain order in the alien world. He just came here to pick up express delivery. He didn't want to care about the aliens' affairs at all. Just when everyone thought Zhang Bailan would not refuse, the answer they got was unexpectedly straightforward. No answer. Su San. Su Si. Zhang Hulan. Thinking that this was another trick of the other party to add money to lay people, Su Si said in a deep voice, Xiao Zhang, don't refuse in a hurry. Listen to the conditions I gave you first. If you are not satisfied, you can continue talking. No need, fourth brother. Zhang Bailan shook his head firmly and said, no matter what price you offer, I will not go to Lushan Dejiao. Even though Zhang Bailan looks like he loves money, he understands everything he does very clearly. He will never make trouble money. Su San, was Xiao Zhang stimulated in Yang Cheng? Su Si, it's over. My claws are numb. What should I do? Zhang Hulan, then my massage skills were in vain? Feng Bao Bao, I'm going to bury Zhang Bailan.